Fortuity. Written by Jewel E. Ann. Narrated by Tia Ryder. Chapter 1. Why do the wrong people die? The attorney offers a rehearsed smile, as if the cruise ship didn't go up in flames. Do you have any questions? My brother and his wife died, and they left me with their 10-year-old son, Gabriel. Questions? Yes, I have so many questions. Why didn't they purchase more life insurance? Why couldn't they have waited 8 more years to die? I'm not implying I ever wanted them to die, but there's something to be said for timing, especially in death. Kyle and Emily wanted you to live with Gabriel in their house, keep him in the same school, do as much as possible not to disrupt his life. My nephew lost both of his parents. I think it's a little late to not disrupt his life. Of course. Her smile slips from her face. Pausing my temple-rubbing motions, I ease my gaze upward to meet that of the 30-something brunette. I don't know what to say. Her face resembles a wadded-up piece of paper. The cringe isn't a good look on her. I'm sorry. You don't have to stay in their house. You don't have to move to San Diego. Gabriel is 10. I have a 10-year-old son. They're resilient. I'm sure he will adapt to Boise, a new school, and new friends. This doesn't feel real. Please let her be nothing more than a bobblehead in one of my crazy early morning dreams that I wouldn't have if I'd just get my ass out of bed instead of giving the middle finger to my Pilates class. My brother and his wife took a cruise. How does one die in a fire surrounded by hundreds of miles of water? Just jump in the water. Or you don't have to do this at all. There is nothing that legally requires you to take custody of Gabriel. Just wake the hell up and go to Pilates. Kyle called to say goodbye and to let me know I would be responsible for Gabe if their plane went down on their way to Spain. It was an afterthought, a tiny footnote at the end of a long book. That was the first time Brother Dearest mentioned my huge responsibility. I brushed it off with, "Wow, you must be desperate to choose me." He brushed it off with a laugh and, "Mom and Dad are too old to do it. But don't worry, we'll make it back in one piece." Liar. Miss Glock. Gracelyn, I correct her. Her lips curl into a tiny smile. Gracelyn, I realize no amount of money can make up for your family's loss. However, I anticipate the cruise line will pay a sizable sum to settle multiple wrongful death suits. I'm not suggesting your family settle. I just don't want you to feel like the life insurance is all you'll have to cover the expenses of raising Gabriel. It's not the money. Okay, that's not entirely true. I've made it 41 years without an actual career, a husband, children, or a 401k. Money will be a concern. Of course, I'm taking him. I'll figure it out. I stand on shaky legs and slip my handbag over my shoulder. It weighs 100 pounds. Or maybe that's the weight of the world. My chin juts upward. Believing and an air of confidence is 90%, right? Okay, we'll be in touch. In the meantime, call me if you have any concerns or questions. She hands me her business card and escorts me to the door. Thanks. After a quick stop in the ladies' room to contemplate vomiting before splashing cold water on my face, I climb into Kyle's and Emily's green Land Rover and drive to their house. We buried their remains last week. Emily was an only child. Her father died of cancer 5 years ago, and her mom, Sharon, has early-onset dementia. Sharon's caregiver, a cousin, took her back to the assisted living facility right after the funeral. Hey, how did it go? Mom asks, rummaging through the fridge because so much food. Fine. She shuts the door and leans against it as I plop my ass into the chair, transfixed by the table covered in food. Enough baked goods to give an entire village diabetes. Doesn't sound fine. She wipes a tear from her cheek. I don't know what it feels like to lose a child, or even have one for that matter. My tears fell quickly after the news of their deaths. More tears made a proper appearance at their funeral. Today, the reality of my new role replaced the tears. I'm a mom? No, that's not right. I'm still a fun aunt. Gabe won't think of me as his mom. Fun aunt. Maybe his friend. An 8-year babysitter. I know they thought we were too old to take care of Gabe, but that's not true. He can come to Great Falls with us. I think he'd like living in Montana. Mom wears a fairly believable smile on her weary face, but I notice her new wrinkles. Craters of pain that can never be erased. I shake my head, snatching a stale chocolate chip cookie from one of the plastic containers. Years ago, I kicked my emotional eating habit, introduced my body to Pilates, dropped 20 pounds, and took a vow of celibacy as a last attempt at self-preservation. Maybe I slip up and eat a few too many cookies. No big deal. I've inherited a 10-year-old. A 10-year-old. Really, Kyle? Leave me your Land Rover and Emily's Pilates reformer. But Gabe, I love him. More than the world, I'm just not equipped for parenthood. What if I mess him up? I've messed up so much in my life. The early stages of menopause tap on my shoulder every day. My unused uterus put in its request for early retirement. After I finish this stale cookie, there's a 50% chance my face flushes and I sweat through my clothes. Hot flashes, mood swings, 7 p.m. mandatory bra removal. No kid, especially not a young boy, needs to witness such a hot mess. Kyle and Emily want him to stay in San Diego. Same school, close to friends. While I have no desire to live here, I agree with them. The less we have to disrupt his life, the better his chances are of making it through this grieving process and returning to some semblance of normalcy. With his Aunt Gracelyn, queen hot mess. I don't want you to be overwhelmed. Mom pulls out a chair and sits next to me, frowning at the baked goods. She's had her fair share. The emotional eating apple, or cookie, doesn't fall far from the tree. He's a great kid. I love him to pieces. We'll be fine. You need a job here. Mom goes for some sort of chocolate-drizzled popcorn. It has to be staler than my cookie. Yep, she spits it back into the bowl. I grin. I'll make sure he talks to someone, if he doesn't want to talk to me. I'll get a job. Glancing around at the fancy surroundings, I twist my lips. I doubt we'll be able to stay here very long. Oh, no. Mom shakes her head. The taxes and upkeep on this place must be insane. Kyle and Emily splurged on a house they could barely afford when they should have splurged on better life insurance. Sell the house, use the money to raise Gabe, and put some back for his college. I nod several times. Are you sure about all of this? Mom rests her hand on my leg. Absolutely. No, not even close. Chapter 2. Nathaniel. 2 months later. I think this is a good thing. Morgan drops her backpack inside the 4-bedroom rental on the beach. You say that about every place we stay. I lug our 2 suitcases into the narrow tile entry. Yes, but San Diego feels extra good. You're 10. I think the definition of being 10 is extra good. 3 months? She spins in a circle, her long, wavy blonde hair twirling like a kite in the wind. My world. This girl is my world. Yes. I haul the luggage up the stairs as she shadows me. Then I get to go home, public school, and I will meet the boy I'm going to marry, right? 10 is the new 14. My daughter is too smart. 3 months until we settle into a place that's ours. 3 months until you join the herd, eat lunch out of a bag, and find out how truly mean boys can be at your age. You'll meet the boy you're going to marry when you're 30. Dad! Morgan giggles when I stop at the first bedroom. Unpack your stuff. She jumps onto the queen bed adorned in white and seafoam green blankets and pillows. Tell me how you met Mom. Unpack, and then you can tell me how I met your mom since I've told you that story so many times. I give her a wink and find another bedroom, hoping I didn't just give her the bigger bed. She's strict with things like first come, first served, and finders keepers. 8 years ago, we left Wisconsin in search of the world. Morgan learned to speak, read, and write in multiple languages by immersion. Her only school has been life. And books, books, books. I have a phone, but I've given her limited access to technology other than computers at libraries or ticket machines for subways. She has no first-hand experience with social media, apps, texting, email, or what it means to binge something on Netflix. However, her feet have touched 5 continents and countless countries. She has a bag filled with stationery and pens she uses to write to all the friends she's made during her time traveling the world. Oh, thank God, I whisper, seeing a king bed, a balcony, and an ensuite bathroom. 3 months of sleeping on a twin bed in Budapest wasn't memorable in a good way. Princess Morgan slept in a king bed with 3 stuffed animals because finders keepers, no takebacks, and a deal is a deal. "A kid," Morgan squeals. I smirk. It's always a bonus when we rent a place with kids in the neighborhood. Well, maybe not always. She's met plenty of bad influences over the years. I've had to brush it off as opportunities for character building. My exuberant daughter spins away from her bedroom window as I lean against the doorframe with my arms crossed over my chest. "It's a boy, and he looks close to my age." Fisting both of her hands at her mouth, she attempts to contain her excitement, but she fails. "Boys are trouble." Her blue eyes make a full swoop with her dramatic eye roll. "You were a boy? Were you trouble?" "Yes." I pivot and head down the stairs. "The worst kind of trouble," I mumble to myself. "I met a girl. Her name was Morgan. I called her Daisy because it was her middle name and she didn't like it. She ruined me for eternity and every life beyond that. She still haunts my dreams, and I gave my daughter her name. Nothing fucked up about that." When I get to the main room, I peek out the window to inspect the young lad that will stay far away from my little girl. With his nose shoved into the screen of his phone, he blindly follows a woman to our landlord's, Mr. Hans's, front door. We haven't met Hugh yet. When he emailed me the lockbox code, he mentioned he lives in the house directly north of this one. The woman with chin-length zebra hair, black with thick streaks of blonde, stops midway to the front door and squints at the "For Rent" sign in his yard. Mr. Hans gave me the impression he lived there. What's he renting? Gracelyn. "The beach. Do you like the beach?" Gabe shrugs without glancing up at me. I study the "For Rent" sign, the houses lining the long stretch of beach, and the solid dose of life that feels as deep and vast as the water reaching the horizon. "If you don't like it, we'll keep looking." The 3 wooden deck steps creak, announcing our arrival as I approach the screen door. He told us to come around back. All of these beachfront homes have covered decks with lovely patio furniture, and some with swings like this one. A wide and weathered boardwalk separates the decks from the sand. After 2 knocks and 10 seconds, the door opens. "Hello, you must be Elvis." The old man with white Einstein hair, who resembles Christopher Lloyd, particularly his role as Doc Brown in Back to the Future, smiles clear to the corners of his expressive, slightly psychotic eyes. If he weren't a little hunchbacked, he'd stand at least 6 feet tall. "I'm Gracelyn, not Elvis." "Ha, yes, dear, but when you said your name on the phone, I imagined it's a slight nod to Elvis." "That's Graceland." "Potato, potato, come in." He steps aside. I take a few extra seconds to consider my gut feeling. The wide, psychotic eyes. His white half-buttoned shirt with the bottom of it sticking out of his partially zipped fly. Brown Birkenstocks. Gray socks with his right big toe sticking out of a hole. My wife died 5 years ago. He wiggles his naked toe. My gaze shoots to meet his. Haven't bought any new clothes since she died. She did all the shopping. I fix stuff around the house. I can fix leaks and hang pictures, but I haven't figured out how to sew holes in my socks. Or maybe you patch socks. I'm not sure. I think you just get new socks. Gabe joins the conversation. Is that so? He cocks his head at Gabe. Hugh Hans. What's your name, young man? Hugh offers his hand to my nephew, my new and very unexpected responsibility. These 2 months have not been easy. I pretend that Kyle and Emily are still on vacation, and I'm simply watching Gabe. I feel confident as a babysitter. When I dwell on the tiny fact that I'm the sole person responsible for raising him, everything in my chest starts to constrict. Gabriel. He shakes Hugh's hand. Ah, Gabriel, such a great name. It means God is my strength. Bravo to your parents for giving you such a great name. Hugh's raspy yet enthusiastic voice seems to keep Gabe's attention, eliciting a rare smile from him as he slides his phone into his pocket. Incredible. He's engaged, ready to give this stranger his attention. I need Mr. Hans's secret spell. I'm not sure I've seen Gabe smile more than once or twice since the tragedy. Gabe didn't want to stay in the house any more than I did. That surprised me. I thought he'd feel comforted and close to his parents there. I thought wrong. The house sold yesterday. We have 30 days to find a place. My parents died. Gabe follows me into the house. I'm very sorry. Hugh shuts the door as Gabe and I slip off our shoes. It's not your fault, Gabe mumbles. Hugh shoots me a tiny smile and a wink. Thank goodness. I ruffle Gabe's dark hair, and he shoos away my hand as we follow Hugh's snail's pace up the stairs. The second floor would be yours. The kitchen on the main floor is communal, but I've added a fridge in the garage where you can keep your perishables if you're worried I'll eat them. He stops at the top of the stairs, plucking a hanky from his back pocket to wipe his forehead. It was 4 bedrooms and 2 baths. As you can see, I've turned 2 of the bedrooms into a living space with a washer and dryer behind those folding doors. There's a balcony just off the master bedroom. In another day or so, I'll be done with the stairs, so you'll have a direct entrance to the second floor if you don't want to risk seeing me every time you come and go. Gabe peeks his head into one bedroom and then the other, showing no reaction. He shuffles his feet to the window of the smaller bedroom. Who's that? Hugh and I follow him and glance out the window. Oh, yes, that must be the renters next door. They were supposed to arrive today. I haven't met them yet. Father and daughter. They're only here for the summer. Gabe's gaze remains on the young girl, tossing her flip-flops over her shoulder and running toward the water. She stops abruptly and glances back, maybe talking to someone, but I can't tell for sure. After a few seconds, she continues toward the water, halting where the waves crash into the beach, covering just her feet. She looks about your age. I nudge Gabe's arm. I feel a summer romance happening, Hugh adds in a sing-song. Gabe pivots toward Hugh and shoots him a wrinkled nose look. What do you mean? He means you might get a crush on the girl next door. I rest my hands on Gabe's shoulders. Nuh-uh. Gabe shakes his head several times. Hugh chuckles. Well, I'll give you 2 some time to look around. If you have any questions, I'll be downstairs. Where do you sleep? Is there a bedroom on the main level? I ask. Fancy recliner. I don't sleep well. Apparently some sleep apnea thing. If I'm flat when I sleep, I stop breathing. I've been told that's not good. Tried some high-tech machine, but not my cup of tea. My clothes are in the small office. He disappears around the corner. So, what do you think? It won't be forever, just until we find something more permanent and see how my new job goes. Gabe shrugs. I assume it's what 10-year-old boys do. Shrug all their answers. I received a lot of shrugs over the past 2 months. Is that a yes shrug, an I don't care shrug, or an I need to think about it shrug? It's not close to Tyler's house. I know, but I don't think we should spend your college savings just to stay close to Tyler. What if I make sure you get to see Tyler as much as possible this summer? His mom said they'd be gone for 3 weeks on vacation. Maybe when they come home, Tyler can come stay here for a few days. You guys can play on the beach, make friends with the cute girl next door. Gabe sighs. My friends at school are boys. Girls are what? He turns and rolls his eyes. Well, they squeal about stupid stuff and say, oh my God, about everything. I chuckle. Fair enough. No pressure to make friends with the girl next door. But, do you think I should tell Mr. Hans we'll take this place? Another shrug. Okay, I'm going to tell him yes, unless you tell me no with more than a shrug in the next 5 seconds. No words. No more shrugs. 5 seconds pass. On a sigh, I deflate, easing onto my butt with my back against the wall. Throw me a bone, Gabe. Hugging my knees to my chest, I shoot him a pleading look. How can he not see the desperation pouring out of me? Like a dog? He frowns. Yes, like a dog, and I'll chase it. I'll bring it back to you. I'll sit, heel, roll over. I'll do anything you want, if you'll just let me into that head of yours. Tell me what you're thinking. I can only imagine what you're feeling. I've never experienced it, so guessing is all I have if you don't talk to me. He picks at his fingernails, giving them twice the attention that he gives me. What do you want me to say? I restrain from spewing off a mile-long list of questions I have for him. Yes or no? Do you want to live here for now? It's just temporary. The answer can be no. I won't ask why, and I won't ask you any more questions today. We'll just keep looking tomorrow. I don't care. No. I lurch forward, crawling toward him. His eyes widen with my approach. Lifting onto my knees, I fold my hands in front of my chest. Please, please, pretty, please. A yes or no. I need a yes or no. His lips twitch, and after a few seconds, he can't hide his smile. It's like salvation, a needed reminder that I haven't broken him. It's still early. I have 8 more years to royally mess up this kid. Yes, he laughs. Yes! I throw my arms in the air. You're so weird. I climb to my feet. It's in the Glock family. There's nothing you can do to stop it. One day, you'll be weird too. I wink and get out of here before he changes his mind or calls me something more extreme than weird, like menopausal. Taking one last stroll through the main room, I peek into the master bedroom and ensuite bathroom before descending the stairs. We'll take it, if you'll have us. Hugh mutes the TV from his fancy recliner. You got it, Elvis. I grin. Elvis I am not. However, Mr. Hans is quirky and endearing, so I'll let the Elvis thing slide. This place isn't ideal, or where I imagined myself just a few months ago, but I'm doing something important, maybe for the first time in my life. Gabe will be okay. I'll figure things out for us. For now, this beach house with sand-colored tiled floors, beige walls, and white and brown speckled carpet is just fine. Beachfront property I could never afford on my own. And it's 15 minutes from Gabe's school and 30 minutes from my new job. Rental agreement is on the kitchen counter. You can leave a check or pay cash and move in as early as Friday. I'll get those stairs to the master bedroom's balcony finished by then. Sounds perfect. Thank you. As I sign the rental agreement and fill out a check, Gabe makes his way downstairs. Go explore the beach, Mr. Gabriel. Hugh coughs on his words a few times before clearing his throat. Yeah, let's check it out. I fold my copy of the rental agreement and follow Gabe to the front door. Thank you, Hugh. We'll be back Friday afternoon with some boxes and hopefully get some movers to bring the big stuff. If the good Lord don't taketh me by then, I'll be here. I'm not sure how to respond to that, so I opt for a wordless smile. Sometimes the good Lord indiscriminately takes whomever he chooses, or so I've learned. As soon as I close the door behind us, Gabe plucks his phone from his pocket and follows several feet behind me to the beach. "I'd take your shoes off again if you don't want sand in them." I toe off my white canvas sneakers when we reach the sand. Gabe keeps walking, nose into his phone, sand surely filling his shoes. "Or leave them on," I murmur. "Don't you want to dip your toes in the water?" He shakes his head, stopping halfway to the water. "No, thank you. Not exactly my first time at the beach." He drops to his knees in the sand, hovering over his phone to shade the screen as he squints at it. I continue toward the water, stopping just before reaching the wet sand to roll up the legs to my jeans. "Hello!" The young, wavy-haired blonde girl trudges through the sand toward me. "Hi!" I plant my hand at my forehead to block the sun from my eyes. "What's he doing?" She nods toward Gabe. "Are you living in that house? My dad and I just got here. We're staying for 3 months. Then we're moving to Madison. That's in Wisconsin, where I was born. I'll start real school, well, public school, this fall. I'll be in 5th grade for now, but my dad says I might be too smart for the 5th grade. I don't know how he knows that since I've never been in any grade." Wow. Okay, she's quite talkative. Good with words, not like my nephew who tends to mumble all his words, stutter occasionally, and speaks in grunts and shrugs. It's possible she's a little advanced for 10, but I know one other 10-year-old, so the comparison isn't the best. "That's my nephew, Gabriel. Gabe. And yes, we're renting the top floor of Mr. Hans's house. Gabe will be in 5th grade this fall, too." "But what's he doing?" She wrinkles her nose and stares at him through squinted eyes. "He's playing a game on his phone." "Oh." Her head jerks back and she widens her blue eyes at me. "Do not let my dad see him on that. He abhors technology." Abhors. Definitely not a 10-year-old word. "I don't abhor it." My gaze snaps to the deep voice and... Jamie. Not really James Alexander Malcolm Mackenzie Fraser Jamie from my obsession Outlander, but his doppelganger. Why? I'm retired from men. A series of unfortunate events forced me into early retirement. Death, cheating, Houdini at the altar. I'm lucky like that. Now I window shop, but never purchase. I don't even try stuff on anymore. Neighbor Jamie's wavy, dark, ginger blonde hair, that's the color of sand at sunset, ruffles in the wind, and his bronzed skin nearly blinds me because he's not wearing a shirt. Full lips pull into a tiny welcome. "Hello, Sassenach," he whispers. Okay, not really, but I'd love to hear him say it. "Hi, I'm Nathaniel Hunt, Morgan's dad." His American accent tramples my Scottish fantasies as he holds out his hand. If I lick his hand, will it be weird? Too desperate? Too personal for a first encounter? Too immature for 41? Probably. "Graceland." I shake his hand like I'm mad at it, and I am. I'm so pissed off that he's my neighbor for the next 3 months. Where was he when I needed him during my active sexual prime, before my ban on all men? Really, I demand an answer. He narrows his eyes a bit just before I release him. Then he quickly recovers with a smile. "Morgan." I clear the anger from my throat. "Well, Morgan and Nathaniel, it's nice to meet you. Gabe is my nephew, but..." And here it is, the awkward moment. Please tell me this will get easier. I don't want to spend forever explaining our relationship to everyone we meet. Yet it requires some explanation. His parents died, so he's with me now. I guess the answer is yes. Yes, like someone in a wheelchair explaining 1,000,000 times how they ended up in a wheelchair. It sucks explaining it. It sucks that it happened. "Oh my God!" Morgan's hand flies to her mouth. "My mom died while giving birth to me. I never knew her, so it's hard to miss her. He must be completely heartbroken. I can't imagine what I would feel like if my dad died." I force a smile. It is sad, but he's hanging in there. You should go introduce yourself. I bet he'd like that. Oh! Her hand falls from her mouth and covers her chest. Of course. She hikes up the beach toward Gabe. Nathaniel bites his lip in a slight cringe. She's very talkative. I can see that. It's refreshing. I have to drag words out of Gabe. I can't find a great place to put my hands, so I try to shove them into my front pockets, but I'm a bit bloated with my impending menstrual cycle, so it's a tight squeeze. We stare at Gabe and Morgan making introductions, a good distraction. If I concentrate on Nathaniel Hunt too long, I will melt. Most likely a PMS symptom. It doesn't have anything to do with his ripped jeans, bare feet, and sculpted torso. Nope, that does nothing for me. My fingers have no desire to make a slow trip through his hair. Fun fact, PMS for women in their 40s is quite the head game. Some days I hate all men I see, and some days I imagine making out with all men who cross my path. Another fun fact, it's Wednesday. Hump Day. Did I hear you say you're renting from Mr. Hans? Yes, just the top floor and a shared kitchen. How about you? Summer vacation? Nate slides his fingers into the front pockets of his jeans, with ease. He must not be bloated like me. Yes, I suppose you could say that. I nod, contemplating asking more questions to get him to elaborate. It's possible he has a story about his wife dying that he's told 1,000,000 times, so I don't pry. Is it true that you abhor technology? He smirks, keeping a close eye on his daughter. I've just been raising Morgan to experience life a little more hands-on, organically. I glance over at the kids. Morgan's lips moving non-stop, and Gabe ignoring her like a pesky bug flying around his head. Well, that's probably a good thing. Gabe is on electronics all the time. That's, he shrugs, probably pretty typical. Typical, I suppose. I'm not sure. Yet I feel judged. It's likely an irrational response, but my step-in parent self feels like Nathaniel, Mr. Abhors Technology, is silently judging me for letting Gabe be on a cell phone playing games. He lost both parents. If electronics keep him from feeling sad or depressed, then I'm fine with it. He chuckles. I'm not sure that phone will keep him from feeling sad and depressed, but hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. It's the shirt. I know it. If he'd put on a shirt, I wouldn't feel so angry. Angry that Kyle and Emily died. Angry that I've retired from men. Angry that I'm probably screwing up my new role in life. I start to defend Gabe's pastime when Morgan runs toward us, dragging Gabe by the arm behind her and thwarting my words before I bring them to life. Dad, you should invite them to dinner tonight. No, Nathaniel and I say at the same time. My eyebrows slide together. I know, I said it too, but only because I didn't want him to feel pressured. What's his excuse for such a knee-jerk reaction? He scratches his scruffy jaw and twists his lips. We don't have any food, Morgan. Not a slice of bread or a grain of salt. Tonight we'll get groceries, and you can have Gabe over for dinner another night. Gabe. I see how this is going to play out. Fine. I'm fine with it. Men are on my banned list, along with cheese puffs and caramels. Besides, I have a new season of Outlander to watch. And Gracelyn, so you have a friend. Really, Dad, you could use a friend. The awkwardness meter maxes out with her comment. Nate glares at Morgan, but she's too focused on her toes, curling them in the sand. When he glances at me, I bite my lips together and avert my gaze to the water. My hands won't fit into my pockets in any sort of casual way, so I let them hang at my sides. So awkward. I'm sure Gracelyn has lots of friends, he replies on a soft chuckle. She doesn't know anyone because she's from Ohio, Gabe mumbles, chin tipped toward his phone. It's funny, only not really, how much attention he pays to what's going on when I'd rather he not say anything. Idaho, I correct him, giving Nathaniel a tight smile. His gaze is too preoccupied with my hair to notice my facial expression. Blue eyes flit in tiny increments, and when he finally meets my eyes, he clears his throat and does this weird headshake thing, like he's snapping out of a dream. Judging my hair? It's hair. It used to be long and all dark auburn, like the flowing mane of Black Beauty, if Black Beauty had auburn hair. I cut it off at my chin, colored it black, and added some blonde highlights because, well, it's hair. Okay, it's not that simple. There was a wedding, and someone leaving someone else at the altar, whatever. Things changed, so I changed. We should go. Gabe and I have some packing to do. Can you come to dinner tomorrow night? Morgan asks, head cocked at Gabe like this is their decision. Nathaniel rests his hand on her shoulder. Before he can state another objection, I interject. We're moving in Friday afternoon, so tomorrow won't work. Yes, Friday night is pizza night. My dad will order pizza and will help you unpack your stuff. Morgan. Nathaniel moves his other hand to her other shoulder and gives her a tight squeeze. Let them get settled. They don't need our help unpacking. There will be plenty of time for you and Gabe to have pizza another night. Morgan and Gabe. He's definitely excluding me. Again, that's fine. Hello, man ban, I remind myself. And Gracelyn, Morgan rolls her eyes. Geesh, Dad, stop being so rude. We really have to go. I grab Gabe's wrist, giving it a tug, while Nathaniel's face contorts into a slight cringe. Very nice meeting both of you, he says in spite of the embarrassment on his face. You too. I pivot in the sand to make a quick exit, but my left foot doesn't cooperate. The sand holds my foot in place as the weight of my body falls to the side, rolling my ankle. Shit! Shoot! I reach for my ankle. Sorry, I meant... Ouch, ouch, ouch. Whoa, are you okay? Gabe slides his phone into his pocket and kneels beside me with his hand on my arm. My dad's a doctor. Morgan kneels beside Gabe. I'm not a doctor. Nathaniel squats next to my foot. You are. You have a PhD, and you said that makes you Dr. Hunt. I hiss while sitting up. Nate eases my leg into a better position, bracing my ankle with his large, calloused hand. It's swelling. I fear you may have sprained it. It's fine. If I can get out of the sand, I can just walk it off. His other hand rests on my calf as he grins. I don't think walking off a sprain is a good idea, but ice is a great idea. Here, let's see if you can put weight on it. Come on, Gabe. We'll get her other side. Morgan jumps right in to help me as her dad guides my arm around his neck and his arm around my waist. Let's get you out of the sand. He bears most of my weight as Morgan and Gabe fail to do much because I don't want to hurt them with my bloated self. Sorry, it's hard to hop on one foot in the sand. Just carry her, Dad. No, I'm heavy. Just let me crawl out of the sand. Dad, carry her. Morgan's incessant helpfulness makes my cheeks flame 10 shades of embarrassment. You'll hurt your back. I'm heavier than I... No, your back! I protest when he scoops me up. My back is old, but not that old. He laughs, taking confident strides toward Mr. Hans's house. This could not be more embarrassing, I mumble, refusing to look at him even with his face so close to mine. Citrus and ocean cling to his skin, a nice combination. Not that I'm trying to smell him, he's just unavoidably close. And firm and bare-chested. Very capable, firm arms. I suck in my bloated stomach as if this simple act will make me 10 pounds lighter. Careful. He eases me to my feet next to Kyle's Land Rover. My Land Rover? I don't know whose life this is at the moment. Thank you. I try to bear weight on my left foot and cringe. I hobble a few steps. Tender, but not awful. I'll be fine. Thank you. Gabe, will you please grab my shoes? Nathaniel crosses his very capable arms over his chest and nods once. "Ice it as soon as you get home." "Sure thing, Dr. Hunt." "Professor, and therefore just Nathaniel." "You should get crutches," Gabe says, opening the passenger door as I open the driver's side door. "Oh, no. Get one of those fancy little scooters that you kneel on like my dad had. Right, Dad?" Morgan's enthusiasm blows me away. Gabe could use some of it rubbing off onto him. Nathaniel's head bobs side to side. "Maybe. Ice it first and see how it feels in a day or two." "Thank you." He grins, showing a few white teeth. "You said that more than once. It was no big deal." "You carried me off the beach. It's a huge, you deserve all the thank yous kind of deal. I need to buy you pizza, not the other way around." His gaze wanders from mine, often and quickly, like he can't maintain eye contact with me. It's odd. I don't catch the flirty or bashful vibe. It's something else. What? I don't know. "Are you okay to drive?" he asks again, giving me a 2-second glance. Easing into the seat, I nod. "It's my left foot. I'm good. I catch myself and finish with a silent grin instead. Chapter 3. Nathaniel. "He's so cute, and I love the way he talks. It's like you, Dad." Morgan rinses her feet off at the spigot on the side of the house while I hold a towel for her. I quirk a single brow. Should I feel guilty that my American daughter is so enamored by an American accent? You have it too. She sort of does. It's more of a chameleon accent that changes upon location. I'm partial to her Italian accent. "He said dude a dozen times. Every time I tried to grab his phone. Dude," she says with emphasis, like she's testing it out. "It's kind of cool." Dear God, please, no. I've protected her from overusing fillers such as like, and If our time here in California transforms my daughter into a valley girl, I won't be happy. She dries off her feet and floats into the house with a dreamy smile I have not seen on her face in maybe ever. Our last stop didn't include neighbors. I blinked and she dove into early puberty. After she changes into leggings, a tee, and clean flip-flops, we hop into our blue rental, a 2-door BMW convertible, and spend an eternity shopping for groceries and replenishing toiletries while she talks without taking a breath. "Dude, that's a lot of money," she says when the cashier announces our $350 total. Dude, just great. Wow can be used instead of dude in that scenario. "Whatevs, Dad." She rolls her eyes as I push the cart of groceries out to the car. Whatever. My correction gets me back-to-back eye rolls. As we make our way to the beach house, I glance through the rearview mirror at Morgan grinning, her hair whipping in the wind, hands above her head like riding a roller coaster. I miss my wife every day, even after a decade without her. Knowing I showed our daughter the world, that I did exactly what we had planned on doing, brings a bittersweet smile to my face. "Do you think you'll get married again?" Morgan asks. 10 years. I made it 10 years without her curiosity peaking to the point of contemplating my future apart from hers. It was good while it lasted. "Nope, you're my girl. You're all I need." "Dad, you can't marry me. And if I get married, who will you have?" It's not enough that she has her mom's face and my first love's name to haunt me on a daily basis. She has to point out all the tiny facts I've chosen to ignore, like she's going to get married and leave me someday. I might get a dog. "Hey!" She leans forward and pinches the back of my neck. "That's not fair. I want a dog too." I shrug, pulling into the driveway. "Then you'd better just stick with me instead of chasing crazy dreams like getting married." This girl, she's life. She pumped my heart when I didn't think it could keep beating. She filled my lungs when I thought I'd taken my last breath. She crawled up my face and showed me I still had a smile. I think all these amazing things about her as we fill the fridge and cupboards with food and read books on opposite ends of the sofa. 3 more months until we settle into something considered normal. I don't want to rush one single moment. Over the next few days, we explore San Diego, searching for favorite restaurants, ice cream shops, watching hang gliders at Torrey Pines Gliderport, and searching for starfish and sea anemones at the Point Loma tide pools. Then Morgan drags me to Mr. Hans's house to meet him, so she can ask him a million questions about Gabe and Gracelyn. We purchase bikes, chairs and umbrellas for the beach, and a beanbag chair. While trying to raise a child without the constant entertainment of screens, I've had to make sacrifices. She likes to read books in a beanbag chair, since having one at a hostel in Israel. And if I say no to the chair, she wants an iPad, like it's her right to dole out ultimatums. So, her new beanbag chair is light pink, her favorite color, and more than half her clothes.
They're back! Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh!
Morgan barrels down the stairs as I assemble sandwiches for our late Friday afternoon lunch. Bugs? Whales? Migratory birds? You need to elaborate.
Gabe and Gracelyn!
Oh, that's right. They're moving in today. I set her plate onto the small round kitchen table. Whoa, wait. You need to eat. I frown as she shoves her feet into her pink flip-flops.
Dad, they're literally moving in right now, and she's limping. I think her leg is still hurt.
What have I told you about literally? Her face turns sour.
I know. Most of what I say is and should be literal, so I don't need to say it. Instead, I should stress if something is more figurative, but could be mistaken as literal.
My chest swells with pride. Will she be too advanced for her age to fit in at a public school? Not just academically. I sometimes question if she'll be too mature.
Save my sandwich!
Opening my mouth, I start to protest again, but the hopeful gleam in her eyes kills my words before they jump from my tongue. Only help. If they don't need help, then you'll just be in the way.
Got it!
She sprints out the door and I let her go. Let her go. Is that what I'm doing? Slowly letting her go. In 8 years, she'll legally be an adult. I might need 8 years to rip off the Band-Aid. My paralyzing fear sends waves of nausea through my stomach. What's going to happen when she leaves me more often to go places with friends, driving a car on her own, dating? Losing her feels like I'm losing control. Or maybe it's the other way around. Either way, it's torturous.
Chapter 4.
Gracelyn.
It's too heavy. Gabe and I can get it.
I protest as Mr. Hans carries my overstuffed suitcase into the house. The movers dropped off the big stuff, beds, a sofa, and 2 chairs an hour earlier. I thought we could get the rest on our own. I might have overestimated my physical capabilities since the sprained ankle incident. Mr. Hans shakes his head. It's fine. I had my hernia repaired last year. He sets it down just before the steps, parking his hands on his hips to catch his breath as Morgan and Gabe squeeze past him, each carrying a small box of Gabe's belongings.
I can get it up the stairs.
I hobble toward the suitcase with my ankle wrapped and wedged into my military-style boot. It's the only way I can walk without assistance. I saw a doctor just to make sure it wasn't a break. He told me it's a bad sprain and I should stay off it. I follow the doctor's orders, when I can. No, he frowns at my foot. I see you hobbling, Elvis. Morgan told me you injured your ankle.
I just twisted it a bit.
He shakes off my attempt to grab the suitcase. Just give me a minute to catch my second wind and I'll get it up the stairs.
My dad can carry it. I'll go get him.
Morgan runs down the stairs.
No, really. Worst case scenario, I just unpack it here and carry my clothes upstairs in 2 or 3 loads.
Nathaniel carried me to my car. I'm not letting him carry my suitcase up the stairs.
He's so strong. He can pick me up and toss me into the air until I touch the clouds.
Morgan turns as she opens the screen door. Her lips twist for a few seconds.
I figuratively touch the clouds. It's a hyperbole.
Her hair zips away in a blonde streak as she runs next door. Mr. Hans's bushy, dark gray eyebrows slide up his forehead like caterpillars. Figuratively. A smile, I think. Smart little cookie. I bite my lips together and nod. I'm emptying my suitcase here. Patience, Elvis, help is on the way. I hate feeling like a damsel in distress. Stupid Sand. Why did I think it would be fun to rent a beachfront home? Nathaniel Hunt, strongest man in a 2-house radius, arrives 60 seconds later. Thank God he's wearing a shirt today. How can I be of assistance? He flashes a hero's smile. Elvis didn't want to let me catch my breath before carrying the suitcase upstairs, so Miss Morgan volunteered you.
I can just empty it right here.
My voice carries a tiny edge to it. I'm not mad. I'm just frustrated for so many reasons. Death, my new job, my new responsibility, my weak ankle, my period. Nathaniel's gaze sticks to my hair again. What's his deal? Has he never seen highlights before? Granted, they are a little chunkier than I expected. I run my fingers through my hair, and his blue-eyed focus lowers to my face. Elvis? His head cocks to the side. I shoot Mr. Hans the hairy eyeball. He smirks. Graceland? Elvis? Oh. Nathaniel nods at Mr. Hans's 2-word explanation for my nickname.
Mail!
Morgan and Gabe trek through the entry with 2 more small boxes and a pile of mail on top of Gabe's box.
The mail lady has a gold tooth. Gabe said he thinks it's cool, but I told him it means she lost part of a tooth or it decayed. Dad's molar cracked in Germany and he got a crown, but it's not gold.
Gabe drops his box at the bottom of the stairs and picks up the mail. Huge hands? He squints at it before handing it to Huge Hands. Morgan giggles, peering over Gabe's shoulder at the mail.
It's Hugh Hans. The G is silent. We met a cliff diver named Hugh when we visited Devil's Tears in Indonesia. He explored the water and jumped off the highest cliffs while holding a camera on a long pole. He had the darkest tan, hair to his shoulders, and lots of whiskers on his face. His muscles were big like my dad's, but Hugh had tattoos. So did his girlfriend. She put 1,000,000 braids in my hair so it looked just like her hair. And she said Hugh is the most handsome man in the world, and someday I'd find my own Hugh who kissed me until I fainted. Can you imagine fainting from a kiss?
I can't stop thinking it. This girl is 10. Nathaniel narrows his gaze at her. When did you have this conversation, young lady? She rolls her eyes.
I told you when Steffi braided my hair while you jumped off the cliff with Hugh. She also said you probably looked a lot like Hugh when you were younger.
Fantastic. My new neighbor resembles a hot cliff diver and Jamie Fraser. Nathaniel shakes his head. Morgan, Morgan, Morgan. He clutches the handle of my suitcase, making the thick veins in his arms pop along with every muscle, and carries it up the stairs. One slow step at a time, I follow him. Up with the good foot, drag the bad one. Which room? He turns, waiting for me.
The one at the end.
My stiff snail's pace gets me to my bedroom just as he sets it on the bed.
Thank you so much.
He turns, again inspecting my hair. Can I ask why you stare at my hair so much? I end my question with a slight laugh so he doesn't think I'm offended or upset. He averts his gaze to the side and shakes his head. It's nothing. Is there something in my hair? I smooth it with both hands. No. He meets my eyes, and a sadness ghosts along his face. Your hair reminds me of someone, that's all. Sorry, I'm not trying to make you feel uncomfortable. Oh, I'm not really uncomfortable. Totally uncomfortable. You remind me of someone too, I say. Oh, who's that? Jamie Fraser, my Outlander crush. Just this guy. He's not from around here. He's actually from Scotland. Nathaniel nods. Do you need help with anything else? Nope, I've got it. He glances at my foot for a few seconds. Let me rephrase. Is there anything left in the back of your vehicle? Just a few bags and boxes. Gabe and I can get them. You've done enough.
Dad, can you help? There's a really heavy box,
Morgan yells from the bottom of the stairs. He smirks. Unpack your stuff. Rest your ankle. I've got this. I deflate. I'm sorry. We should have had the moving company haul everything, but the bulk of my things are in storage and we're selling the larger items that belonged to my brother and his wife. I just wasn't thinking about my ankle. No apologies, he murmurs as he passes me to head back down the stairs. Blowing out a long breath, I open my suitcase and start unpacking my clothes, pausing when I see the soft silk. You're not here, I whisper, closing my eyes and hugging a white lace and silk nightie to my chest. I will never wear this nightie. It should go in the trash, not traveling everywhere with me, but I can't let it go. I can't let him go. Not yet. Running my hands over the delicate material, I mold it to the curves of my breasts, imagining what I would have looked like wearing it, imagining the look on his face. The sandpaper of a deep voice causes me to jump, and my eyes fly open. Where do you want this box? Nathaniel asks, eyeing the sexy lingerie pressed to my body over my white tank top. I wad up the nightie and shove it in the pocket of my pants. Yes, my pants. There are dresser drawers and a suitcase where I could hide it, where it wouldn't seem like a big deal. Nope, I shove it into my pocket where it doesn't completely fit, leaving one of the spaghetti straps hanging out in plain sight. Whoever said you can't be single, in your 40s, and completely awesome at the same time? Well, they were right. Nathaniel drags his gaze from my bulging pocket to my bugged-out eyes. Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. It's fine, I fold my hands in front of me to hide the bulging pocket. Just, deciding what to keep and what to give away. I'm undecided on this. I pat my pocket. So I'll just keep it. I rub my lips together to prevent myself from laughing as my cheeks burn. In my pocket. The last 3 words squeak out. Nathaniel plants his teeth into his lower lip and nods slowly, his gaze flitting between mine and my pocket. Okay, but I assume you don't want this box in your other pocket, so where do you want it? A tiny chuckle escapes when I tip my chin down and cover my face. Just set it anywhere. He drops the box in the corner by the door to the balcony and the stairs Mr. Hans finished building. Your room faces mine, but I don't have stairs from my balcony. Oh, good. My room faces cliff-diving Jamie's room. Just perfect.
Dad, I'm taking Gabe to our house for lunch. He said he's hungry and they don't have food yet.
Morgan and Gabe lurk in the doorway, her with a grin on her face and him with his nose in his phone. Gabe, we can go get lunch right now and then go to the store, I interject before my overly generous neighbors do one more thing to make me feel completely incompetent today. I'm hungry now. I said we can go now.
Dude, it's just a sandwich.
Morgan holds up both hands, eyes wide. Those wide eyes wander as she shuffles toward me.
What's this?
Before I realize her intentions, she plucks the nightie from my pocket.
Oh, that's...
I try to grab it, but she's too fast, spinning toward her dad.
Look at this beautiful dress, Dad. It looks my size.
Morgan holds it up to her lithe body for 2 seconds before sliding it over her head.
Why do you have a girl's dress?
She spins in a circle, then smooths her hand down the front of it. It's her pajamas. My mom used to have those in different colors, Gabe mumbles, making a quick glance up at me. Is that my mom's? What? My shock rushes out as a weak breath. No, of course not. I would never wear a dead woman's lingerie.
Wow, I want a nightshirt just like this one, please, Daddy.
I cringe, forcing my gaze to Nathaniel's as he lifts his chin and scratches his jaw. When you're older.
Why when I'm older?
Because they don't make these for little girls. I jump in and slide the nightie up her body and over her head. Little girls your age should wear fun cotton jammies with Disney princesses on them. She lifts her arms and relinquishes the nightie.
Dad says Disney is too commercialized.
I shove the nightie under my other clothes still in the suitcase and shoot Nathaniel a narrow-eyed look that says, "Seriously? No electronics and no Disney?" He shrugs. "It's true. I went to Disney last year. I love it there." Gabe's glowing endorsement of Disney doesn't help the situation. Of course he loved it there. What kid doesn't like Disney?
I wonder if I'd like it.
Morgan taps her finger on her chin while giving her dad a curious expression.
You would. It's the happiest place on earth,
Gabe reassures her. My gaze ping-pongs between Nathaniel and Morgan.
Wait, the happiest place on earth? You said I wouldn't like Disney, but it's the happiest place on earth? We have to go, Dad.
We do. We have to go make Gabe a sandwich. He rests his hands on her shoulders and steers her out of the room. Coming, Gabe? Without giving me a second glance, Gabe follows the lunch wagon. Gracelyn, can I bring you something to eat? Nathaniel asks just before descending the stairs after the kids. No, thank you. I might take this opportunity to go get groceries. Or, wait, I limp toward him. That's not right, is it? His forehead wrinkles. What? Leaving Gabe with strangers? I mean, not total strangers, but we just met you a few days ago. I guess I'm not sure what the vetting process is for this situation. First-time mom, guardian, or whatever. I wrinkle my nose. You can never be too protective, he says. I'm not sure I'd go that far. I think not taking a 10-year-old girl to Disney, if you have the means to do it, is a little overprotective. I can make him a sandwich to go, or you can vet me right now. He crosses his arms over his chest. I don't know how to vet a babysitter. What kind of professor are you? Anatomy. Have you ever been arrested? No. Have you ever killed anyone? He hesitates. Holy shit, he hesitates for a split second before shaking his head. Maybe we get the sandwich to go. My lips curl into a tight smile. I bet an anatomy professor would know all the ways to kill someone. And what better front for a serial killer than the widower with a young daughter? I watched a documentary on serial killers. They're alarmingly charming and charismatic. I didn't pass the vetting process? He chuckles. No. Yes. I'm not sure. I mean, would you leave Morgan with me? He eyes me for a few seconds before a slight smirk quirks his full lips. Of course not. I hobble down the stairs after him. Seriously? Mr. Hans gives us a slight nod as he waters the ferns by the window. I chase might be an exaggeration. I limp behind Nathaniel to the other house. You have to elaborate. He glances over his shoulder when he reaches the top step to his deck, opening his mailbox to find it empty. Elaborate on what? He pivots to face me. Why you wouldn't leave Morgan with me? I don't know enough about you. It's that simple. My head jerks backward as I stand idle at the bottom of the stairs while Mr. Abor's Electronics looks down on me, literally and figuratively, as I imagine Morgan might say. I'm just a woman with my life tipped upside down because my brother and his wife died and left me with their son. I don't have any children of my own. I have no clue how to be a good parent. I'm just trying to keep my head above water and not screw anything up beyond repair. Nathaniel doesn't react with more than perfectly timed blinks. When the words I just spewed at his feet catch up to the 5-second delay in my head, I close my eyes. Okay, I just gave you all the reasons why you should feel uncomfortable leaving your daughter with me. Peeking open one eye, I squint up at him. I might suck at this, but I'll get better. After a few seconds, he turns, takes 2 steps toward the door, and stops with his back to me. After my wife died, I had no clue what to do with this newborn baby. I didn't know how to hold her properly, change her diapers or feed her. I was a mess. A guy with a PhD but completely clueless how to take care of a baby. You'll figure it out. He opens the screen door and disappears. Chapter 5. Nathaniel.
Dad?
Morgan calls from my bedroom window while I finger through my wet hair. We spent the first half of the day biking and building sandcastles on the beach. She wanted to get showered and changed into nice clothes before Gabe arrived home. It's been 2 weeks of spying on Gabe, obsessing over why he's not home on time, wondering what he's doing, begging me for an iPad so they can play some game together. He tells her over and over that he goes to a friend's house while Gracelyn is at work. That does little to tame her anxiousness. "What's up?" I shut off the light in the bathroom and meet her at the window that faces Gracelyn's room. "Oh, whoa!" I cover Morgan's eyes.
Dad?
She shoves my hand away.
I'm a girl.
There's no sign of Gabe, but Gracelyn's under her bedroom balcony, partially hidden behind ornamental grass, stripping out of her clothes, right down to her bra and panties. She shoves them into a plastic bag, pokes her head out of the grass to sweep her gaze left to right, emerges from the grass cover and dashes up to her balcony, clearly moving better on her ankle. After she closes the French door, she yanks the shade shut behind her. Huh. That's it. That's my best reaction.
Why did she take off her clothes outside?
I don't know.
Well, when they got home, she pointed for Gabe to go in through the deck door. So I'm going to go see him. If I see Gracelyn, I'll ask her why she stripped.
She skips toward the stairs. Morgan, I chase after her. Don't ask her about it. If she knows we saw her, it might be really embarrassing. We don't want to embarrass her, okay?
Fine, whatevs, I won't say anything.
I haven't had any in-depth conversations with Gracelyn since they moved in 2 weeks ago. We sit on the deck stairs to her place or mine and watch the kids play on the beach, usually talking about them. I don't know what she does, but I can't lie. The stripping thing a few seconds ago piqued my curiosity. 20 minutes later, 2 kids streak past the front window toward the beach. They plant one of the umbrellas in the sand, drop into the beach chairs, and cover themselves with beach towels. This is new. Gracelyn appears a few seconds later, taking a seat on the bottom step to my deck with her phone in her hand. I watch the situation for a few minutes before opening the door. She glances back at me. Hey, I can keep an eye on them if you have things to do. What exactly are they doing? I take a seat next to her, reminding myself to keep my gaze from lingering on her hair. It's hard. I do it a lot, and I can tell that she notices it because she smooths her hands over her hair when I let my gaze linger too long. Gracelyn's face contorts, little wrinkles forming by her eyes. You don't want to know what they're doing. That's code for I need to know. When I stand to check out what I apparently don't want to know, she grabs my wrist. They're playing a game on Gabe's tablet. I start to pull out of her hold, and she tightens her grip. We have a silent stare-off until she releases me, along with a deep sigh. She's going to be around kids who have cell phones, computers, and tablets. According to Gabe, most schools give kids computers or tablets that they get to bring home. If you're planning on sending her to public school, you'd better be prepared for her to have a lot of exposure to it. I squint against the sun to see them huddled under the towels before easing back onto the step next to Gracelyn. I hate it, she chuckles. I can see that. We wordlessly stare at the water for several minutes before I turn toward her. How's your new job going? She stiffens, keeping her gaze on the water. Fine, thanks. What do you do? She bites the inside of her cheek for several seconds. I work at a salon. You do hair? More cheek biting before a slow nod. Yeah. Is that what you did in Idaho? No, she laughs a little. I worked in sales, radio advertising. Now you're doing what you were trained to do. That has to feel rewarding. Another pause and slow nod.
Yes, I was trained to do this job. How about you?
She shifts her body to face me.
Will you go back to being a professor this fall?
Probably not this fall. I've been working on a book, and I might see about getting it published.
Wow, what's your book about? Anatomy?
No, I laugh. It's about my life. I spent a lot of time journaling when we traveled, so I wrote about my experiences. The first half of the book covers things that happened before Morgan was born, and the second half is all about our adventures.
A single dad story?
Of sorts. It's quite ironic. I've never been much of a reader, for pleasure, more out of necessity. However, when I decided I wanted Morgan to experience life and learning away from the internet, I had to set a good example, so I started reading for enjoyment.
But you have a cell phone?
Yes.
And you only use it to make calls? No email, no social media, games, photos?
I use it to take videos and photos.
You're not on any social media?
I shake my head.
Graceland tilts her head, narrowing her eyes. I think I'm envious. And you're staring at my hair again.
Geez. I close my eyes, wrinkling my nose. I'm sorry.
Would it help if I wore a hat?
No, I grin, resting my forearms on my knees while diverting my gaze to the ground. My wife.
Your wife?
Yes. When I met my wife, she had your hair. The length, the color, the highlights, or streaks, as I called them.
I can change it. I've been thinking of making a change.
That would be great, thank you. Shifting my gaze to the kids, I wait for her to respond, working hard to contain my grin. Through the corner of my eye, I see her hanging jaw and unblinking eyes.
She clears her throat. There anything else I can do to make your time here less stressful, Professor Hunt? Different clothes, a different shade of lip gloss?
Fisting my hand at my mouth, I snort a laugh. I'm kidding. Jerk. She shoves my arm, and I sway to the side a bit. Well, you offered.
I was being nice.
By offering something you weren't really going to do? Graceland rubs the smile from her face.
I was being...
She drums the pads of her fingers on her lips.
Agreeable. Likeable.
A liar. I nudge her leg with mine.
I didn't expect you to call my bluff. Has anyone ever called you rude?
Never. I grin.
Dad!
Morgan throws the towel from her head and runs toward us.
Can Gabe stay for dinner?
Why? I brush sand from her cheek.
I can't tell you. Just say yes.
Why? I grab her and hug her back to my chest, nuzzling my scruffy face in her neck. She tries to wiggle out of my hold.
Daddy!
She giggles.
Stop! I just want Gabe to stay for dinner.
Gabe trudges through the sand, carrying the towels and the umbrella. She wants me to make her an avatar on this game.
Gabriel Guacamole, I told you not to say anything or my dad would say no.
Guacamole? Graceland and I ask at the same time.
Jinx!
Morgan yells.
You both said guacamole at the same time.
Gabe rolls his eyes. She thinks my last name sounds like guac. Not nice, Morgan. I narrow my eyes at her.
It's just for fun. He called Mr. Hans huge hands, and Mr. Hans calls Graceland Elvis. Sometimes you call me Squirt, which is gross because I heard Rocco saying he got the squirts from bad sushi. Basically, you're calling me the S word that ends in HIT when you call me Squirt, so Gabriel Guacamole can't be bad, Dad. We love guac, right?
I've created a monster. A 10-year-old, too smart for her own good monster. Graceland covers her mouth to hide her grin, but I don't miss her shoulders bouncing in silent laughter. Gabe shrugs. I like guacamole. It's fine. But watch out. I'll think of a name for you. He shoots Morgan an evil glare that makes the smile on her face swell by 100%.
Now we just need to find a special nickname for your dad.
Graceland twists her lips, squinting at me.
Nate. That's his nickname. It's no fun, but he only lets certain people call him Nate. Can they call you Nate?
Morgan gets in my face, sucking up the oxygen and staring me down with googly eyes.
Huh? Can they?
Nah, Nathaniel is best. Well, Graceland slaps her hands onto her legs just before standing. Nate it is. She winks at me. Until I can find something even better. Great. How did two grown-ass adults get tangled into childish name-calling? And why does it give me pleasure to know she'll be giving me and my nickname so much thought? Maybe because she reminds me of my wife, and I miss my wife. That void feels as empty today as it felt a decade ago. I don't want to spend my life in mourning, but I also don't want to replace her space in my heart. I gave it to her. It will always be hers.
So, yes or no to Gabe staying for dinner?
My daughter likes to put me on the spot. We need to discuss her poor social etiquette. I'm sure it will earn me a few hard eye rolls and maybe even a whatevs or two. Fine, Gabe can stay for dinner, but I don't want this to turn into hours staring at a screen. We have games you guys can play that don't involve staring at a screen.
Boring.
Morgan frowns at Gabe, but he just nods his head slowly.
I like games. We used to play games on New Year's Eve. You only say that because you always get to be on your phone. Some of us don't have phones,
she mumbles. Again, Graceland snickers, masking it as a cough. I'll send him home by 8, I say. Graceland nods. 8 is good.
9, Dad. It's summer vacation.
Your whole life has been a summer vacation. Squirt. I quirk an eyebrow at her.
So not fair. Come on, Guac, we can play the game on your tablet until Dad's done making dinner.
She stomps up the stairs and he follows her like a meek animal. The boy has time to grow a pair, but he'd better get started if he has a prayer of standing up to all the strong-willed Morgans in the world. Any allergies I need to know about? I ask after the kids escape into the house. Graceland's eyes widen. You're Gabe's guardian now and you don't know if he has any allergies?
Well, he's still alive, and we've had many different kinds of food. Wheat, dairy, nuts, shellfish. I think he's good. Feel free to ask him. Let me know if he discloses any allergies to you. I'll make a note of it for future reference.
You, I shake my head but can't hide my grin, are crazy.
Crazy good, right?
She turns on her heel and saunters home. Is crazy ever good? I call after her.
It's the only kind of good. Night, Nate.
Chapter 6. Graceland. I could be off my game, if I had one, which I don't, so I can't say for sure, but I'm pretty sure Nate was flirting with me last week when Gabe stayed for dinner. However, if that were true, then he would have invited me to stay for dinner too, right? It doesn't matter. That's all I need to remember. Man ban. Who cares if he's flirting? I have no desire to reciprocate. Well, that's not true. I walked away swinging my ass like a pendulum. The accurate phrase is, I have no desire to be in a relationship ever again. 3 strikes, I'm out of the game. Death, cheating, chicken. Sounds like a farmer going vegan. Nope, it's the short story of my love life, which is a long story that stretched more than 20 years. Mind if I ask why you're not married? Mr. Hans pops a breakfast burrito into the microwave while I brew coffee and make scrambled eggs for Gabe. Unlucky at love. I grin, stirring the eggs in the frying pan. Does that mean you've never been in love? No, I've been in love 3 times. And you've had your heart broken 3 times. He takes his burrito out of the microwave and sits at the kitchen table by the window. You'd think so, but in hindsight, I've only truly had my heart broken once. Gabe, I call up the stairs. He runs downstairs, grabs his plate of eggs and toast, and runs back upstairs. Good morning to you too, I murmur. Mr. Hans chuckles at Gabe as I sit at the table with my coffee and buttered toast. Are you good at keeping secrets? I think so. He pauses his cutting motion and glances up at me. I hear dead people. Well, just one. I hear a dead person. Or I used to. He's been quiet lately, but it was hell on my love life. If it's Elvis Presley, you will have made my whole day. I grin. Sorry to disappoint. Brandon Allen, my first and truest love. He died of a congenital heart condition when he was 22. He spent his last year on the transplant list. No luck. I met him when he was 11 and I was 10. Mr. Hans grins, and so do I. Yes, Gabe's and Morgan's age. Crazy, right? I met my wife when we were not even old enough to crawl. Our mothers were best friends. It took me 17 years to convince her I was her soulmate. Stubborn thing, thought she had to date every guy but me, just to make sure she wasn't missing out on anything better. Can you believe that? I grin, knowing he has at least 2 toes sticking out of holes in his socks as we speak. Unimaginable. So, this Brandon guy, you hear him? Yes. Well, I haven't in years, but I think it's because I haven't dated anyone in years. He only speaks to me when I'm in a relationship. And before you report me to social services as an unfit guardian for Gabe, let me just say that I know it's not really his voice. It's this leftover part of his spirit inside of me. It's my conscience, disguised as him. He finishes chewing and wipes his mouth with a hanky. I've noticed he uses a hanky for everything. I like the scenario where his ghost is talking to you much better than you pretending that it's not really his voice. A wry grin slides up my face as I tear my toast into small pieces, plucking them into my mouth with the same caution as my confession. I like it too. It's like he's with me. Margie doesn't talk to me, but she said very few words even before she died. Looks. She gave me looks. Mostly death glares, but occasionally she smiled with pink cheeks, fluttering her eyelashes at me like she did when we were younger. How many people can say they've known the love of their life for their entire life? We were born one day apart, almost to the exact minute. I like this story. Who's older? Well, I am, of course. She died. I shake my head and grin. You know what I mean. She was one day older, and I never let the old bat forget it either. My face hurts from the size of my grin. I love that. Brandon and I were crazy, and he was so ornery. Always playing jokes on me, embarrassing me so much, but it was just us. He made me up my game, always finding a better revenge. I sigh, letting my smile fade. Just before he died, he said, "You win, Grace. Now go find another worthy opponent." Such a jerk. He just had to be awesome until his last breath, clearly making him the winner. And I think he damn well knew it. That was 20 years ago, and I still hear those words like an eternal echo. There's a fine man staying next door that might be a good match for you. A widower, good-looking, age-appropriate. No. I stand, dumping my toast crust into the trash and topping off my coffee mug. I'm done. No more men for me. No more dating, no more catastrophes. I'm 41 and just done. Oh, Elvis, you have more than half a life left. You're really going to spend it alone? Leaning against the counter, I sip my coffee. No, I have at least 8 years left with Gabe. Beyond that, I can't imagine needing anything more than a library card and 2 or 3 cats. As long as my parents are still alive, I'll have them. I make friends pretty easily. I might even move back to Idaho, where most of said friends live. Oh, Lord, you can't be serious. Books, cats, and Idaho? I rub my lips together. Sounds amazing, right? 3 knocks on the door make me jump, tightening the sash to my robe. Company? I cringe, thinking I might need to get my ass upstairs. Delivery, I imagine. He slowly unfolds from the chair and shuffles to the door. Good morning. I empty the rest of my coffee in the sink and rinse out my mug. Come in. Can I get you some coffee? Wait, I freeze. Who is he inviting into the house? I can't get to the stairs from the kitchen without passing the front door.
Sure.
Nate's voice. My body hurls into panic mode. I'm trapped in a short terry cloth bathrobe with bunnies on it and a hood. Yes, I have a hood with bunny ears on it. Don't even get me started on my hair that surely has a party happening in the back.
Where's Miss Morgan?
Mr. Hans asks.
Taking a shower.
Mere seconds before the two men enter the kitchen, I lick my hands and wipe down the back of my hair.
Elvis, look who's joining us for coffee.
Before Nate traipses into the kitchen, I get a full second to shoot Mr. Hans a scowl.
Good morning.
Nate trips on his words as his eyebrows stand at attention, gaze assessing my robe. Bunnies. So what? My shoulders slide back, chin simultaneously inching upward to prove I'm confident in my own skin, and a bunny robe.
Good morning. I was just going upstairs to shower.
Mr. Hans grabs Nate a coffee mug while my confidence wavers under Nate's swelling smile.
Do you not work today?
Nate asks. I clear my throat.
This afternoon.
What's the salon called? I need a trim.
It's only for women.
He squints. Never heard of that. Can they do that?
Yeah. There have been men-only barbershops for years.
Well, that's a bummer. I was hoping you could trim my hair.
Sorry, I shrug.
I have scissors and clippers. Margie used to cut my hair. Elvis can cut your hair at your house or right here in my kitchen. I even have a cape.
Great.
No,
I protest Nate's great. He chuckles.
I'll pay you. Come on, Elvis, cut the guy's hair. He helped you move in. It's the least you can do.
I don't like Mr. Hans anymore. Not at all.
Just a little trim around the ears and in front.
Nate runs his hands through his hair. God, he's sexy. I figured you were growing it out to put it in a ponytail. I smile as if I meant to say that aloud. Nate sips his coffee and sits at the table with Mr. Hans.
Why would I do that?
Because that's how Jamie Fraser wears his hair, except when he's in bed, doing very sexy things to... I shake my head, trying to erase the ridiculous thoughts popping into it.
No reason. I'm going to shower. I didn't know you were coming for coffee.
I came over to borrow a few tools, Nate says. Coffee first.
Mr. Hans holds up his mug and Nate taps it, like two guys at a bar. I shuffle my bare feet out of the kitchen, not feeling like toasting to anything in my short bunny robe.
Don't worry about my hair. If you're not comfortable doing it, I'll find someone else.
My body jerks to a stop in spite of my brain telling me to politely say, okay, and keep moving. Nope, not me. I'm offended that he's implying I can't cut his hair. A hairstylist cuts hair. He thinks I'm a hairstylist. I should be able to cut his hair.
Tomorrow morning, your place. I like my coffee black.
I continue up the stairs, beaming with pride for a full 10 seconds. It's not until I'm behind my closed bedroom door that I freak out. What did I just do? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I spend the rest of the morning glued to my phone screen, much like Gabe, watching videos on cutting men's hair. Chapter 7. Nathaniel. Morgan and I spend the overcast day writing letters to friends we've met around the world. Real letters with paper and pens. Then she reads on the sofa while I work on my book. The book that's handwritten throughout 6 different spiral notebooks. It's hard to spend hours writing on a laptop while preaching to my daughter the evils of the almighty screen.
There she goes again.
Morgan, from her nest of blankets on the sofa, stares out the window, the one below my bedroom window. It's become a regular event. Gracelyn and Gabe arrive home. Gabe goes in through the deck door. Gracelyn strips to her panties and bra behind the grass plants, shoves her clothes into a bag, and dashes up the stairs to her bedroom. I won't lie, I don't exactly hate her routine. However, my curiosity grows with each episode.
You haven't said anything to Gabe or her, have you? Morgan shakes her head.
You said we didn't want to make her feel embarrassed.
She tosses her book aside.
I'm going over to see Gabe.
I figured. I stay focused on the window as if Graceland's still undressing, as if I haven't had sex in a long time, as if...
Do you think it would be cool if Gabe were my boyfriend and Graceland were your girlfriend, just for the summer?
What? My head jerks in her direction as she slips on her shoes. No. I shake my head like the torso of a wet dog. Where did she come up with that ridiculous idea? She shrugs.
I've never had a boyfriend, and you haven't had a girlfriend since Mom. It would be nice to practice a little before I start school this fall.
Practice? I tilt my head to the side.
Yes, if I get a boyfriend in school, I don't want him to think I don't know what I'm doing.
Kill me now. And, I clear my throat, what do you mean by doing? I roll, shocking.
That's just it, I don't know. Gabe can show me.
Show you what? I sit up, dropping my notebook and pencil onto the cushion beside me, my blood pressure in the unhealthy range.
Dad, I don't know. It's like when you try to get me to try something new to eat and I say I don't like it. You say I can't know that until I taste it. Well, I need a taste of a boyfriend.
No, you don't. She opens the door and tosses me a sour face over her shoulder before leaving.
Figuratively.
The door shuts. I lose 5 more years off my life. And now we have a boyfriend situation. The next morning, Graceland arrives on time with a plastic bag and an odd smile. It's more of a cringe, scraping her teeth over the corner of her bottom lip as Gabe plops down in one of the porch chairs with his tablet to wait for Morgan. The girl who used to get ready for the day in less than 5 minutes now takes 50 minutes. Come in, I say to Graceland, eyeing Gabe. It's not that I don't like him. He seems nice enough. I just don't know about him being the object of Morgan's affection, her obsession. Coffee, black. I nod to the mug on the counter as she sets the bag on the kitchen table.
Thank you.
Her hand shakes as she lifts it to her lips. Is something wrong? I stare at her shaking hand for a few more seconds before meeting her wide-eyed gaze.
No, why?
Your hand is shaking. She steadies the mug by lifting her other hand to help set it on the counter.
I was just a little nervous. I didn't know how hot it was. Didn't want to burn my tongue.
I return a slow nod. So, do you want my hair wet or dry?
It's best dry while I use the clippers.
I only want it trimmed. No need for clippers unless you think the back of my neck is too hairy. Her lips part, but no words come out. Just trim it up a bit with scissors so I don't have hair hanging in my eyes.
The order is clippers and then scissors.
I chuckle. I don't want it buzzed.
The clippers have different guard lengths.
She seems upset, on edge. It's weird. Okay, you're the expert. I pull out a chair and sit down while she dumps the contents of the bag onto the table. After plugging in the clippers, she inspects the guards and a small smile jumps onto her face when she catches me watching her.
Let's do this.
She shoves one of the guards onto the clippers and flips the switch.
Oh!
She startles when it hums.
That tickles my hand.
Maybe I should remove my shirt or grab a towel?
What? Oh, shoot. No.
She shuts off the clippers and grabs the folded cape by the bag.
Sorry, I spaced on the cape. I'm just out of my element.
But you do this for a living.
Not in people's kitchens.
She wraps the cape around me. I tug on the neck a bit.
Too tight?
She narrows her eyes. It's fine. Breathing is overrated. The clippers come to life again. Just a trim, I remind her.
Yes, Nate.
She guides my head forward so my chin tips toward my chest as she brings the clippers to my nape and swipes up.
Shit.
What? She shuts off the clippers.
Nothing. You know, I think I'll just use the scissors. Clearly it's what you've wanted me to do, and you know what they say.
What's that? Gracelyn unplugs the clippers, shoving all the pieces back into the bag before grabbing the scissors and comb.
The customer is always right.
I nod. I suppose you do get a lot of requests for styles and colors that you fear the customer won't end up liking.
You guessed it.
I filled a spray bottle if you want to wet my hair. It's over by the sink along with a towel.
Whatever the customer wants.
She grabs the bottle and wets my hair. A lot. Wow, you used the whole bottle of water.
Too much?
She wrinkles her nose while furiously wiping my face, neck, the cape, and even the floor. Nah, I like it wet. I chuckle. She stops, staring at me with lifted eyebrows and pink filling her cheeks. My hair. I like my hair wet. Get your head out of the gutter, Elvis. Her eyes narrow.
It's not in the gutter. I was just looking at your hair.
Shifting her gaze to my hair, she steps forward and runs her fingers through it, putting her chest inches from my face. I shouldn't like her chest in my face, but I do. Just like I like watching her undress and run up her balcony stairs. And the damn short bunny robe. I like it, too.
You're right. I don't need to cut that much.
She's not cutting anything. She's just combing my hair with her fingers. I close my eyes because she feels good. Of course, I've had women cut my hair before, but they've never done it with one leg between mine and their breasts so close. It's unclear at the moment if she's trying to give me a trim or seduce me. She grabs the scissors and makes her first cut. Snip, snip, snip. I keep my eyes closed. Everything she does is slow and gentle. After every few cuts, she combs her fingers through my hair some more. If this haircut lasts all day, I'm good with that. I don't need a girlfriend, in spite of Morgan's not-so-brilliant idea. A good haircut works plenty of magic. I might opt for more frequent trims while we're here this summer.
Why the grin?
She rips me away from my thoughts. I straighten my lips and peek open one eye. Nothing?
I think I should just call it.
She steps back, cocking her head to inspect my hair. Call it? I chuckle. Sounds like you're giving up or someone died. Is that what you tell all of your clients when you finish?
Oh my gosh, Dad! You're getting a mohawk?
Morgan skips into the kitchen. I glance over my shoulder at my daughter with her hair dried straight and her lips fully glossed. In an instant, I regret letting her get tinted lip balm. No mohawk, sorry to disappoint you. Just a trim.
Then why did Gracelyn shave part of your hair in the back?
I reach for the back of my head at the same time I face Gracelyn again. She grimaces as my fingertips feel the 1-by-2-inch strip of buzzed hair. What did you...
Listen, the guard came loose on the clippers, I think because they are so old. It will grow back in no time. Really, if you wear a hat out in public, it will be no big deal. And honestly, the rest of your hair is long enough and wavy enough that you might be able to style it to cover up the bulk of it. Or...
Her cringe flops into something resembling excitement.
You can wear it in a ponytail. It's totally in right now.
Morgan cups her hand at her mouth and shuffles out of the kitchen with wide eyes.
Gabe, Gracelyn ruined my dad's...
The slam of the door cuts off her voice. As I wordlessly blink at Gracelyn, she bites her lips together, wringing her hands in front of her.
So sorry. This has never happened before. Just tell me what you want me to do.
Well, fix it.
I can take you someplace, but I won't touch those clippers again. I don't trust them.
My lips part, and I try to keep my jaw from reaching the floor. The clippers? You don't trust the clippers?
I feel terrible.
I can see that. I tear off the cape. Her frantic apologies and anguish-ridden face lead me to believe she has no intention of fixing my hair. I'm not sure I want her to attempt it at this point. Gracelyn is a lot of things at the moment, but confident is not one of them.
What are you doing?
She takes a few steps backward. Going to get a haircut. I toss the cape onto the table and brush off my jeans before exiting the kitchen to find a hat in my bedroom.
Well,
she follows me upstairs.
I'll stay here and watch the kids.
No, you won't. I sort through a half-dozen hats in the dresser drawer.
Please don't let this ruin your summer here. I don't want Gabe and Morgan to be affected by an equipment malfunction.
I grunt to laugh, pulling on my baseball cap backward to get more coverage for the back of my head. Damn, I wish this woman didn't look like my Jenna. She even argues like her, the perfect amount of stubbornness to balance her fear. When we first met, Jenna feared every little fight would end us.
You're staring at my hair again. Is it your wife, or are you contemplating shaving my head in my sleep?
Gracelyn hugs her arms to her chest. I eliminate the space between us, peering down at her until she swallows hard under my scrutiny. She botched up my hair. I deserve a few seconds of making her squirm. Yes. Her full, rosy lips part.
Yes what? Yes, you're staring at my hair and thinking about your wife, or yes, you're contemplating shaving my head in my sleep?
The smattering of freckles along her nose and cheeks reminds me that she's not Jenna. That and her bigger breasts and slightly curvier hips.
I have a strict man ban,
she says in a breathy voice. She's beautiful. My ability to stand this close to her and think that without feeling guilty means I'm not a broken man. I'm just out of my element, out of practice, and maybe a little out of my mind. What's a man ban? Another hard swallow.
It means I've retired from dating and men in general.
And you're telling me this because? After wetting her lips, she rubs them together.
Because you're standing so close to me.
I smirk and take a long step backward. Better? Her shoulders relax.
Better.
I haven't dated anyone since my wife died, so don't read into anything I do as a threat to your man ban. And if I'm being honest, a bad haircut doesn't do it for me. She scratches her throat, twisting her lips to the side.
You seemed to enjoy it until Morgan pointed out the tiny flaw. I heard several contented sighs and even a short hum.
Rubbing my mouth, I hide my grin. Fine. It was good until it wasn't. Now I have to go get it fixed, which will probably involve losing most of my hair. That doesn't sound amazing. I sigh after my hum to let her know not all sighs and hums are good signs. But I did enjoy her fingers in my hair. Was it worth it? That's yet to be determined. I'll make that decision when I look in the mirror tonight before I go to bed.
Did I mention I'm really sorry?
She curls her hair behind her ear and wrinkles her freckled nose. I sidestep her and head toward the stairs. Yes, you've been very generous with apologies and gratitude. You're eternally welcome, and most likely I will always forgive you. How much more could you possibly screw up in the next 8 weeks?
Please don't say it like that.
She follows me to the kitchen.
That's a lot of pressure to put on me to be perfect. So much could happen in 8 weeks.
I chuckle while sweeping up the hair mess, although it's not much more than that initial strip of hair from the back of my head. What did she cut with the scissors? As if she can read my mind, Gracelyn snatches the bag full of hair supplies from the table and shoots me a nervous smile.
I promised Gabe I'd take him to see his friend today.
She retreats a few steps.
So,
Her thumb makes a jabbing gesture over her shoulder.
Just going to go.
Okay. I empty the dustpan into the trash can under the sink.
You don't have to thank me for my time.
With my back to her, I freeze, eyes narrowed. She really just said that?
But I'll still thank you for the coffee. So, thanks for the coffee.
I slowly turn toward her. She slides her hands into the back pockets of her frayed denim shorts. I keep my lips neutral, but inside I have the biggest damn grin clawing its way to the surface. Happiness comes in small packages. It's not so much a state of mind, but a moment. In this moment, I want to wipe that grin off her face. She ruined my hair. At the same time, I want to stare at her, try to figure out the little things, like stripping outside and stuffing lingerie into pockets. It's been a long time since I had any sort of desire to figure out a woman. You're welcome. The smile breaks out along my face like the sun burning through the clouds. I can't stop it. Usually I can stop it. All I have to do is think of Jenna and how much I miss her. Or Daisy, my best friend who died when we were kids. Not today. Gracelyn earns this smile from me, and she has no clue what a huge breakthrough this is in my life.
Well, you're welcome too.
She narrows her eyes a bit. Yes, Elvis. I know you're fishing for a thank you from me, but I'm not feeling the haircut gratitude at the moment. While I adjust my hat as a reminder of what transpired this morning, her gaze flits from my hand, making the adjustment to my unblinking eyes. She clears her throat.
Well, I'll see you around.
Turning on her heel, she scurries out of the house, leaving me with this ridiculous grin. I can't wait to see her around. If I can make a specific request, I'd like to see more of her after-work routine and less of her with clippers in her hand.
Chapter 8. Gracelyn.
I've never seen him like this. I don't even recognize him.
Morgan's voice wafts through the paper walls. I grab my phone from the nightstand to check the time. It's a few minutes before 8 on a Saturday morning. Don't kids sleep in anymore? I used to sleep in on the weekends when I was their age. The 3+ decades I have on them doesn't change my desire to sleep in on the weekend.
He looks like someone in the military. I mean, he has hair, it's just really short.
Morgan continues without using her library voice. I bolt to sitting, running my hands through my hair. The haircut fiasco yesterday. Shit. They had to buzz Nate's hair. Because of me. That's what she's talking about. It has to be what she's talking about. Throwing on shorts and a tee in record time, I open the bedroom door.
Hi, Gracelyn.
Morgan smiles from her usual spot on the brown leather sofa next to Gabe. She likes to watch him play video games and talk his ear off. I think deep down he likes her, but he's playing it cool. Gabe, he ignores me. His usual behavior in the morning when he's in the zone. I can't wait for school to start so I don't feel like such a failure letting him play games all day long.
Good morning, Morgan.
I return a smile.
I tried to tell him he's going to rot his brain and he should take a break and let me play for a bit.
Morgan rolls her eyes. Gabe doesn't react. I ease into the recliner next to the sofa, tucking my legs beneath me.
I don't think your dad wants you having a turn at rotting your brain.
Dude.
Gabe sighs without taking his eyes off the TV.
I can hear you. I'm not rotting my brain.
I wink at Morgan and she giggles.
What's your dad doing?
I have to ask.
He just got home from jogging, so he's probably on the porch doing push-ups and stuff like that. Wait until you see his hair. It's gone. All gone.
I cringe.
Well,
she twists her mouth.
It's not all gone, as in literally. It's just so short. The guy who fixed it said he had no choice but to go that short after you messed up the back. He said, wait.
She covers her mouth with her hand.
Never mind.
He said what? I cant my head, hugging my arms to my chest.
I'm not supposed to tell you. It's just hard to keep so many secrets from you.
I release an easy laugh.
So many secrets? How many secrets are you keeping from me?
With wide eyes, Morgan bites her lips together and shrugs.
If you share one or two of these secrets with me, Gabe will let you play that for 15 minutes.
No, I won't.
Gabe disputes my promise.
Yes, he will. If he wants me to take him to the park later to play fishy with his friends, he'll let you have a turn.
Fishy?
Morgan turns her attention to Gabe.
What's fishy? You could invite me. I love games.
What did your dad say that you're not supposed to tell me?
I don't really care about fishy. I want to know Nate's secrets.
Just stuff to not make you feel bad. He said it's okay to keep secrets if it's to protect someone's feelings.
You don't have to protect my feelings. I can take it.
Fine,
she sighs.
But don't tell him I told you.
I make an X over my chest.
He said he feels sorry for your clients if you ever have to use the clippers. The guy cutting his hair laughed. When Dad noticed I heard him, he said not to repeat it. He said he shouldn't have said it, but I think that's code for he thinks he shouldn't have said it in front of me, like when he uses a swear word.
Of course, he and some other guy enjoyed a laugh on my behalf. So typical. That's it? That's what he was worried you'd tell me? Her nose wrinkles.
Well, maybe one other thing. He thinks it would make you feel bad if you knew that we see you undressing when you get home from work.
What? Gabe grimaces without looking away from the screen. Bad? No, I don't feel bad. Embarrassed? Definitely. It's pretty embarrassing. I always glance around before doing it, and I do it as quickly as possible. The side of the house isn't visible to that many people, except for Morgan and Nate with the 2 windows facing my balcony. I always check to make sure they're not looking out the window.
I saw you first, and I told my dad. He covered my eyes, but I said, Dad, I'm a girl too.
She rolls her eyes. Rubbing my lips together, I nod slowly. Did he cover his eyes? She shakes her head.
I'll tell him to close his eyes if it happens again.
Gabe tosses the game controller onto Morgan's lap and stands. I'm going to get breakfast. As I follow him down the stairs, he glances back at me. Why don't you shut the blinds? My mom forgot to shut the blinds once to their bathroom, and my dad saw her undressing to get in the shower as he pulled into the driveway. He was not happy. I can see that. Kyle was a little possessive of Emily. The good news for me at the moment, if there can be any good news after Morgan's confession, is that Gabe thinks I undress in my bedroom with the blinds open, not outside under the balcony. Morning! Morgan wake you 2 up? Mr. Hans asks. Woke me up. He pours a cup of coffee. I grin. This generation doesn't sleep in. This works. Gabe grabs a bag of chips from the counter and heads back toward the stairs. No way, Buster. You're not having chips for breakfast. I snatch the bag from his hand when he sulks back into the kitchen. Fine. Eggs with cheese. We're out of eggs. I have to disappoint him again. Fine, then I'll eat the chips. I shove the bag behind me when he goes to reach for it again. I've got some cooked eggs in the fridge. Boiled and pickled. Help yourself. No thanks. Gabe's face scrunches into disgust.
Go ask my dad for eggs. We got some last night.
Morgan hears everything and everyone. It's a little creepy. I nod toward the door. Go ask nicely to borrow 2 eggs and tell him I'll replace them this afternoon. Can you do it, please? If I don't get back upstairs, she's going to mess something up on my game because she has no clue what she's doing.
I heard that,
Morgan calls. I return the exasperated expression he usually gives me. It does nothing. Gabe turns and runs back up the stairs. Ask him if he's done with my stud finder, Mr. Hans adds. Fine, I'll go comb my hair and brush my teeth. He chuckles. Why? Are you going to kiss him? What? I narrow my eyes at him. Your hair is fine, and unless you get in his face, he won't smell your breath. I'm not kissing him. In real life. I can't control what happens in my sleep. It's possible Nate has a Scottish accent in my dreams. My shoes are upstairs. I have to go up there anyway. Sure. He grins before sipping his coffee. I told you, I'm not interested in any man. Sure thing, Elvis. I give up on the fight and quickly brush my teeth, wash my face, pull my hair back into a small ponytail, roll on deodorant, lotion my legs, and change my shirt to something less wrinkled. It's not like I changed into sexy lingerie. Besides, he's already seen that. Instead of confronting Snoopy Mr. Hans again, I exit through my bedroom and down the stairs he built for me. I knock on the frame to Nate's screen deck door. Come in, he calls. The door squeaks when I open it. After I slip off my canvas shoes, I tiptoe my bare feet toward the kitchen. At least I think that's where Nate's voice just came from. Whoa! I jerk my head back. Nate gives me a strained smile as he finishes pull-ups on a bar secured in the doorway between the kitchen and the living room. Shirtless, sweaty, tan, low-riding shorts, muscles for days, and dreadfully short hair. "Your hair," I whisper. He finishes 5 more pull-ups and drops to the floor. Wiping his face with a white towel, he chuckles. "Hank said the ponytail suggestion would make me look like an actor on some Scottish time travel series. He assured me I wouldn't want that in spite of women going crazy over him, so the only alternative was to take it really short in the back and on the sides." He ruffles the top of his hair, which is a little bit longer, but not much. "He left me a little wave on the top." "Jamie?" Nate flings the towel over his shoulder. "What?" "He implied you'd look like Jamie from Outlander?" He lifts his shoulders slowly. Maybe. I don't watch the show, and he didn't remember the name of it." "What's wrong with Jamie?" I cross my arms over my chest. Nate's gaze follows my arms and he grins. "You're one of those women, aren't you?" A grin tugs at the corners of his mouth. "I don't know what you're implying by those women. Yes, I've watched Outlander, and I've read the books. It's really a brilliant storyline with rich historical references. The show has stunning scenery and some quite impressive battle scenes." "But you're not attracted to this Jamie character." "Listen, James Fraser is a fantastic character. I enjoy watching him because he's a superb actor." "Hank said his girlfriend watches the show, and it's filled with graphic sex scenes." "Pfft, filled is a bit of an exaggeration." "I see. So, what's up?" I rip my gaze from his chest and narrow my eyes. "What do you mean?" "You're here. Is there a reason? Or did you want to have coffee with me? I'm hot at the moment, so I'll probably have some water, but I'll make you some coffee." "Well," I jerk my head in the direction of my place. "The kids are over there." "That's fine. They don't drink coffee. Let me go put on a shirt." "Yes, please put on a shirt." He runs up the stairs and I won't lie. I watch him run up the stairs. Then I sigh, closing my eyes and replaying those last 5 pull-ups. "How's Gabe doing? I've been meaning to ask." Nate jogs down the stairs a few seconds later. "Oh, he's good, I think. I'm not entirely sure. He sees a therapist every other week, but I have no idea what they discuss because he doesn't want to talk about it with me." "It's hard to deal with losing someone, or in his case, the 2 most important people in his life. Maybe your role isn't to be his therapist. Leave that role to the actual therapist. You should let yourself be his friend. His break from thinking about them or talking about them." He hands me a cup of coffee and sits at the table across from me with his glass of water, an apple, and a knife. It's hard to imagine that cutting an apple could feel like a slow seduction. Yet, Nathaniel Hunt with his muscular, veiny hands cutting an apple kinda does it for me. Apple porn. What's next? Will my legs start to shake when he sips his water? "Honeycrisp?" He offers me a wedge of the apple. I close my hanging jaw and swallow the pooling saliva from his apple porn while relinquishing a small nod and a weak, "Thank you." "I'm sorry about your hair." I nibble the edge of the apple slice. Nate smirks. "Why? Does it look bad?" "No, you look good. Fine, I mean. Your hair, is okay." "Nice, Graceland, super smooth." He pauses his glass of water an inch before his lips and inspects me through intense eyes. "Have you ever been married?" Okay, we're going there. I did not see that coming so quickly. Does he know I'm fantasizing about him? Is this a date? Are we having a coffee and apple date? Almost. I absent-mindedly run the apple along my lips. After a few seconds, I notice his gaze is affixed to the apple, or my lips.
It drops from my hand because he does weird stuff to me with a single look. This draws a tiny chuckle from him as I snatch it from the table and shove as much of it into my mouth as possible, which happens to be the whole apple slice. It's more apple than I can handle, but now I've demonstrated just how much I can shove into my mouth. Is he thinking what I'm thinking? God, I hope not. Men don't go through weird hormonal kidnappings in their 40s like women do. Or do they? Broken engagement? He asks. I chew. And chew. Swallow. 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 My level of awesomeness is off the charts this morning. I shake my head a few times, then I nod an equal number of times. Good question, I mumble with my hand in front of my mouth while I clear the last of the apple from it. Smooth like the grittiest sandpaper. He left me at the altar, so technically it was before we were married. I twist my lips. I suppose that's a broken engagement. Damn, he winces. Yeah, I think the minister whispered the same word right after Michael closed his eyes for a few seconds, opened them, leaned forward, kissed my cheek, and whispered in my ear, "Sorry, I just can't," before taking long strides out of the church. Wow, that's... He eats the last piece of apple and shakes his head slowly. Third strike. I blow out a slow breath. It was the third strike. 3 men have crushed me. I've officially retired from dating. I call it a man ban. If he has any illusions that this is a coffee and apple date, I think I just crushed those. No explanation? Just a sorry, I can't? It's a complicated question that's impossible to answer without explaining everything. Nate doesn't want to hear everything. Just those 3 words. I shrug. It's true. That's all Michael said. It's what he did just seconds before saying those words that said everything. Nate shakes his head and leans back in the chair, lacing his hands behind his head. It does nice things to his arms and chest. Morgan wants me to find someone. I think she's worried I'll be lonely when she goes to college. It's not that simple, and I think I can keep myself busy without finding someone to keep me company. When my wife died, I knew Morgan would be the last woman I would ever love. Then, his gaze falls to the table as his brow furrows. Then what? With a tiny headshake, he murmurs, "Nothing." I think it's a misconception that every human needs to have a significant other to be happy. His blue eyes lift to meet my gaze. After a few seconds, he nods. Absolutely. It's a big world. Lots to do. Nothing. I have nothing to do except raise Gabe and die with a house full of cats. How old are you? Can I ask that? He grins. Yes, I chuckle. You can ask. I'm 41. Can I ask your age? How old do you think I am? What? My head rears back. No, you can't ask my age and then make me guess your age. You could have asked me to guess your age. That smirk of his is dangerous. And what would you have guessed? 41. Liar. I squint at him. Something delightful dances in his eyes. It's been a long time since a man has looked at me the way Nate's looking at me. My body reacts in ways it knows it shouldn't react to any man. Warm and tingly in regions far south, and even the hillier regions of my body have decided to perk up a bit. I tug on my tight t-shirt because my thin bra feels insufficient at handling those blue eyes on me. 50, I grin. Nate's eyebrows shoot up his forehead. 50. After a few slow blinks, he strokes his scruffy jaw and chin. Is it the gray in my beard? It's the expression on your face. I don't think you're 50, but after putting me on the spot to guess your age, 50 is me being nice. He laughs. It vibrates down into the bottom of my belly, settling like a warm piece of pie with vanilla ice cream. 46. Morgan's right. You need someone. Oh, but you don't? You can quit the game, declare 3 strikes, and ban men from your life, but I should keep playing?
How many strikes do you have? I drum my fingers on the table. His lips corkscrew for a few seconds.
2.
See? I point a finger at him. You have one more chance. Don't let it go to waste.
If that's the case, I think I'll save my 3rd chance for the nursing home.
I giggle. Really? The nursing home? He lifts one shoulder and drops it just as quickly.
Why not? A younger woman, of course. Some hottie in her late 80s with her own teeth and who still wears red lipstick.
My smile threatens to crack my face. Not me. If I had my last chance to use in the nursing home, I'd seduce a male nurse. We'd be the topic of all the gossip, and the other old biddies would hate me, always scowling at me from behind their pussies.
What?
Nate coughs on a laugh, eyes wide, lips parted. I giggle to the point of tears, hiding my face behind my hands as I shake with laughter and memories. I try to catch my breath while wiping the tears from the corners of my eyes. God, it's been so long since I've thought about that. My grandma had a walker, the kind with the tennis balls on the back legs. After Christmas dinner, she asked my brother Kyle to be a deer and grab her pussy. I snort, falling into a fit of laughter again, as Nate's expression deepens with shock. Kyle was 15 at the time. She got so frustrated with him because he just sat there with his mouth agape eyeing our mom and dad. Grandma just kept yelling at Kyle, "Kyle, shake a leg, grab my pussy. I need to use the restroom." Finally, my Aunt Jean translated for Grandma. Apparently, Grandma called her walker her pushy, but she also lacked good word enunciation, so pushy sounded exactly like pussy. Nate barks out a laugh and presses his fisted hand to his mouth as his face turns red from laughter. So now, I can't see one of those walkers without thinking about Grandma yelling at Kyle to grab her pussy.
You must have been scarred for life.
Yeah, I sigh. We never forgot it. Kyle broke his leg in his early 20s before he met Emily. When I first saw him hobbling around on crutches, we made eye contact and he frowned. Then he said, "You know what I could use right now?" I squinted at him for a few seconds, but as soon as he grinned, I knew what he was going to say. We said, "A pussy," at the same time. I miss those days of laughing at the craziest things. Nate's gaze falls to my chest and the heel of my hand rubbing circles over it.
Him. You miss your brother.
More tears burn my eyes, but they're no longer tears of laughter.
Yeah,
I whisper.
It gets easier, but it never disappears. I still think of so many funny moments I shared with my wife. I just don't think of them quite as often. And when I do, they don't make me as sad. After I brought Morgan home, I found myself saying Jenna's name aloud when Morgan would do something cute. I wanted to share it with her.
Exactly. I curl my hair behind my ears. A week before we moved here, I couldn't find the spare key fob to Kyle's Land Rover, so I called him. I called my dead brother's phone. How crazy is that? And I can't tell you how many nights I sit next to Gabe on the sofa, watching a movie, and for a split second my mind actually thinks, I wonder if they'll be home soon. Because when I used to visit them, I'd babysit Gabe so they could have a night out alone. He nods several times, the smile on his face fading a fraction, as is mine. I guess there's no easy way to talk about lost wives and brothers without it stealing something from the moment. That's okay, right? Death should steal a tiny piece of happiness from the living for approximately eternity. It means that person's life meant something to someone. I wonder if I will steal a piece of anyone's happiness when I die. I should get back. How much do we really know about Mr. Hans? We're here and he's alone with our children. Nate's eyes flare.
Shit, you're right.
We stand at the same time and make a beeline for the door. I slip on my canvas shoes, but Nate doesn't bother to put shoes on at all.
You're such a bad influence. he mumbles, following me out the door. I whip around before we make it to the porch stairs. Me? No way, buddy. I poke my finger into his chest. He grins, grabbing my hand and just holding it at his chest while we mirror the most contagious smile. The warm feeling in my belly blooms to life again. I don't even remind myself of my man ban, because after thinking about Kyle and Emily, after missing them yet again, I need this feeling. A temporary Band-Aid on my heart. Nate's thumb feathers over my wrist, arresting my breath as a wave of goosebumps shoots up my arms. For one insane, I will never ever think about it again second, I wonder what it would feel like to kiss him. 1. Okay, I'm done thinking about it. I slide my hand from his and offer a shaky smile just before turning back around and skipping down the porch steps. Bad influence my ass, I say just loud enough for him to hear me. Elvis, your ass is a lot of things, but a bad influence is not one of them. Holy shit. 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 I stop. He stops. We stand in silence, a small line of two. Sweat pours out from my armpits, so I hold my arms close to my body. Shit, I just made things awkward. I'm sorry I said that. It just came out. And nothing like that has left my mouth in many years. Not since, well, many years. He talks to my back. I talk to my nipples and nether region, telling them to cool the hell off. Tick, tick, tick. I need to respond. What do I say? He feels bad. I feel like a volcano. It was inappropriate. Yet I secretly want to fist pump the air, run to my bedroom and do some weird dance only a giddy young girl would do. Clearing my throat, I force my legs to take me to the house. It's not your fault I have such a great ass. Biggest lie I've ever told. I do not think I have a great ass. Not even good. It's adequate at best. However, I have nothing to lose when I'm on a man ban, so I just own it, like I've never owned anything before this moment, and I add some extra sway for good measure. 'Bout time. Mr. Hahn shuts off the television and sits up in his chair. Sorry, Elvis, I couldn't stop Gabe from eating chips for breakfast because you took so long. Damn it. Hugh's gaze drops to my hands and then to Nate standing behind me. No eggs? Did you bring back my stud finder? Whipping around to face Nate, I cringe. Oh my gosh, I totally spaced my whole reason for going over to your house. You were exercising, with your shirt off, but never mind that, and you offered me coffee, and we started talking, and I completely forgot. In a nutshell, I forgot more than the stud finder because of shirtless Nate. I also forgot to discuss my stripping incidents. So, I'll go get the eggs. 2, please. I shoot him a toothy grin. I'll pay you back after I go to the store later. 2 eggs and the stud finder. I return a sharp nod. And you'll go check on the kids? Yes, I'll go check on the kids. I checked on them 10 minutes ago, Mr. Hahn says. I glance over my shoulder. Thanks, but I'll check on them again anyway. You're worried I did something to them. Smart girl, you can never be too careful. I bite my lower lip, eyes wide. Okay then, I point to the stairs. Going, now. Nate makes his way to the front door as I head up the stairs. 3 steps in, I peek over my shoulder. He's still at the door, watching me. What? I ask. He shakes his head, that grin taunting me with everything he's not saying. Nothing. Nothing at all. Chapter 9. Nathaniel.
Do you like Gracelyn?
Morgan asks as we build a sandcastle a few days after coffee, old lady pussy conversation, and the out-of-character ass comment on my part. I peer at her over the top of my sunglasses that have slid partway down my nose. Random conversations with my daughter are my favorite moments of every day. I've loved our time traveling together over the past 8 years. No topic has ever been unwelcomed. Jenna's death, religion, sex, why 2 men were kissing on the subway in London, every gathering of protesters, every homeless person we've encountered. We talk about everything. I help her make sense of the world. She helps me make sense of mine. I like Gracelyn just fine. Why?
Because you get a weird smile on your face when you're with her.
I smile when I'm with you. She dumps the bucket upside down, but the sand crumbles apart because it's not wet enough. One of us needs to make a trip down to the water to fill up a bucket.
The smile you have for me is different.
Different how? I grab the empty water bucket and trudge through the sand to the water. Morgan follows me.
You smile at me like I'm your daughter, like you've loved me forever, like your face has smiled at me a gazillion times.
I laugh, filling up the bucket. And I smile at other people differently?
Yes, everyone else gets your friendly smile. It's okay, nothing special like how you smile at me, but when you smile at Gracelyn, you go like this first.
Morgan wets her lips and rubs them together.
Then you smile a little like this.
She attempts a weird half-smile, but it looks rather scary.
And finally you go big, really big, like this.
She shows all of her teeth, and it's scarier than the distorted half-smile. I know I don't smile at anyone like that. Wow. We take the bucket to our elaborate castle that we've been working on for 2 hours. I had no idea you were such an expert on smiles. She shrugs.
I know more than you think.
I return a small chuckle while wetting the sand. I don't doubt that.
If you want Gracelyn to be your girlfriend, I'm okay with it.
Giving her the hairy eyeball, I pause my motions for a few seconds. You do realize we are here temporarily. For 2 more months, then we're going home. Gracelyn and Gabe live here. They will stay when we leave.
Dad,
she rolls her eyes.
It could just be for 2 months. Then you could write each other letters. Maybe you could visit each other. Absence makes the heart grow fonder.
I dump sand onto her legs and start to bury them. She giggles. Can you act your age? 10-year-olds do not say things like absence makes the heart grow fonder.
Stop!
She laughs more as I shove as much sand as I can gather over her legs, ruining some of our castle in the process. Absence also makes the heart hurt. Missing people hurts. When you go to college, I'll be a broken old man missing my little girl. She submits to having half her body buried in sand because she's too busy giving me that look. The one where she acts like the parent and treats me like a child.
You won't miss me as much if you have someone else.
On a sigh, I sit back, resting my hands in the sand behind me. Nonsense. Grrr. She makes a growling noise while bustling out of the sand.
I'm going to shower. Mr. Hans said his granddaughter is coming tonight and staying for a few days. Finally, another girl.
I give her my best smile, apparently my well-practiced Morgan smile. Hose off before you go into the house.
Yeah.
She carries her flip-flops to the side of the house while I gather the buckets and shovels. I frown as I set everything on the porch. Wet footprints lead into the house. She rinsed off her feet, but she didn't dry them before going inside to shower. Great job, Morgan. As I round the corner of the house to rinse off my feet and legs, I halt. Even my breath arrests in my chest. There's no sign of Gabe, but Gracelyn, with her back to me, shrugs off her shirt and shimmies out of her jeans, shoving them into a plastic bag, pausing just long enough to peek through the grass plants and squint up at the window to my bedroom and the one right below it. She's checking to see if anyone is watching her. I really shouldn't be watching her, but I fear if I move 1 inch she might hear me. With her shoes and purse in one hand and the plastic bag in her other hand, she scurries up the stairs. But at the last second, she makes one more glance over her shoulder at me. Lunging for the hose, I move my gaze to my sand-covered feet, hoping she didn't notice me staring at her. Making quick moves with the hose, I get 90% of the sand off my feet and legs before disappearing to the front porch to dry off, feeling guilty. She caught me staring at her. I'm not 100% sure, but there's a 99% chance I'll have trouble looking her in the eye again.
"She's here!"
Morgan squeals, glued to the window as I work on my book from the sofa. Maybe you should wait until you're invited over before you barge in on them.
"Dad, I'm just going to see Gabe. I'll play it cool around Hunter."
Hunter? I roll.
"Yes, that's Mr. Hans's granddaughter's name. She's 13.
I don't like you going over there just to get your fix of screen time and games. I wish you and Gabe would find something to do, like play frisbee. She deflates on a long sigh.
"I know, Dad. I know you wish that."
The door closes behind her. I've already lost her, I mumble to myself while getting back to my book. I anticipate a couple hours of alone time before dragging her home for dinner. To my surprise, she barges through the door less than 20 minutes later.
"Mr. Hans and Hunter are going to get tacos for dinner. They invited me to go. Can I go? Please, 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 can I go?"
Her words fly out of her mouth, leaving her breathless. Thought you were spending time with Gabe. I sit up and cap my pen.
"He's spending the night with a friend. Mr. Hans said you could go too, but I said you were busy working on your book."
So I don't need to eat? I cock my head at her.
"Fine, you can go too. Whatevs."
I shake my head. Go, have fun. I could use some time away from you anyway. She gives me a crooked smile. I still love you. I wink. She runs over to me and tackles me with the biggest hug, catching me so off guard I have to fight back the tears.
"I love you, Daddy."
This is why I don't ever need anyone but her. Even if it's once every few months, a hug and an "I love you, Daddy" is all I will ever need. Have fun. I kiss her cheek before she slips back on her shoes and vanishes out the door. So much for vetting Mr. Hans. I grin at just how far I've come with her. It's hard to let her go, inch by inch, but it's unfair to hold her back. I won't be her anchor when she needs to soar. I cut up some cheese and turkey sausage and arrange it on a plate with crackers. Dinner for one. The screen door whines when I open it to eat my dinner on the deck, watching the sunset. As I bend to sit in the padded rocking chair, movement to my right catches my attention. Gracelyn, sitting on Mr. Hans's porch swing with her legs outstretched and a glass of wine in her hand, lifts the glass and smiles at me. I catch myself wetting my lips, just like Morgan said I do, right before smiling at Gracelyn. She doesn't say anything, so neither do I. Over the next 10 or so minutes, I focus on my cheesy dinner, while my sharp peripheral vision tracks her slow movements, the swing swaying, like the way her white sundress flutters in the slight breeze. Just as I convince myself I should be friendly and invite her over, she makes her way to my deck.
No tacos?
She grins, climbing the stairs in her bare feet, toenails painted black like half of her hair, her wine glass in one hand and the bottle in her other hand. Nah, I think Morgan wanted to go without me. Gracelyn eases into the chair beside me, bringing her citrusy scent with her. I'm not sure if it's perfume, lotion, or shampoo, but she always smells like sweet orange and maybe grapefruit. She sets the wine bottle on the wood floor between us. So, about earlier, and all the days before earlier. I stare at my plate, piling the last piece of sausage and cheese onto the last cracker, fearing where this conversation is headed. I get a lot of hair on me at work, and it's messy and itchy, so I remove my clothes before going inside. I nod slowly, my face feeling an unusual amount of heat. Okay. Yes, that's the best I've got. I figure it's like seeing someone in a bikini, bra and panties. You're seeing the same amount of skin. It shouldn't be a huge deal, right? Nothing. I've got nothing. I continue to work the slow nod. She's right. Same amount of skin. There's a psychological element of knowing it's not a bikini. It's her bra and panties. Maybe it's a guy thing, but silk and cotton lace have a different effect than polyester and spandex. I know it's stupid, but I don't make the rules. I'm just genetically wired to follow them. So we're good? I chuckle, finally glancing over at her, mesmerized by her freckles and how much more prominent they seem with the sun illuminating her face. We're good. Good, she whispers before dragging her teeth along her bottom lip. No Gabe equals wine for dinner? I hurry up and find something to say, something to distract me from her lips. After 4.5 weeks, I find more than just her lips distracting. Yes, I don't drink around Gabe. I'm not sure why, I just don't. I mean, I know Kyle and Emily consumed alcohol around him. They had this huge bar in their basement stocked with every kind of alcohol you can imagine. I just don't want to be impaired in the slightest bit if anything were to happen to him. You do realize he could break a bone or cut his head while at a friend's house, and if they called, you'd be in no shape to meet them at the hospital with wine running through your veins, I say just as she takes another sip of wine. She spits it back into the glass and coughs. Oh my God, you're right. What was I thinking? I'm kidding, I laugh. He'll be fine. Kidding? She glares at me. You mean you're trying to make me feel inadequate and bad about myself. That's what you're doing. Not cool, buddy. She shoots out of the chair and dumps the contents of her glass into beach grass on the other side of the railing with her back to me. Gracelyn, I'm sorry. I really was just kidding. Her body shakes. Shit, I made her cry. Please don't. I rest a hand on her shoulder, guiding her to turn toward me. She's not crying. She's laughing. I'm kidding. Kidding is fun, right? The smile on her face stretches to her eyes. But, she points at me, the look on your face is priceless. I try to act like I knew she was joking, but I didn't. You're pure evil. My head inches side to side in total disbelief. She reminds me of Jenna in so many ways it renders me speechless. I want to kiss you. I think I say those words aloud, but I'm not sure. I definitely think them. Did I mean to say them? I'm not sure about that either. All amusement vanishes from Gracelyn's face. I'm out of practice, and not just at kissing. I'm out of practice at everything related to anything beyond friendship. We can't be more than friends because of geographical challenges, and she's done with men. I'm not going to kiss you. I clear the frog from my throat and take a step back. And since I'm not going to do it, I probably should have kept that thought to myself. You're leaving, she whispers. I nod. And I'm... Her brows draw together. Done with men, I finish for her. Yeah. Sliding my hands into the back pockets of my faded gray shorts, I twist my lips to the side, feeling as high, as awkward, as alive as I did the night I asked Jenna out on our first date. Then it's settled. I won't kiss you. Gracelyn rubs her lips together, making me want to kiss her even more. I should go. Taking her cue, I move back one more step to give her space to grab her wine bottle. She retrieves the bottle and shuffles her bare feet to the porch steps. You don't have to go. I feel like my uncontrolled kiss confession just drove a wedge between us. With a little less than 2 more months here, and Morgan and Gabe finding a close friendship, I don't want it to be weird. Gracelyn rests her hand on the railing, dropping her gaze to the ground. I do. Or else... I wait. She doesn't finish. She doesn't move. Or else... There's something incredibly sexy about the way she looks at me over her shoulder. She's done it several times, and each time I think my heart trips over its next beat. A tiny smile that appears to hold a secret curls her lips. If I stay,
I might forget I'm not supposed to want you to kiss me. Not just one beat. My heart trips over the next 5 beats, making it hard to breathe and impossible to speak.
Chapter 10.
Gracelyn. I'm not drunk, yet I stumble home, up the stairs and into my bedroom. Collapsing onto the bed, I hug my left arm to my chest, letting my right thumb and forefinger massage the clasp to the white gold bracelet that's easily hidden by my watch. Say something, I whisper, closing my eyes. You should have something to say about Nate, so just say it. Brandon doesn't say a word. I know he's thinking all kinds of things, like how I have no business having any sort of intimate thoughts about a man who is leaving in 2 months. I've managed to ruin all of my relationships since Brandon died. I know he's thinking shit about that. He told me to find a worthy opponent, but I've failed. He was my worthy opponent. I have to believe he's waiting for me in my next life. However, right now, in this life, it's hard to not feel this pull to Nathaniel Hunt, especially when he looks at me like Brandon used to look at me, and when he says he wants to kiss me. Ugh, I want to be kissed by him. Just once. Would it count if it were one kiss? Would it have to mean something more than just a kiss? A grin takes over my face, thinking about his smile when he said it. The way his shoulders hugged his ears, giving off a boyish vibe, even with some gray peppered along his scruffy jaw. "Elvis, we're back, and we have dessert," Mr. Hans yells from downstairs. I expected privacy, the upstairs being an apartment. Instead, my landlord yells like my dad, and the neighbor girl practically lives here. And for some reason, I love it. They feel like family, and I think both Gabe and I need that right now. It won't last. Morgan and Nate will go home to Wisconsin, and eventually I will need to find a place to raise Gabe that doesn't involve a shared kitchen. I miss Gabe when he's not here. While I've always loved him, I don't remember feeling like I missed him when I lived in Idaho. It didn't take long to feel like he's mine. Maybe not my son, but my responsibility, and mine to love in a way that feels deeper than I loved him before. The kind of love that makes me miss him when he's not here.
Did you hear Mr. Hans?
Morgan pokes her head into my bedroom. Yep, no privacy. I grin, not moving an inch from my spot on the bed. Yes, I heard him. Thanks.
What are you doing?
She plops her butt onto the edge of the bed and lies back next to me. What am I doing? Great question. I'm missing Gabe and his parents, for that matter. I'm listening for my dead boyfriend's voice, and I'm thinking about your dad kissing me. I'm sure she'd love for me to say all of this aloud, but I don't. Instead, I roll toward her, and she rolls toward me. What was it like traveling the world for so many years instead of being in school like your peers? Her lips twist as her eyes roll to the side for a few seconds.
I don't know. I've never been in public school. We left Wisconsin when I was 2. Traveling the world is all I've ever known. I'm excited to just be normal for once, but Dad thinks I'll feel trapped. I think I'm going to find a boyfriend and lots of girlfriends to talk to about my boyfriend. I want to fall in love.
I grin. You're 10. She lifts a shoulder.
My dad was younger than me when he met Daisy.
Daisy?
Yes, the first girl he loved. She died, and he named me after her, Morgan Daisy.
I let that play in my mind a few moments. Nate lost his wife, and he named their child after his first love. Interesting. Your dad said you'd like him to find someone so he's not lonely when you go to college. Did he... I bite my bottom lip while searching for the right way to ask this. Did he ever have a friend? A female friend while you were traveling?
Like a girlfriend?
I grin. Yeah.
No.
I nod slowly.
Do you like my dad? I think he likes you. Or at least he likes looking at you and giving you a special smile. We're not staying here and you're not moving to Wisconsin, so I think he thinks you're a bad choice to be his girlfriend."
Her words and brutal honesty bring a smile to my face. I'm done having boyfriends. I've had bad luck with them. I'm sure you'll have much better luck. Morgan frowns.
"I'm not sure. When I asked Gabe if he wanted to kiss me, his nose scrunched up like this." She wrinkles her nose. "I don't think that's a good sign."
Whoa. Okay. She likes Gabe a lot. Or she wants to know what it's like to kiss a boy. He never mentioned this to me. I'm way over my head right now with this young girl waiting for me to say something. You're young.
Ugh.
She rolls onto her back and drapes an arm over her face.
Now you sound like my dad. I know everyone thinks 10 is young, but I don't feel young. Why is 10 too young to kiss a boy? How old were you the first time you kissed a boy?
I chuckle, rolling onto my back too. Well, I probably shouldn't tell you this, but I was 9. A 10-year-old neighbor boy kissed me in the back hallway of our church right before he got baptized. I was shocked. It was just a quick peck on my lips when nobody was looking, but I was in shock. He gave me this devilish grin and said, "My last sin before they're all washed away." And we never spoke of it again. And for the record, I roll back toward her, and her head flops to the side to look at me. I was 14 before another boy kissed me. Morgan's eyes widen.
I can't wait until I'm 14. I just can't. I want to know what it feels like. I want to know if it will feel like Romeo and Juliet.
You've read Shakespeare? I quirk an eyebrow.
Oh, yes. I've read Romeo and Juliet more than once, and Jane Austen's Pride and Prejudice. However, I like modern stories even better, like The Fault in Our Stars, even though it's sad. And I love Twilight and The Hunger Games.
She's 10. I think I was reading Judy Blume at 10. Definitely not Shakespeare and vampire romances.
My dad's writing a book. It's a memoir. He says it's a love story about me and him.
I smile. You have a great dad. I hope you know it.
I know. He's the best. So, are you coming downstairs for dessert? It's red velvet cake. Mr. Hans picked it up from a bakery. It's Hunter's favorite.
Cake sounds perfect. Morgan jumps out of bed and holds out her hand. I take it. I'd hoped I'd find friends here. I just never imagined it would be a 10-year-old girl and a 70-year-old man. What took you two so long? Don't worry, we saved you some cake. Mr. Hans smiles from his recliner with Hunter on the sofa, her thumbs dancing along her phone screen. Gabe will get along well with her. Cake, Morgan? My steps falter when I hear Nate's voice from the kitchen. Mr. Hans winks at me. I invited Nate for cake too. I nod slowly. I see. Whose birthday is it? Life is a celebration. Cake needs no excuse. So much for having some time to digest what Nate said to me and my flirty reaction to his kiss comment. I put on a neutral face and drag my timid ass into the kitchen. Cake, Graceland? Nate glances up from the counter, a knife in one hand and a plate in his other hand.
Yes, Graceland, you want cake.
Morgan rolls her eyes back in her head as she slowly chews a bite, standing next to Nate. How am I supposed to look at him when I saw him barely an hour ago and he said he wanted to kiss me, and I returned the desire without the actual kiss? I guess we're going to be two people who want to kiss but know that it will never happen. Thank you. I take the cake, giving Nate a 2-second glance. It's all I can give him without completely self-combusting into a pile of ashes.
Mr. Hans, this is so good.
Morgan traipses out of the kitchen. It is good. I haven't had cake in a long time. I slowly lick the frosting from the fork. Nate glances at the floor, eyes narrowed, and hunches down. After a few seconds, I move around to his side of the island. Did you drop something? Hunched like a baseball catcher, gaze still to the floor, he crooks a finger at me. I set my plate on the counter. Did you lose a contact lens? I squat next to him behind the counter. He lifts his gaze to meet my squinted eyes. The corner of his mouth bends just as his hand slides behind my head and his lips press to mine. What the hell? My lungs freeze while my heart pauses and my mind explodes. There's no tongue to this kiss, just hungry lips. It knocks me off balance and I fall to my knees, resting my hands on his shoulders. Nate pulls back half an inch, letting his lips hover next to mine, the warmth of his breath covering my stunned mouth. I'm not even sorry. He shrugs. My mouth opens as if I want to speak, but I have no idea what to say.
Dad!
Nate bolts up, leaving me on my knees. Yes?
Can Hunter use...
Morgan's eyes narrow at me, my head barely peeking over the counter.
Gracelyn, what are you doing?
I give her a tight smile. Nate says, picking up a few crumbs. At the same time, I say, tying your dad's shoe. His explanation is much better. Morgan laughs.
Okay, you're both acting weird.
I climb to my feet. Can Hunter use what? Nate asks.
Your bike, so we can go for a bike ride.
Are you going to stay around here? Morgan nods.
Pinky swear, we won't go too far.
I'll need to put the seat down for her.
Yes, thanks, Dad. I'll go tell her.
Morgan runs out of the kitchen. Nate covers the cake with plastic wrap and nods to my plate with the half-eaten piece of cake. Are you going to finish that? Cake. He wants to talk about the cake? My head inches side to side. Too good to let it go to waste. He picks up the plate and finishes my cake. You kissed me. By the way, his gaze remains on the plate as he scoops up the last bite. Morgan knows I know how to tie my own shoes.
You kissed me,
I whisper-yell. I did. He sets the plate in the sink and turns to look at me. Still don't regret it, but I won't do it again if you didn't like it.
That's...
I shake my head.
Not the point at all.
No? He cocks his head. I'm in trouble. Nearly 2 more months with this guy. Cliff diver, Jamie doppelganger, kiss stealer. It can never be more than a kiss. I tip my chin up. Not even a second one?
Dad? Coming?
Morgan calls from the other room. He pushes off the counter and brushes past me, leaning next to my ear for a split second and whispering 3 words. Think about it. Chapter 11. Nathaniel. Bed, Squirt. Morgan slips her bookmark into her book from her beanbag chair as I fold a load of laundry on the sofa.
You don't have to tuck me in if you don't want to.
She hugs her book to her chest. What would make you think I don't want to tuck you in? Twisting her lips, she shrugs.
I just don't want you to think I need you to do it, that you have to do it.
It's official. She's breaking my heart. I try not to let it show on my face. Do you feel like you're too old for me to tuck you into bed? She won't even look at me. Her gaze sticks to her bare feet as she rocks back and forth on them. I don't want to make her feel bad. My heart wants to give her wings, not clip them. But damn, it's hard. So are you thinking a hug right here? Her head lifts an inch at a time. Big blue eyes meet mine, and she smiles even with her bottom lip trapped between her teeth.
Definitely.
She shifts her book to her right hand and wraps her arms around my neck. I hug her a little tighter, a little longer. Good night. I love you.
Love you too, Daddy.
Daddy. I'll take it. Most of the time she calls me Dad in front of other people, but I still get Daddy when she hugs me. She heads up the stairs and I put away the towels, start the dishwasher and lock the doors. After brushing my teeth, I shrug off my shirt and start to close the shades over the door to my balcony. Just before they're completely shut, I stop.
Flipping off the light so I can get a better view, I cut my hands at my face against the glass. There's a body on its back on Graceland's balcony. I hope it's her, and I hope she's alive. Stepping out onto my balcony, I rest my forearms on the railing. You okay?
Yep.
She doesn't move. Her gaze remains aimed at the sky, hands folded on her stomach. My head falls back and I take in the starry night. Are you sleeping outside?
No.
Have you forgiven me yet?
It's hard to forgive someone who regrets nothing.
I grin, even though she can't see it.
It's your wife, isn't it? I look like her. Do I kiss like she did?
Dropping my head, I run my hands through my hair, or lack thereof.
It's okay,
she says.
It's hard to let go of someone when it feels...
She sighs.
When it feels like you didn't let go. Like you had this hold on them, and they just disappeared, without you letting go. And they took a piece of you with them. Everyone else is just a piece of a different puzzle.
Her words play in my head for a few seconds.
I suppose, but for me it's been 10 years. I don't feel like I'm looking for a piece to a puzzle. Can you honestly say when you kissed me you weren't thinking about your wife? Because I was comparing you to every man I've kissed before you.
Yeah? Well, how did I compare? I can't see her face, but I want to believe she's grinning as much as I am.
I'm not sure. It was too unexpected.
Sounds like a solid reason to try it again. Graceland laughs.
So, too? We kiss once more and then we're done kissing? This is so weird. I've never discussed kissing with any guy before you.
No?
No.
More chuckling.
It's not something you discuss. You just do it.
Noted. She sits up, turning to face the railing, crossing her legs in front of her.
Noted, huh? So now you're taking notes about me? Will I make it into one of your future books? Maybe a novella about your summer in San Diego. Will you use my real name? Will you mention my great ass?
Great ass will be the chapter right after Clipper disaster.
Real funny.
I take a seat on the balcony, resting my back against the door and sliding my knees toward my chest. What are you thinking about? Out here, alone, staring at the stars? She releases a heavy sigh.
Just my life. How I got to this point. How I'm supposed to navigate the future with a young boy. Kyle and Emily left me with this responsibility that goes beyond feeding him 3 meals a day and driving him to school. I have to consider the friends he has and their influence. I have to think about his life after high school. Will I have what it takes to make sure he's armed with everything he needs to be successful in life? Look at me. I'm not exactly the picture of success.
You'll be fine.
You don't know that.
She's right. I don't. Easing my head back against the door, I look for my own answers in the stars. Jenna and I agreed that we would travel the world with Morgan while she was young. We'd school her by letting her learn from life and different cultures. We wanted her to be so much greater, have so much more knowledge and awareness than she would have ever received inside 4 walls with a massive herd of her peers. So I did it. I honored our dream for Morgan even after Jenna died. Now I have this young girl who is too smart for her own good, too mature in some ways, and cultured beyond anything 99% of her peers could ever imagine. I'm faced with the very real possibility that she won't fit in when she goes to school. And as much as I can get defensive and make excuses, like any kids who don't like her and are just stupid and not worth her time, the truth is she wants to fit in. Morgan doesn't want to be different, smarter, more cultured. She wants girlfriends who will paint her nails and boyfriends who will make her smile.
Nate, she will thank you for what you did. Maybe not on day 1 of public school, but someday she will thank you for giving her the world in the first 10 years of her life. Morgan's future is going to be so bright. I can't even imagine how profoundly different my life would be had my parents been able to give me what you've given Morgan. I smile even though she can't see me. Are you just saying that to make me feel better? Absolutely. Hard truth, she's going to get a computer, cell phone, and boyfriend, and you'll be an afterthought. Barking out a laugh, I shake my head. Remind me not to come to you when I need my next pep talk. I'll remind you not to come to me for anything. All my good advice and worthy pep talks are saved for Gabe. Everyone else gets the sludge from my brain, the insight from the morals of my tragic stories. The only thing tragic about you, Elvis, is that you've given up on men. She grabs the railing and pulls herself to standing, drumming her fingers on the rail a few times. I didn't give up on them. They gave up on me. Night, Nate. Graceland disappears into her bedroom. The door lock clicks behind her 2 seconds before she closes her blinds. Night, Graceland, I whisper, enjoying the slight, cool breeze under a blanket of clear night sky. Chapter 12. Graceland. Miss me? I ask Gabe when he hops in the vehicle with his overnight bag.
It was one night.
He shuts the door and fastens his seatbelt. Well, I missed you.
Now you sound like my mom.
Sorry. I back out of the driveway and head toward home. After a few minutes of thinking about it, I can't keep my mouth shut. Actually, I'm not sorry I sounded like your mom. I've been so worried that I'm doing everything wrong. Maybe missing you when you're gone overnight is actually doing something right.
Whatever.
I bet he said those same 2 words to Emily and Kyle a lot. That makes me feel good. So far, I haven't damaged him beyond repair. 8 more years, Graceland. You've got this. What do you want to do today? I have the day off.
I don't care. I'm sure Morgan will decide what I do today.
I grin. You don't like Morgan? He shrugs.
She's okay. Different.
Okay is good, right? Another shrug.
It's fine. She just, I don't know, asks a lot of questions.
Like what?
I don't know.
I'm not sure why he starts every sentence with I don't know, and then follows it up with an answer that proves he does in fact know.
She always wants to know what I do with my other friends, and when I tell her, she asks why. She's always hovering over my shoulder when I'm playing games, and she asked me a few days ago if I had a girlfriend.
Well, maybe she likes you.
I don't think so.
Why do you say that?
I don't know.
Do you like her?
She's fine, whatever.
Do you like girls? He whips his head in my direction.
You think I'm gay?
Holy shit. No, I'm... Okay, call me naive, but I didn't see that coming. Wow, I just showed my age and lack of knowledge about his generation. I guess 10-year-olds are more informed about sexuality than I was at his age. I'm not sure I knew what the word gay meant at 10. I'm so out of touch. I wasn't implying that I thought you were gay. It's fine if you are. And that's just a side note, but I was meaning, are you interested in girls or boys or whatever at this point? I don't fully remember what my life was like at 10. I just remember girls were interested in boys or having boyfriends before the boys I knew even looked at girls as anything more than a forced pick on a dodgeball team in PE.
I've had a girlfriend.
Okay. Good. Great. I'll just shut up now. As soon as we arrive home, Morgan bolts out of her house and meets Gabe at the front door.
How was your slumber party? Sleepover, not slumber party.
He rolls his eyes at her before opening the deck door.
What did you do? Did you stay up all night? Did you sleep in sleeping bags?
Gabe tosses his bag on the bottom step before heading to the kitchen. I glance around for Mr. Hans and Hunter, but they're not here. I think he mentioned taking her shopping today. Want me to make you a sandwich? I ask Gabe.
I'll make him one. What do you want?
Morgan asks. Gabe grabs a sports drink from the fridge.
Turkey, but I can make it.
My brow furrows as I watch the two of them mill around the kitchen, foraging for food. Since when did Gabe learn to make his own sandwich?
I'll make lunch for both of us.
She reaches for the plates on the second floating shelf by the stove.
Gabe, grab us plates.
He sets his drink on the counter and stretches his arm toward the plates. I grin. He can't reach them either. Maybe in another year you'll be tall enough. I stretch my arm over them and retrieve 2 plates. Go play. I'll make your sandwiches. Morgan sighs.
Fine, let's go, Guac.
She grabs his arm and tugs on it. He shoots me a look and I wink at him. He rolls his eyes, but not before cracking a tiny grin. Yeah, he likes her. I assembled 2 turkey sandwiches and cut up an apple for them to split.
Want to hear a secret?
Morgan asks Gabe as I climb the stairs with their plates in my hand. I guess, Gabe answers with no enthusiasm.
This morning, my dad and I stopped by the store to pick up a few things. He let me get this huge chocolate chip muffin, and it was so good. But anyway, we were in the line to pay for our groceries, and he let me hold his phone. He told me to scan through the pictures and find some I'd like to have printed in an album.
That's the secret? I stop at the top of the stairs, but the floor creaks and 2 heads whip in my direction. Here you go. After handing them the plates, I ease into the recliner. Morgan's gaze flits between her plate and me, but she doesn't continue her story. Taking the awkward cue, I grab an empty glass from the end table and make my exit. Partial exit. Descending 3 steps, just out of sight, I take a seat and wait for Morgan to continue her story. She doesn't disappoint.
While I was scrolling through the photos on my dad's phone, I looked up just as he was putting a box of something, oh my gosh, you're never going to believe what, on the counter. And I was like, what the? And I asked him about it as soon as we got in the car, but he said he was picking them up for Mr. Hans and that I shouldn't say anything. So whatever you do, don't you dare tell anyone I told you, okay?
Whatever.
Guac, you have to pinky swear.
I hold in my giggle because she's being so dramatic and secretive, but Gabe shows zero curiosity about her secret. Fine, I swear. It's probably a laxative or hemorrhoid cream. I'm not sure he knows what either of those things are, but I have no doubt Ms. Smartypants will fully inform him. It makes me think of all the talks I need to have with him. I have no idea what Kyle and Emily taught him or what he's learned in school or through friends. On one hand, I don't want to overshare too early, but I also don't want him running into too many Morgans in the world and feeling stupid when he doesn't know about something.
Condoms.
Thump, clunk, thump, clunk, crash. The dropped glass from my hand survives the carpeted stairs, but suffers an ill fate at the bottom with the tiled floor. I drown my gasp with a hand over my mouth and fly down the stairs. What was that? Gabe calls.
Nothing. Just dropped a cup. Keep eating. No big deal.
I pick up the pieces while the word condoms echoes in my head. Nate bought condoms. There's no way he bought them for Mr. Hans. No way. My head is ready to explode with clashing thoughts. We kissed. He bought condoms. Morgan saw them. She told Gabe. Does Gabe know what condoms are? Why did he buy condoms? Maybe they're not for me. How many women is he kissing? Whoa, what happened? Mr. Condoms comes through the screen door.
Glass slipped. My fault.
Your fault. I take the larger pieces to the kitchen and toss them in the trash before retrieving the broom and dustpan from the garage. Let me hold it. Nate takes the dustpan from me. I do not make eye contact as I relinquish it when I sweep the mess into it, or when I take it from him and head back to the kitchen. Where's Hugh? He asks after I return the broom and dustpan to the garage.
Not sure. I think he agreed to take Hunter to the mall.
I wash my hands without looking at Nate and his sexy smile, his slightly fitted gray tee or his muscly calves. I see. Well, I'm taking Morgan to the ice rink. Does Gabe like to ice skate? My head snaps up, my gaze laser-focused on him now.
Ice skate?
Yeah.
You ice skate?
He chuckles. crossing his veiny arms over his expansive chest. I played hockey for years. I like finding adult leagues that let me jump in and substitute when they need someone. There's open skating today, and Morgan loves to skate. She's more of a figure skater. No interest in hockey.
I played hockey too.
You?
His thick brows lurch up his forehead. Yeah. Why the look? Girls can play hockey too.
No. He shakes his head. I mean, I know. I'm from Wisconsin. I know a lot of girls who played hockey or just ice skated a lot in general.
His head continues to shake.
I'm not sure why I'm surprised by this.
I turn around and lift the back of my hair so he can see the nape of my neck.
Damn, you have a tattoo.
He moves closer, inspecting the crisscrossed hockey sticks tattooed where no one sees them unless my hair is pulled up. I used to wear it in a ponytail or a messy bun a lot, when it was longer, like Black Beauty's. I turn back toward him. For your information, I have more than one tattoo. I smirk. He wets his lips and gives me the sexiest smirk. I feel it tickle deep in my belly and a little lower as well.
Is that so?
Returning a shaky chuckle, I step back. It's too hot to be so close. Yeah, it's so. Dragging his teeth along his bottom lip and his gaze down my body, he releases a deep hum.
Can't wait to see them.
Condoms. 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 They're not visible when I'm clothed. His gaze makes a lazy retreat to mine.
What about in your bra and panties?
Biting back my smile, I shake my head slowly.
Well, fuck, he whispers.
I feel those whispered words like his tongue dragging along the most intimate parts of my body. When I make an effort to take yet another step backward, my backside hits the counter. My hands rest on either side and I clear my throat. Gabe, come down here, please.
Nate smirks.
He knows I'm desperate to end this moment. There's just no need for me to let my hormonal body suffer another second under his gaze. The one who likes to stare at my hair and other parts of my body.
Yeah?
Gabe and Morgan head directly toward the fridge to get 2 bottles of juice. Gabe, did your dad ever teach you to ice skate?
Yeah, but I'm not great at it.
Oh, Dad, let's take Gabe and Gracelyn with us.
Morgan's plea to Nate is filled with her usual enthusiasm.
Too late, Squirt. I already came up with that idea.
Yes! Gabe, wait until you see my dad. He could have played in the NHL. He's so good.
A cocky grin settles onto Nate's face. I don't exactly hate it. Gabe shrugs.
Gracelyn has hockey sticks tattooed on the back of her neck. She and my dad played too, but she's probably as good as your dad.
I frown at Gabe. You've never seen me play. How can you jump to that horrible conclusion? Gabe smirks behind his bottle of juice.
Oh, let me see your tattoo. I want a tattoo so badly, but Dad says I have to wait until he's dead. I know that's just code for 18.
I turn and push my hair up again. The shorter length just barely covers it.
That is so cool. See, Dad, not all people who get tattoos are crazy.
Nate finds his own frown, giving Morgan a firm scowl.
Go get ready.
Go change your clothes, Guac. I'm going to change mine.
They run off, leaving me to deal with a guy who abhors technology and possibly tattoos. Crazy, huh? I push off the counter and plant myself right in front of him. Peering down at me, his lips twitch.
If you didn't think they're a little crazy, then yours wouldn't be hidden.
I got them in my early 20s, and their placement has a lot to do with my mom not seeing them. I didn't think they were crazy at the time. I just didn't want her to go crazy. They're intimate. Very few people have seen all 3 of them. Brandon saw them a week after I got the last one. The unveiling was very seductive and led to a long night where he showed no signs of a weak heart. My focus locks on his lips. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're wrong.
What are they? A puck? Hearts? An infinity symbol with the name of your first love?
You'll never know. I'm going to change my clothes. Maybe stare at my secret tattoos for a while. I brush past him.
Fine, he says, following me toward the stairs. While I wait for everyone to get ready, I might go stare at my naked self in the mirror, too. He pushes open the door. At the last second, halfway up the stairs, I glance over my shoulder. There it is. He grins as if he was waiting for me to turn around. Go before your head doesn't fit through the doorway. I continue up the stairs. Chapter 13.
Come on, Guac, I'll hold your hand.
Morgan grabs his hand. I'm not sure he needs her help, but he doesn't pull away. Maybe he likes her more than he cares to admit. I finish lacing up my skates and stand while Nate follows right behind me.
Show me your moves, Elvis.
He stops at the threshold to the ice and waits for me to go first. In all fairness, it's been several years since I've been on the ice. I tug my pink sweatshirt down, feeling a little self-conscious in my black leggings. Nate seems to like them. Whenever I look at him, he's checking out my legs.
Stop with the excuses.
He nods for me to go. I roll my eyes and take off. There are only 4 other people here besides us, a man and a woman with their 2 girls who look a few years younger than Gabe and Morgan. They're racing along the ice and spinning in circles like they came out of the womb doing toe jumps and sow-cows. The mom hangs out by the wall like she's not too steady on skates, while the dad glides with confidence, holding up his phone to record the girls. Thankfully, I feel confident even with the time lapse. Gabe has escaped Morgan's hold on him, staying a few feet behind her as she skates forward and backward, talking his ear off.
How's the ankle?
Nate catches up to me. I give him the side eye and shrug. It's fine.
Race you, Dad?
Morgan zooms up beside Nate.
1, 2, go!
He yells before sprinting to the other side of the rink.
You didn't say 3, cheater!
She chases after him. He slows up at the last minute to let her win. I turn and wait for Gabe. So your dad did teach you to skate?
Some. I like rollerblading better.
I like it too. We should do it together sometime. Another shrug.
Okay.
Lift me, Dad!
Morgan skates toward Nate, and he grabs her waist, lifting her above his head while skating backward. She stretches her arms and legs out in a long line.
That's pretty cool,
Gabe mumbles. Can you lift me up? I ask. He snorts and shakes his head.
If you want to kill both of us.
Did you see me, Guac?
Morgan rushes over toward us after Nate puts her down.
Yeah, I saw.
He totally downplays his reaction to her. He gasped and said it was pretty cool. I wink at Morgan. Her face lights up. Gabe shakes his head.
I did not.
He gives me a death glare before they skate off in the other direction.
I've been asked to get them soft pretzels, Nate says as he rests his hand on the small of my back. Come with me?
Only if you're buying me one, too.
That's it, isn't it?
As we step off the ice and sit to take off our skates, I give him a quick glance. What's it?
It's not an infinity tattoo you have on your right butt cheek. It's a pretzel.
I laugh. Yes, with extra salt.
I knew it.
He shoves his feet into his loosely laced sneakers and holds out his hand. I take it and let him pull me to my feet, way too close to his chest. A slight pause turns into a good 10 seconds of just staring at each other. I make the responsible choice to nod my head toward the refreshment stand. Pretzels. Nate has a way of grinning at me like he knows exactly what I'm thinking. God, I hope not.
4 pretzels with salt, Nate orders and pays.
While we wait for the teenaged boy to get the pretzels for us, we stroll around by the cases filled with skates and other equipment to purchase.
I saved forever to buy my first pair of new skates. Nate shakes his head. My parents didn't have a lot of money, so I burned through so many pairs of hand-me-downs from friends who seemed to get a new pair of skates every 6 months. I still remember how incredible it felt to stick my feet into a brand new pair of skates. I smile. I bet you also remember how it felt to endure blisters while breaking in those new skates. That might be true, too. He chuckles as his hand brushes mine. His index finger clasps mine, and we just stand side by side, peering at the skates. "Here you go," the kid from the counter calls. He curls his finger tighter around mine like he doesn't want me to pull away as he leads me back to the counter. I'm on a man ban, yet I feel oddly disappointed when he does release my finger so we can each carry 2 pretzels toward an empty table. They are all empty since the couple and their 2 girls left. "Morgan!" Nate holds up a pretzel. I glance at my watch. "Do you realize they close in 15 minutes? "I do." His lips contort like he's fighting a grin, but his gaze stays on Morgan and Gabe heading our way. "Eat up," he says to the kids, and winks at me before disappearing around the corner toward the entrance.
"Where's he going?"
Morgan asks with her mouth full. I shrug, taking a slow bite of the warm pretzel. A few minutes later, Nate returns. "Let's do this, Elvis." He's carrying 2 sticks and a stack of pucks. "Do what?" I furrow my brow. "See who has the best shot." He nods toward the rink and the guy placing a goal at one end and several cones in a line.
"Yes! I bet my dad will win."
I frown at Morgan. She giggles, picking salt off her pretzel. Nate continues past me. "Chop, chop, Elvis." I roll my eyes and take one last bite of pretzel before following Nate. We put our skates back on and step onto the ice. 3 shots each. You have to weave between those 6 cones and make your shot before the line.
What does the winner get?
I stop a few yards before the first cone. If you win, I'll send you to the spa for a day.
A spa day perks me up a bit. And if you win? He smirks, shifting his gaze for a brief second to the kids eating pretzels.
I get to see your other tattoos.
I release a nervous laugh.
What's wrong? Are you worried I'm the better hockey player?
I shouldn't have agreed to cut his hair. Just like I shouldn't agree to do this little competition, but I'm terrible at not doing what I shouldn't do. Deal.
Nate's grin reaches his ears. Fantastic. Ladies first. He drops 3 pucks near my feet. I roll my neck a few times and hold my stick out, twisting my torso side to side a few times.
I could use a spa day. It better include a mani-pedi, too.
Anything your heart desires. He winks. I glide the puck in and out of the cones and land my first shot in the net by an inch at best. Nate says nothing when I return to the start of the cones wearing a cocky grin. My speed picks up along with my confidence as I take the second puck through the cones and shoot my second shot right in the middle.
I want a hot stone massage, at least 90 minutes.
I toss him a wink as I skate in circles around him twice. Watch it. I feel a choke coming on.
Never.
I go full speed with the last puck, and it bounces off the crossbar. So close. Nate greets me with a devilish smirk.
It's not over,
I feign confidence. Oh, it's over, Elvis. Nate putzes his way around the cones and uses one hand to take his shot. Goal.
Luck,
I say, holding my head high. Luck, huh? He stick handles the puck like a drunk guy before making another one-handed shot. Goal. Do you want me to rub up against you? Maybe my luck will rub off on you for next time.
What happens if there's a tie?
I tap my stick on the ice. Tie goes to you.
No, I don't like that.
I twist my lips.
It's a wash. No spa day, no tattoos.
Sounds boring. He skates backward, expertly maneuvering the puck through the cones without breaking eye contact with me. Then, Because I've been a bit down on my luck anyway, he keeps his back to the goal and shoots. Son of a bitch. Nate doesn't turn, not one single glance back. He skates toward me, knowing damn well he made the shot. Time to go, kids. He breezes by me, nabbing my stick. My 2 unseen tattoos create this wedge between us. On the way home, we don't speak to each other, just the kids. I feel his occasional sideways glance on me during the drive, but I close my eyes and ignore it, opting to focus on the breeze washing over me in his very cool convertible.
"Can Gabe come over for dinner?"
Morgan asks the second we climb out of the car. Sure, I have fish we can grill. You guys good with fish? Nate asks, his attention split equally between me and Gabe. I like fish. Gabe follows Morgan to the door. What about you? Nate smiles, letting his eyes make their usual slow inspection of my hair before his gaze inches down my body. I glance at my watch. I actually have something I need to do. Rain check? He glances at the sky. Rain's not predicted, but I'll take one. Great. So, thanks for feeding Gabe. I dig the key fob to the Land Rover out of my purse. I take it I've been thoroughly vetted? You're good with leaving Gabe with me? I don't trust you, but I trust Morgan. I give him a tight smile before turning and walking through the grass toward the SUV. Send him home after dinner. I have a feeling he was up most of the night at his sleepover. Good mothering. I glance at him as I climb in the Land Rover. Nate's smile is genuine, and I think his compliment might be too. Thanks. I start to shut the door, then stop. Nate? He stops his retreat to the house and turns. I'm not prying, and I hope it's not crossing a line to ask you this, but what color was your wife's hair when she was pregnant with Morgan? He squints, saying nothing for several seconds. Brunette. Why? No reason. Night. Chapter 14. Nathaniel. The following afternoon, I work on my book from my bed while Morgan knits in her room. She's an expert knitter. Little do Gabe, Mr. Hans, and Gracelyn know they're getting knitted gifts before we head home in August, and Hunter's getting something too. I angle myself away from plain sight when I see Gabe head toward the deck. A few seconds later, okay. I assumed the person sneaking under the deck would be Gracelyn, but it's not. I move closer to the window, but stay off to the side. The woman strips and shoves her clothes into a plastic bag before surveying the area to see if the coast is clear. Who is this? Whoa, I whisper. It's Gracelyn after all, but with red hair. Like Ed Sheeran red hair, which is actually more orange-looking. She curls it behind her ear on one side and dashes up the stairs. I'm going to Gabe's. Clearly, I'm not the only one focused on their arrival. Why don't you play outside for a while? It's nice. Ugh, fine. I'll tell him we have to be outside, but only for an hour. I was outside most of the morning with Hunter, and you know it. When did you start making the rules? I yell downstairs, knowing she's already halfway out the door. Click. I pretend she didn't hear me, but I have a feeling she ignored me. She really needs to go back to 9 and stay there forever. After capping my pen, I make my way downstairs. If I'm honest, I want them to play outside because I know it will bring my new red-headed neighbor out as well. The screen door creaks as I ease it open and peek around the corner. On cue, the 3 kids run onto the beach with a frisbee and a volleyball. Gracelyn takes a seat on the porch swing, wearing a short blue sundress that looks incredible with her new hair color. As I approach the porch, she smiles. It's a little more reserved than the smile I'm used to getting from her. Love the new color. Yeah, I'm sure you do. She averts her gaze to the kids as I take a seat on the swing next to her. I take it you don't like it? She shrugs. It's fine. Is everything okay? Angling her body to face me, she gives me that same tight smile. It's weird, like she's waiting for me to answer the very question I just asked. I take it everything is not okay? I say slowly. Wow, look at you spending less time looking at my hair right now. My newly colored hair in favor of meeting my gaze. She points her index and middle fingers at her eyes. I just said I like your hair. Yes. She turns away from me again, shifting her attention to the kids playing frisbee. Gracelyn, I'm not good at guessing games, just say it. I don't know what I did. Listen, this has nowhere to go anyway. You're leaving in under 2 months and I'm done with men, so while the kiss was nice, well, maybe more than nice, and the flirting and goofy wager over seeing my tattoos was fun, it's time for a reality check. Okay, and what reality check is that? I'm not your wife. My head jolts back. What are you talking about? What does Jenna have to do with this? This attraction started because my hair reminded you of her when you two first met. You always stare at my hair before you look at my eyes or anything else, but just now, you looked at my face and my dress, then you looked at my hair for less than a second. And the disappointment on your face was so obvious. I'm no longer her, which, she runs her hands through her orangey hair, is the reason I changed the color. I deal with enough ghosts in my life. The last thing I need is to be the ghost of your dead wife. I open my mouth to speak, but nothing comes out. There are no words. Should I be apologetic? Angry? I honestly don't know because I didn't see this coming. It's impossible to make sense of everything she just said. I fear you misunderstood. It's fine, Nathaniel. Now it's Nathaniel. She's definitely upset. It's okay to hold on to her. It's okay if you never really move on. It's okay if you never find that kind of love again because she was the one and no one else will ever come close. Take some sage advice from someone who knows. Threesomes don't work. If your heart can't let go, then you will take her with you into every new relationship. And even though she's dead and no one can see her, they will feel her. It's clear now. The man who left her at the altar must have lost someone, and he couldn't let that someone go. That's the look she saw in his eyes before he skipped out on her. I'm sorry, I say with complete sincerity. I think I read into all of this wrong. After years of moving from one place to another, making friends, leaving friends, but living in the moment with Morgan, I assumed we, you and I, could have this moment. A fun moment that felt emotionally safe because we both knew there would be no expectations at the end of summer. I sigh, redirecting my focus to the kids on the beach since Gracelyn won't look at me. I don't have huge cliffs to dive off of in Madison, but I seized the moment when I had the opportunity. I wanted to make the memory. Morgan and I have experienced so much that we will likely never experience again. And as much as we miss some of those experiences and people we've met along the way, there's no regret. I stand, stepping away from the swing, keeping my back to her. I kissed you, Gracelyn Glock, and I did it without regret. I did it without thinking of Jenna. Descending the few steps, I return to my deck and take a seat to watch the kids. I had no idea Gracelyn was so emotionally trapped in her past. The next morning, I wake with some clarity. If I'm completely honest, the resemblance to Jenna was almost spooky when I first met Gracelyn. I've seen other women with traits that reminded me of Jenna. It doesn't change the fact that I kissed Gracelyn, not a ghost of my wife. It also doesn't change the current situation. We're leaving in less than 2 months, and Gracelyn has her plate full with Gabe, the loss of his parents, her new role in life, and a past that includes misfortune with love.
Dad!
My favorite alarm sounds just as I finish putting on my jogging shorts and tee. Morgan! I call from the bathroom as I apply deodorant.
Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh!
She bounces into the room ready to explode with excitement.
Hunter and Mr. Hans are downstairs. She wasn't supposed to tell me this because Mr. Hans wants to discuss it with you first, but she did. And now you have to promise to say yes. You have to say yes or I will never forgive you.
Narrowing my eyes at her complete insanity, I nod my head toward the door. They're downstairs right now?
Yes.
I move toward the door.
No, stop. Just let me tell you first.
I frown. Make it quick. She blows out a slow breath, her hands gripping both of my arms as she peers up at me.
Mr. Hans and Hunter are meeting her parents at Disneyland. They're renting a place for 4 days and doing all the fun stuff at the parks, and Mr. Hans said Gabe and I are invited too. Oh my gosh, please say yes. You have to say yes.
Morgan.
Dad, please.
She drops to her knees and folds her hands in front of her. I have seen many sides of my daughter, but this level of begging and complete desperation is new. In 10 years, I've been away from her overnight just once. I left her with her nanny while I went to a conference, but I trusted her nanny completely, and they were confined to the house. Disneyland with Mr. Hans and Hunter's parents, who I have not met, is a much different scenario. While you pick up the pieces of your crumbled self, I'm going downstairs to talk to Mr. Hans. I take a step toward the door, and she dives for my leg, wrapping her arms around it. Who is this girl? I keep moving with her attached to my leg. She releases me when we get to the stairs, hot on my heels as I descend them to a smiling Hunter and Mr. Hans waiting in the entry. Good morning, I return a smile. So I hear there's been a grand invitation to Disneyland. Mr. Hans chuckles. Yes, my hearing isn't the best, but I heard Morgan giving you the details. I nod slowly, shooting Morgan a quick glance. Her face is red, her nose scrunched like this is torture. We are leaving this afternoon. I know it's short notice, but when Hunter's parents decided to rent a place that houses 6, she was quick to do the math and ask me if Morgan and Gabe could come too, since Morgan has apparently never been. He furrows his brow as if he can't believe that's true. No, she hasn't been to Disney. I refrain from mentioning all the wonders of the world that she has seen that are a million times better than Disney. Well, we'd love for her to come, but only if you're comfortable with it. I'm not trying to pressure you. Is Gabe going?
Graceland said if Morgan goes, he can go,
Hunter says, tightening her long blonde ponytail. Great. Now Gabe's fun fate is all on me too. How kind of Graceland to drop this decision in my lap. Well, I need to take a jog and clear my head before making this decision.
Graceland leaves for work at noon, so you have to make your decision before she leaves.
Hunter grimaces as she sets the countdown clock. I glance at my watch. It's 8. I'll be back by 9 and make my decision by 10. Does that work for everyone? Mr. Hans chuckles, resting his hand on Hunter's shoulder. That's fine, and it's okay if you're not comfortable with it. We'll find plenty of other fun stuff to do later if Hunter comes back to visit.
It's not okay,
Morgan mumbles beside me. Enjoy your jog. Let's go, Hunter. How do pancakes sound today?
With blueberries like Grandma used to make?
I'll see what I can come up with. He leads her out the door. As soon as they're at the bottom of the deck stairs, I reach for my running shoes.
It's going to be a no, isn't it? It's always no. You never want me to do anything without you. You're always worried that something will happen to me.
You mean I love you, I mumble back to her as I finish tying my shoes.
Why don't you put me in a fish tank or a bird cage? Why don't you just lock me in my room? Then you don't have to worry about me making friends or scraping my knee or kissing a boy. You don't have to worry about me falling in love, getting married, and dying like Mom did.
Morgan. I turn just as she runs up the stairs and slams her bedroom door shut. Perched at the screen door with my hands on each side, I watch the array of seabirds flock to the shore, squawking and pecking at each other and the scraps of food and trash that have littered parts of the shoreline. I think of how hard I worked to make it through school, to become a professor, how hard I worked to convince Jenna that she should date me, I think of how long we waited to have Morgan because we wanted to be ready. We waited for the perfect moment. Then I think of Jenna dying. I think of my best friend dying tragically before I ever reached the age of reason. I think of everything I've tried to control in my life and where it's gotten me. If I wanted to keep Morgan in a glass box, I wouldn't have packed our bags and set out to conquer the world. Nothing can be given without letting go. I knock on her door several times before slowly opening it. Morgan quickly wipes her face and hangs her legs off the opposite side of her bed, giving me her back and 2 cold shoulders. They could get in a fatal car accident on their way to Disneyland. Someone could take her if she gets too curious and wanders off on her own. A ride could break and kill her. She could get food poisoning, homesick, a flesh-eating fungus from a swimming pool, or a million other things that terrify me. Or she could feel the rush of a roller coaster. She could be dazzled by princesses and incredible fireworks displays. She could get her face painted and eat Mickey Mouse-shaped pancakes with her new friends. She could gain a sense of confidence away from me. She could spread her beautiful wings. I don't know if the place they're renting will have a washer and dryer, so pack enough underwear. Morgan whips around, mouth in the shape of an O on a huge gasp.
I can go?
I nod once. Before I can take a breath, she's in my arms, hugging me so hard it nearly squeezes tears from my eyes.
Daddy, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I love you so much. You are the best dad ever.
Can I get that in writing? She pulls away. I wipe her residual tears. I'm going to give you a mile-long list of warnings and precautions I want you to take. You've heard them all before, but you have to let me say them again anyway.
Absolutely. I'll pack and you do your dad thing.
She retrieves her bag from under her bed. I love this girl. She's my world. My hands will release her, set her free. But my heart can't let go, which means she will rip it from my chest and carry it with her forever. And I will wait for her to return, for my heart to return. She packs, I preach. Then she runs next door to tell Gabe to pack his bag too. I am a wreck.
Chapter 15. Gracelyn. He let her go. I never expected Nate to let Morgan go. His shocking decision meant I had to let Gabe go too. I have no idea if Kyle and Emily would have said yes. Brother Dearest is probably looking down on me, tisking me at this very moment. I set my microwave dinner on the table and pour a glass of wine. If I'm going to be irresponsible, I might as well go all out. Silence haunts me. I forgot what it's like to eat alone, to be alone. Even when Gabe goes to a friend's house, Mr. Hans is here. I should embrace this moment, but it's oddly depressing. However, it's not a foreign feeling. I'm no stranger to loneliness. After my wedding debacle, I embraced it. Surely I can handle 4 days of my old life. After dinner, I take a walk along the beach, curling my toes in the damp sand while the harmonious waves of the tide crawl into the shore. Turning around, a mile or so down the coastline, I make my way back before the sun extinguishes for the night. I step onto the boardwalk and brush the sand from my feet. The creak of a board brings my gaze up. Nate tips back a bottle of beer, eyeing me from the chair on his deck. I brush my hands together and make my way to the bottom of his stairs. You let her go. Resting the bottle on the arm of the chair, he nods. I let her go. He sounds different, monotone, depressed. While I, too, fretted over the decision, hence the reason I passed it off onto him, I hope it was the right one. I messaged my parents about it, of course, after he already left. They agreed it was the right thing to do. I consider sharing this somewhat comforting information with Nate, but I'm not sure he's ready to hear it. Night. I offer a tiny smile and head home to finish my bottle of wine and binge on Outlander. Popcorn, wine, bra off, Jamie on. By the end of the second episode, my wine is gone, my cheeks are flushed, and I'm feeling super relaxed. Knock, 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 knock. The knocking continues at a slow but steady pace, like a drunk woodpecker. "What is it?" I say to no one as I take the stairs slowly, like I'm drunk, but I'm not. I'm just super relaxed. No shits left to give. I giggle at my squirrel brain. Then I giggle at my brain calling itself squirrel brain. Finally, I open the door with one hand while I hold what is now just the bottle of wine in my other hand. "Nathaniel," I smile. It feels like a good smile. At least I think I can still feel my smile. He doesn't look at my hair. Nope. He starts at my bare feet and works his way up my body. Naked legs, fringed-edge denim booty shorts, and a black tank top. Then he fixes his gaze on my hair. Figures. "Nope. Sorry. I'm still a redhead. Not your dead wife." I bite my lips together. Did I just say dead wife? Surely not. I continue. "Is that all you wanted?" He narrows his eyes and cocks his head. Enough with my hair already. "What is that?" He reaches for the top of my head but stumbles over the threshold. I grab his torso to steady him, but it makes me wobble a bit. Is he drunk? How irresponsible of him. "What is what?" Nate makes a second attempt to reach for the top of my head. "Ouch!" My hand tries to stop him, but it's too late. He chuckles, dangling my bra between us with several of my hairs stuck to the hook. "Your bra was hanging from your hair." He laughs a little more. Yeah, he's intoxicated. I snatch it from his hand and hide it behind my back, like he didn't just see it. I wrangled the murderous thing off during the first episode of Outlander and tossed it over my shoulder. It must have snagged on my hair. "Are you drunk?" He shakes his head. "No, not drunk. Not sober enough to drive, but not drunk. You?" He grabs my wrist and lifts my hand, the one holding the bottle of wine. "I'm not drunk. I'm just relaxed." "I miss Morgan already." He frowns. It's an adorable frown. The really relaxed version of me wants to kiss it right off his face. "And I can't check in with her because she doesn't have a phone, because I'm a paranoid asshole dad who dreamed too big for reality." "Want me to text Gabe to get an update?" I lift the bottle to my mouth and lean clear back. Shit, it's empty. I glance over at the chair, just inside the living room, and make the terrible decision to toss the bottle onto the chair. Crash. It doesn't make it. Instead, it shatters on the tiled floor. "Smooth." Nate lifts his eyebrows, studying the mess on the floor. "I think you cracked the tile." "Oops. Shit." I cringe. "Well," I sigh. "Good thing I know where the broom and dustpan are." I make a wide turn to avoid the broken glass with my bare feet and grab the broom and dustpan from the garage. "I feel like I just helped you clean up a mess on this floor." "You did." I sweep up the mess and squat next to Nate, who's holding the dustpan again to collect it. He lifts his head, putting our faces a breath apart. "I don't think you're Jenna," he whispers. "I didn't kiss her that day in the kitchen." My lips rub together, remembering that kiss. "I don't have the emotional capacity to fall in love with you," I say, staring at his mouth for a second before dragging my already sluggish gaze to his eyes. "And I just don't want to. Love hurts too much." "Then don't."
He closes the tiny space and kisses me. I drop the broom. He drops the dustpan. Nate's hands frame my face, guiding me to standing while deepening the kiss. Afraid of the mess gathered at our feet, I break the kiss and glance down. He hooks his arm around my waist and lifts me up, taking a big step into the living room with its beige carpet and blanket-covered sofa. He sits on it, positioning me to straddle his lap. I grin a second before kissing him. His hands settle on my hips for a long kiss. When I hum into it, he moves his hands to my ass, scooting me closer to him. Squirrel brain makes an attempt to focus on not dry humping my neighbor. It's just a kiss. We knew there would be a second kiss. It's a really great second kiss. Technically, it's a third kiss, but since the glass disrupted the second kiss, I'm declaring this Kiss 2.1. Kiss 2.1 is better than the original second kiss. Maybe it's his exploring tongue or his hands gripping my ass. Maybe it's my braless nipples hard and rubbing against his chest. But most likely, it's his erection pressed between my legs. Do not dry hump him. Squirrel brain knows what she's talking about. I lift onto my knees to get a better angle, just at his mouth. Ouch! I pull back. Nate eases his grip on me. What? I'm sorry, did I do something? Leaning to the right, I pull my left leg up to look at my knee. Something sharp cut into it. What is... Oh my God! Get it off! I flinch as if I can disconnect the rest of my body from my leg and the huge, thick, yellow toenail partially embedded into my skin. Yuck! Get it off! I flick at it, but it doesn't move. Nate laughs. Hold still. He pinches the end of it and pulls it away. A drop of blood pools on my knee. Ew! I fly off his lap and bolt into the kitchen, hopping up on the counter by the sink and turning the water on hot while I douse my leg with soap and scrub it with a sponge. Nate saunters into the kitchen, still holding the weapon between his fingers. I nearly vomit. He drops it in the trash. Wash your hands. That's so disgusting. Who leaves their gnarly, razor-sharp fungus toenails on the sofa? He pumps the soap into his hand. I cease my scrubbing for a second to pump the foam soap 3 more times. Are we good? Will this suffice to remove the toenail fungus germs? He smirks, scrubbing his hands in the other side of the sink. It punctured my skin. I should probably get a tetanus shot or something. He bites his lips together and narrows his eyes at my frantic scrubbing motions while he dries his hands with a paper towel. I think you've got it covered. It just nicked the skin. It was like a dagger in my kneecap. I run my leg under the hot water. It burns, but I need to kill the bacteria, fungus, Ebola, whatever might have been living on that toenail. Tearing off several more paper towels, Nate shuts off the water and guides my leg over the edge of the counter. His eyes find mine as he presses the towels to my knee, where the injury is undetectable. I try to keep a straight face after my meltdown over a toenail, but a minuscule grin pulls at my lips. Nate doesn't even try to hold back. I'm not sure he'll refund your deposit when he sees the cracked tile, but you might be able to make a case for calling things even if you tell him about the toenail and show him the extensive damage to your kneecap. Shut up, I roll my eyes. He shifts to the side and nestles himself between my spread legs, keeping one hand pressed to the towel on my knee while his other hand moves a few strands of hair away from my eyes. I glance away, sobering up a bit. Now I'm a little... My teeth dig into my bottom lip and my nose wrinkles. You're a little what? He brushes his lips over my cheek, letting his hand slide to the back of my head. I draw in a shaky breath and whisper, Nervous. Have you gone a decade without having sex?
I pull back an inch, eyes narrowed. No. Have you? He nods slowly. It makes my chest hurt. Why? He lifts one shoulder in a shrug. Morgan. When she turned 2, we left, and we haven't been back to Madison in 8 years. Traveling with a young daughter doesn't bestow that many opportunities to be intimate, and never staying in one place very long makes it even harder. So, not once? Not a quick hookup after she was in bed? Nothing? He chuckles. Nothing. Do you even... I can't say it. I'm not sure why I even started to ask the question. Of course he does, right? Surely all men do. His face turns a vulnerable shade of pink as he scratches his forehead and tips his chin down. Yeah, I've done that. He sets the wad of paper towels aside and fiddles with the clasp of my white gold bracelet that Brandon gave me. Surely my dead boyfriend has something to say now. I wait for his voice in my head, although it never sounds like it's in my head. The clarity and volume always sound like he's in the same room, where anyone else in the room could easily hear him. How's your book coming along? Nate's lips corkscrew as he continues to fiddle with the bracelet, head bowed. I'm trying to figure out how to end it. I thought the ending might be our arrival back in Madison at the end of summer. Sometimes I wonder if the book ends when Morgan goes off to college, but I'd have to cut a lot from the book if that were the case, and only include major events and highlights. Will Gabe, Mr. Hans, and I be in it? Will we make the cut? With a grin sliding up his face, he lifts his head. I'm not sure about making the cut, but all 3 of you have made an appearance. What's my name? He gives me a funny, duh look. I recognize it as Gabe's resting face. Gracelyn. What happened to changing the names to protect the identities of the innocent? That would require you to be innocent. Jerk. I narrow my eyes. He smiles a second before kissing me again. It's not an upgraded version of our second kiss. It's a third kiss, a standalone, and it's slow, like the slide of his hands up my bare legs. Slow, like the brush of his thumbs along my inner thighs. Slow, like the need building between my legs. Maybe he's gone a decade without having sex, but these full lips of his sure do know how to kiss. I should be better at this, less nervous, yet I'm not. He shows no lack of confidence. I'm a hot mess. Insecurities make a single file line at the door to my conscience, each with a case to plead. The last time I had sex, my body was better, my confidence less wavering, my direction clearer. Even without opening the door, I can hear the chattering insecurities. More cellulite, less perky breasts, emerging red dots along my chest, cherry angiomas according to the internet. My ass isn't as firm. I have pubic hair that's fairly maintained, but I'm not sure it's groomed into the right configuration. Maybe Nate prefers no pubic hair. Well, he's in for a surprise. Does he have pubic hair? Michael always shaved his area. Did he bring over a condom? Does he assume I'm on the pill? I'm not. Do I worry about STDs with a man who hasn't had sex in over a decade? Will we have sex right here? I didn't make my bed this morning. Surely he won't think we can resume on the toenail-infested sofa. Maybe we'll lose our pants right here and just go to town. That's what Jamie and Claire do on Outlander. It's pretty hot. Anal. Oh God, what if he's into anal? I read that it's quite common. I don't have lube. I assume I would need to douche, but I have not douched that hole. Actually, I haven't douched the other hole either. My doctor recommends against it. I pull away, breathless and burning up. It's not my typical premenopausal hot flash. It's a Nate-induced one. My brain is ready to explode. His eyebrows knit together. Are you overthinking this? No. I rub my lips together. Yes. I drop my chin and shake my head. 5 minutes ago I overthought it. Now I'm just in crazy town.
We can talk about it.
No. God, no. I laugh as more heat pools in my cheeks.
There's nothing to worry about. You promised to not fall in love with me. I'm going to return the favor. If we become good friends, we can be pen pals when I leave. Morgan and I have lots of pen pals around the world.
He bought condoms, and now he's suggesting we be pen pals? I'm thinking about the hairstyle of my muff, and he's thinking about stationery and stamps. This gap might be too wide to bridge. Wow. I trace the logo on his t-shirt with my finger. If that kiss didn't make us friends, I fear making it on your pen pal list might be an impossible feat. He wraps his hand around mine, bringing my tracing finger to his lips and giving it a soft kiss.
I fear the haircut fiasco momentarily derailed our friendship.
God, he's so sexy. Not Jamie sexy. Nathaniel Hunt brings his own brand of sexy, and I'm completely bewitched. 6 weeks. I can do 6 weeks. Bewitched doesn't have to lead to love. Kissing my neighbor doesn't break my man ban if we're not technically even friends. Letting him keep my left hand next to his lips, I comb my right hand through his tragically short hair. Would showing you my other tattoos put me back in the friendship zone? He perks an eyebrow.
I'm inclined to say yes.
Okay. He releases my hand and takes a step backward. I slide up my shirt, keeping my braless breasts covered while showing him the tattoo 2 inches beneath my armpit, usually covered by a bra.
It's a stemmed cherry, he chuckles. Is your third tattoo a halved avocado on your ass, or is it a salted pretzel?
No, I grin, pushing my tank top down. He crosses his arms over his chest. Nate, in a fitted tee with gray cargo shorts that hang perfectly from his narrow hips, does it for me. He does it for me.
Why a stemmed cherry?
I like them. He rolls his lips together.
I see. You're going to need to elaborate.
I was 20 when I got them. When you're 20, liking cherries is a solid reason to get a tattoo of one.
Fine, I'll buy it. Looks like we're 1 tattoo away from the friend zone.
I fear you're going to be disappointed. I had to balance things out. I lift my shirt on the other side, same area below my armpit. Nate smile does funny things to my stomach and makes my heart race in my chest. When he laughs, I want to kiss his lips again, call it our first kiss, and promise a million more before he leaves in 6 weeks.
Let me guess. You like elephants?
Very much. Maybe even more than cherries. He runs his finger over my 3 simple elephants. Small, medium, large. Even the large one isn't very big. They're interlocked, tail to trunk, and they hide nicely under my bra when I'm wearing one.
Hockey, cherries, elephants. Got it.
Instead of withdrawing his finger from my tattoo, he feathers it down my side. My heart instructs my lungs to stop breathing. I think they know on their own. It's impossible to breathe with him touching me. No tattoos for you? I manage to squeak 4 words without using oxygen. I release my shirt, but his hand stays on my side, holding my breath hostage.
Nah, I've thought about it. But I think I've waited too long. You have to get started at a younger age, when choosing what to get permanently inked into your skin is as easy as a favorite fruit or animal.
He ghosts his fingers back up my shirt to my 3 elephants and arrestingly close to my bare breast. It's a subtle show of intimacy, a patient seduction. Maybe he hasn't had sex in more than a decade, but Nathaniel Hunt knows how to turn a woman on, and it's effortless. Unmarred skin. I swallow hard. That's intimidating. Or boring. I relinquish a grin that wavers between smirky and nervous. Hand close to my boob.
His confident smile takes over his face. I have a birthmark.
Where?
He leans into me, teasing his lips along my ear as he whispers, You'll have to look for it. I fist his shirt, pushing him away just enough to put us face to face. You're a tease. I think you're hiding your insecurities under this false confidence. Giving him another shove, I hop off the counter and head back to the broken wine bottle mess. What are my insecurities? He follows me. Retrieving the dustpan full of glass and the broom, I pad back into the kitchen, giving him a tight-lipped smile as I pass him. Let's see. I think you're feigning confidence. I empty the glass and return the broom and dustpan to the garage. Feigning? What makes you think that? He asks as soon as I close the garage door. I lean back against it and cross my arms over my chest, mirroring his stance against the island. Because you don't have a slice of pizza tattooed on your bicep or a hockey puck on your calf. Because you said it yourself. Things matter more now than they did 20 years ago. So you steal kisses. You look at me like I'm the girl in science class that caught your attention. But when you touch me, I feel your insecurities. Erectile dysfunction is nothing to be ashamed of. You're not the young, virile man you once were. I'm not the limber seductress I used to be. I shrug. Wow! He rears his head back and presses a hand to his chest, like clutching his grandmother's pearls. I feel a little violated. When did this go from a kiss to ED? You're skipping a lot of bases. You're assuming I'm planning on having sex with you. We've known each other a month. He leaves his jaw hanging open while shaking his head slowly. I don't know what to say. He pops his lips several times, eyes wide and rolled to the side. I think I'd better go. I've tempted you too much. You need to cool off a bit. It's official. I'm in trouble. First of all, you know damn well I'm cool like a cucumber. Or your sex drive that's been frozen in time. Second, I do have to work in the morning because I'm a real adult with a real job. Third, I have to finish my Outlander episode, so yeah. You'd better get home and slip into your old man flannel PJs, grab your Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition and bottle of lube. I flash a toothy grin, feeling pride swelling in my awakened ego. Nate's grin shows commendable restraint. Then he rubs his lips together, wetting them. The full smile breaks out seconds later, one increment at a time, like a flower blooming or the sun waking up on a clear morning. I sleep in the nude. Me too. I don't. Nope. I wear boy shorts, ratty tees, and fluffy socks. In the winter, I sleep in a full sweatsuit, hood up. Nate's gaze takes a leisurely stroll along my body before he pushes off the counter. It's been fun. Night, Elvis. Keeping a safe distance, I follow him to the door. Night, neighbor. Chapter 16. Nathaniel. Morgan calls me using Mr. Hans's cell phone the following afternoon. I try to play it cool, but again she breaks my heart with how grown up she is way too early.
We spent the whole day on rides. I went on the Tower of Terror and this ride that makes you feel like you're flying. I got my picture taken with all the princesses and Goofy too. Dad, it's amazing here. You are so wrong. How can you not know that I love it here? Gabe rides with Mr. Hans on most of the rides and I sit with Hunter. Dad, she's so cool. She has a boyfriend. So I've been asking her lots of questions so you don't have to pretend you don't know the answers when I ask you.
Kill me now. I'm glad you're having a good time. I miss you. I cringe. Is it okay to say that? Or am I smothering her? I don't know anymore.
I miss you too. I wish you could have come too. You'd love it. Have you been on a roller coaster before? They're amazing.
I laugh. Yeah, I've been on a roller coaster. Some people are scared of them.
Hunter is, so I ride with Gabe. You have to be 48 inches. I'm good. Tall like you, Dad.
I lean back on the sofa and set my notebooks off to the side as a grin forms along my face. Of course, my daughter loves roller coasters. I love them too, and so did Jenna. She's the product of two very adventurous people. I imagine Jenna giving me an approving nod for letting our little girl spread her wings and soar on a new adventure, even if it's without me. Your mom loved roller coasters too.
She did? I knew it. I've always known she was awesome.
Yeah, I whisper as her words drive into my heart like a freight train.
I have to go. We're going to dinner and then to watch a parade and fireworks. I'm so excited.
I'm excited for you. Love you.
Love you too, Daddy.
Daddy. I melt. Bye. After she disconnects, I toss my phone aside, right as Gracelyn arrives home, taking her usual stripping position under the balcony and behind the bushes. A better man would turn a blind eye and let her do her thing in privacy. I'm a lot of things, but after last night, I'm not sure I'm a better man. Confirming my lack of chivalry, I make my way to the side of the house, finding my best smile for when she glances up after shoving her clothes in the plastic bag. Elvis! I lean against the side of my house, crossing one leg over the other while slipping my hands into the pockets of my shorts, refusing to look like I'm doing anything else but watching her. She frowns, hugging the plastic bag to her chest. Pervert. Bird watching. There are no birds in these bushes. Not yet, but bird watching involves patience. There it is. The grin she doesn't want to give me. I'll steal everything I can. Grins, kisses. Turn around. Why? It's no different than wearing a bikini. That's what you said, right? Huffing out a quick breath, she rolls her eyes, almost as expertly as Morgan. She steps out with more confidence than I sense she's really feeling. Basic white bra and orange boy short style underwear, the same orange color as her hair. She looks like Halloween a few months early. Total perv. She stomps up the stairs. I'm not even sorry. When she reaches the top, she pauses. Here's your bird. She flips me the middle finger without looking back. I laugh as she shuts the door and slings the curtain shut. Retracing my steps, I grab the mail out of the mailbox and take a seat on the porch rocking chair. There are several letters for Morgan from pen pals and a postcard to both of us from Swayze, the nanny I hired shortly after Morgan was born. The only girl, besides Morgan, I've kissed since Jenna died. Well, and now Gracelyn is on that short list. My relationship with Swayze was complicated, life-changing. I've always wanted only the very best for her, and as I see her two little girls, both with her blonde hair and blue eyes, playing on the beach in Mexico, I'm reminded just how fragile life really is, how some loves never die. It gives me hope that this life of mine has more to give than I probably realize. Morgan and Nate, hope you're finding magic. Swayze, Griff, Eloise, and Harley. Always a simple postcard. Always with the same 4-letter greeting. Hope you're finding magic. I usually return the sentiment without words, just a postcard with a picture of Morgan. I think she knows why I have nothing more to say. She knows I lost too much. She knows her happiness is my happiness. Every postcard from her is a reminder that I did the right thing. I let go. My pen pal competition? I glance up. Gracelyn, in a white sundress with yellow straps and yellow stitching along the bodice, brings me out of the past and all that I lost. Maybe. I set the mail on the round table by my chair. Nice to see you dressed. Said no man ever. She ascends the steps in her yellow flip-flops. How was your Scottish porn last night? She smirks. Jamie never disappoints. Do you think your obsession with this Jamie guy is the real reason for your man ban? Unrealistic expectations? She twists her lips to the side and tucks her hair behind her ears. Obsession is your word, not mine. And my man ban was born of bad luck,
not a hot guy in a kilt. When she turns around to sit in the other rocker, I wrap my hand around her wrist and pull her to me, justifying it with nothing more than a look. Guiding her onto my lap with her back against my chest, I slide my hands around her waist and rest my chin on her shoulder. "This feels friendly," she whispers. "Well, I know about the cherry and elephants, and you know I wear flannels to bed, only I don't. So I guess all that's left is to decide if you'll go to dinner with a single dad who doesn't wear a kilt." "What did you have in mind?" She leans her head back, giving me access to brush my lips along her neck. As I dot slow kisses from her shoulder to her ear, she covers my hands with hers, lacing our fingers together. I don't know why this feels so easy, so fated, so unavoidable. A patio with a view, good wine, an insane amount of appetizers, and dessert even when we're stuffed. She turns her head, smiling as my mouth finds hers. Her hand presses to my cheek. It's slow, like us. Destination unknown. Fortuity. When she pulls back, I take a minute to remind myself she is my here and now, an experience, a beautiful memory in the making. She's not Daisy or Jenna. I will leave. She will stay. And that's okay. You had me at good wine. Chapter 17. Gracelyn. It's not an ocean view. It's a breathtaking garden with floral-covered trellises, secluded tables adorned with candles, good wine and appetizers that look like works of art. You do well. Well? Nate refills my wine glass. The menu didn't have prices. I know what that means. A hint of sadness steals his expression. I did fine, but not until I was much older and secured a job as an anatomy professor at the university. I told you about my hand-me-down skates. Jenna had money. Family money. I take a sip of wine. I almost had money. He grins. All but the Powerball number? If only. That's still good money, though. All the numbers but the Powerball. I laugh. No, I had 2 opportunities to not live paycheck to paycheck. As soon as I finished my undergrad from med school, I dropped out. Then I was seconds from saying I do to Michael, president of an investment firm in Boise. I like living on the edge. Savings accounts and IRAs bore me. So boring. He spoons more food onto my plate. I'm stuffed and we're still on appetizers. I grew up poor, but my mom had an affair with a rich man. My goals were to not ever be so poor that I wasn't sure if I'd have 3 meals a day, but not so rich that I'd sleep with another man's wife, like morals and decency didn't apply to me. My nose wrinkles. I'm sorry. It's fine. She came back. Things worked out. It's a small scar compared to other events, like losing my best friend at such a young age. Sorry, I repeat. No, please, let me change the subject. I'm not at all looking for sympathy, I'm just... He shakes his head. Oversharing. Not oversharing. I'm asking all the wrong questions. Not that I'm implying there is such a thing as too much information in a relationship, but ours is different. Maybe we save the heavy stuff for pen pal status. I tap my fork on my lower lip. That is, if I make pen pal status, which really should be email status. However, I kind of dig the old-fashioned handwritten letter, envelope, and stamp. The forced patience that comes with snail mail. The race to the mailbox to see if you've received a letter. I can't remember the last time I waited for something with any sort of anticipation that wasn't coming from Amazon. Well, he sighs and shrugs. I hope you make it that far. Me too, but I've suffered worse disappointment in my life, so don't think that you can lord this over me. I won't be asking for your address. His eyebrows inch up his head. There you go again, making crazy assumptions. It would be a P.O. box, not my actual address. I imagine you could cross the line into a stalker. says the creepy guy who watches me out his window. He points his knife at me for a few seconds before cutting through a candied Brussels sprout. I can't figure out why you don't change your clothes at work. It's a hairy place. I divert my gaze to my plate. Just so much hair circulating in the air. It's just better to do it right before going inside. But you're riding in your vehicle. I cover the seat. But seriously, am I really getting the third degree over this when you clearly seem to enjoy my current stripping protocol? True, it's rather titillating. You mean arousing? I peek up at him. Possibly. Over the next 2 hours, we finish only a fraction of the food ordered, get a sack full of leftovers to go, and take the long way home, because it's an enjoyable night and the breeze feels so intoxicating. Don't fuck up my streak. I whip my head toward him just before getting out of the car after we pull into the driveway. Okay, Mr. Vulgar, what exactly does that mean? Let me get your door. You may have forgotten how to act on a date, but I haven't. I rest my hands on the sack of leftovers and bite my lips together, patiently waiting for his chivalrous self to open my door. He opens it, takes the sack, and locks the car after shutting my door. Before I have a chance to hug my arms to my body, he clasps my hands and leads me to his door. I think going inside is a bad idea. It's been everything, but mostly too perfect. I don't want to mess it up with a stray toenail or my nerves getting the best of me again. My ability to refuse his silent offer dies along with all other words. Again, I can't think or breathe when we're touching. So, I fold my hands in front of me as he sticks the leftovers in the fridge. I had a nice night. Thank you so much for dinner. He shuts the fridge door and retraces his steps toward me. It was good. Here it comes. My nervous mumbling continues. The company was good too. Nate stops in front of me, studying me with a mysterious grin, like I'm thoroughly amusing him. I swallow hard and wait for him to say something, do something, but he's much more interested in making my nerves reach an unhealthy level by not saying or doing anything. Say something. I stare at his chest, a safe zone. I feel like you're getting ready to call it a night, but I'm not done with you yet. Gulp. I know you bought condoms. I say those 5 words, but they come out as I know you bought condoms. A brand new word, an SOS of sorts. What? He furrows his brow. See, 1 word. My nose wrinkles and I glance up at him. Morgan told me you bought condoms. She said you said they were for Mr. Hans, but we both know that's not true, and maybe you have other potential pen pals I don't know about, and maybe you bought them for one of them. I'm just saying. My words slow and fade into a whisper. I know you bought condoms. How does he remain so unaffected, so cool? When I asked, without saying the actual words, about him masturbating, he showed signs of being human by dropping his gaze and blushing ever so slightly. With a slight nod, he nibbles his bottom lip. Yeah. Did she also mention she gave him the condoms? Seriously? I chuckle. Yes. I was outside talking to him on the deck, and she ran outside and gave him the box with a, "Here, my dad got you these." He gave me a wide-eyed look. I giggle more. What did you do? He scrubs his hands over his face. What could I do? I went along with it and said I hoped they were the right ones. My laughter settles deep into my belly, making it hard to breathe. What did you say when he gave them back? I press my hand to his chest to keep from falling on my ass with my giggle fit. That's the thing. He's never given them back to me. What? My other hand finds his chest too as I collapse into it. I'm glad you find this funny. He gathers my hair into a small ponytail and tugs it, forcing me to look at him and his frown.
My laughter dies from my chest compressing to his and his tugging of my hair. I feel it in places that shouldn't be connected to my hair follicles. Stop looking at my mouth unless you're going to kiss. It's a nip, more than an actual kiss. His teeth capture my bottom lip just to shut me up. He sucks it into his mouth. A moan cuts through the air, and it takes me a moment to realize it's mine. The kiss turns into my hands clutching his shirt. He releases my hair, sliding his hands down my back. One hand grabs my ass, the other hand slides between us, pausing at my ribs for a few seconds before sliding up an inch. There's that moan of mine again. This time, the slide of his thumb over my nipple elicits my automatic reaction. The fabric is thin, and I'm not wearing a bra because of the cut of the dress. He squeezes my ass again and again. The short skirt works its way up until his hand cups my ass over my panties. As his tongue slides against mine, his hand slides into the back of my panties, grabbing a handful of flesh. It all happens so fast. I guess that's the speed two people go when it's been so long since having sex. More moans. His other hand moves to my backside. He's lifting me up. My legs wrap around him. Several steps. A wall hits my back. His erection pushes between my legs and my bunched-up dress. One strap of my dress falls off my shoulder, and he has my bare breast in his hand, kneading it, pinching my nipple, and driving me fucking insane. Condoms, he mumbles against my neck, biting and sucking my flesh. We have to find them. I agree. That will require him to stop kissing me. That will require him to put me down, and right now we're in a good place. Specifically, his cock is in a good place, causing intense pressure and friction in the most perfect spot. Okay. I shamelessly grind against him. Just... Holy crap, that feels good. Minute. There's a special message system going between my vagina and my nipples. It translates into confetti, trumpets, and a high probability of fireworks. He dips his head and flicks his tongue over my nipple before his mouth completely covers it. Nate. I arch my back away from the wall as he presses me to it, pressing there. Oh, God. Glorious there. Fuck. We've got to stop. His mouth works its way from my breast to my shoulder. He bites it playfully before resting his forehead on it. I rock my pelvis against him. He thrusts in response. Gracelyn, Another thrust. Need more. I do too, but I've never been opposed to short-term goals. They're my specialty more than long-term goals. If he lets me orgasm now, I'll be in a better frame of mind to get the condoms. Torture. Thrust, thrust, thrust. He pleads his case while gripping my ass and moving me right where he needs me. And as luck would have it, exactly where I want to be. No. He pulls away, easing me to my feet. Our labored breaths fill the fraction of space between us as my legs decide if they're going to hold me upright. No joke, if the slightest breeze crosses my clit, my eyes will roll back in my head with an orgasm. I'm that close. I attempt to play it cool, pulling up the strap to my dress before smoothing down the skirt. My panties have been thrust into no man's land. I'll deal with them later. We have to go find them. I nod, only partially coherent. I'm so drunk on Nate right now, I'd never be able to walk a straight line. 'Kay. I nod again several times. Where? Your place, maybe in his bathroom. He grabs my hand and drags me next door. I'll check the bathroom. You check drawers in the kitchen and living room. He grabs my face and kisses me hard, stoking the fire. I wrap my leg around his leg, looking for any friction. Seriously, anything. Go. He pulls away. I look in all the side table drawers and all the kitchen drawers. Nothing. It would have been quicker to just drive to the closest convenience store. I hear banging of drawers and clattering of things being rifled through in the bathroom. When I peek inside, Nate looks at my reflection in the mirror, a mix of pain and desperation. "No luck?" I cringe. He turns and attacks me again, his hands holding my face, his tongue frantically exploring the inside of my mouth. There has to be something we can use. Plastic wrap, a sandwich bag, something. This is how even really smart, mature, level-headed women get pregnant. They go way too long without sex and find something better than a Scottish kilt-wearing hottie. I, dry hump a man who hasn't had sex in over 10 years. There's no way this ends well. He's going to rip off my clothes and deposit 10 years' worth of sperm inside of me. Yep, here we go. Nate shoves down both straps to my dress and ravages my breasts. He keeps them distracted with his mouth while his hands not so patiently pull off my panties. It's not that I didn't go through a time in my life where I dreamed of having children. I did. That time passed. My womb is no longer taking applications. I just inherited a 10-year-old, and I have a super important but rather shitty job. Lives depend on me being responsible. I can't die. I can't forget to get Gabe registered for fall classes, and I can't let my temporary neighbor deposit millions of half-babies into my vagina. Oh boy. I push away, out of breath, really turned on, and freaked out of my mind. A few labored laughs escape as I continue to step back, going in reverse until I hit the threshold to the kitchen, a safe 6 feet away. I wrinkle my nose, feeling equally as frustrated as I tuck my breasts back into my dress and pull my panties up my legs. Nate looks nothing short of tortured, an animal desperate for its first meal after months of hibernation. I'm not on birth control. I don't want my first letter to you to be an ultrasound picture of tonight. He catches his breath and nods once while resting his hands on his hips and dropping his gaze to his feet. You're right. It felt... Yes, and yes. I blow out a long breath and grin. I know. Trust me, I know. Nate threads his fingers through his hair, closing his eyes and tipping his head back. Fucking condoms. I should have just told Morgan they were mine. I take a few seconds to commit this moment to memory. My female psyche has been weakened over time from a roller coaster of ups and downs, acceptance, love, hope, rejection, disdain, abandonment. As often as I tell myself that things like wrinkles, great hair, and perfectly toned muscles don't define me, I'm often crippled by self-doubt. Just because I've lost hope, lost the desire to find lasting love, doesn't mean I'm immune to the sheer elation of someone desperately wanting my touch, my kisses, my body. So I'm doing my best to pause time and feel this moment, to imprint the need and anguish he's feeling because he can't have me the way he needs me. Tomorrow, and a million tomorrows after that, Nate won't need me, but now he does. It's hard to explain how feeling needed means more than feeling loved. I realized this after Brandon died. It wasn't just love. It was more. I needed him. Humans don't function well when their needs are not met. I have not been okay. For nearly 2 decades, I have not been okay. Thank you, I whisper. Nate pulls his hands out of his hair, letting them flop to his sides. What can you possibly be thanking me for? Hugging my arms to my chest, I roll my lips together and shrug. It's hard to explain, but it's big. It's sincere, and I won't ever forget it. He grunts the hint of a laugh before blowing out a slow breath. I'm going home to take a cold shower. Dinner was phenomenal, but the company was indescribable. The residual disappointment and anguish melts from his face. Agreed.
Night, Nate.
Good night.
He turns and sulks out the door. I lean my back against the wall, close my eyes, and smile. It feels, well, I'm not sure what word to use. It's just incredible to feel. After slipping into my not-so-sexy tee and boy shorts, I brush my teeth and wash my face. Then I contemplate reading a book or watching a show. The book wins. I look for my Kindle in my purse, but it's not there. I check a few other places before opening my nightstand drawer. You've got to be kidding me. In my drawer is the box of condoms, and a sticky note with Mr. Hans's chicken scratches on it. I think you'll need these before I will. Dare I say, have fun? I'm not sure why he gave them to me instead of returning them to Nate, probably to mess with both of us. It's 10:30. I'm ready for bed. Makeup is off, and Nate's probably had a cold shower or done other things to remedy his situation. Just go to sleep, I tell myself. Ugh, I never listen, and that's what brings me to Nate's door at 11:15. It's dark. There's no sign that he's still awake. I should go. I turn, heading back to the stairs. Then I turn back around. After doing this so much that I'm dizzy, I ring the doorbell. I can't. Go! I run down the stairs with my bare feet and scantily clad body, totally chicken. I hear his door creak open and I freeze. It's really dark. If I hold stone still, maybe he won't see me and go back inside assuming it was some young kid playing a prank. At least leave a plate of cookies if you're going to ring my doorbell and run, Elvis. Shit, I whisper, turning around slowly. He walks down the stairs, bare chest, bare feet, and low-hanging jogging shorts. I hold up the box of condoms. Just dropping this off. Mr. Hans put them in my nightstand drawer. I had no idea. I was looking for my Kindle, not condoms. He stops in front of me. So, here. I shove them into his chest. That's all. Night. When I let go, they drop to the ground. He studies me like the condoms don't exist. How do you feel about late-night dips? I glance out at the water. Not too good. I agree. It's a terrible idea. We should definitely do it. What, Nate? He bends down, tosses me over his shoulder, and races to the water. No, Nate, this is a terrible idea. Cold water fills my ears in a whoosh as he submerges us. Cold, I say when he drags me to the surface with him. Nate warms me with his mouth on mine. I might drown, but it will be in this kiss, not the eternity of water embracing us. Jerk. I try to push away when he releases me to catch a breath. His response is to pull me back to him for another kiss. My fight washes away with the tide, leaving me with my arms and legs wrapped around him. At some point, I forget where we are, losing all sense of direction and time. He becomes the only north I need. Goosebumps scatter along my skin from the night's soft breath. Capable arms carry me up the beach as he kisses my lips, along my jaw and down my neck. Don't hate me, he whispers, releasing me to my feet. What are you doing? Nate! He sprays me with the hose, and the water is colder than the ocean. I shudder, hugging myself as he quickly rinses himself off. Towel! No towel, sorry. He chuckles, grabbing my hand and pulling me behind him, making a slight detour to grab the dropped box of condoms. I didn't exactly plan this, but we need to get rid of our wet clothes. Stopping at his door, he traps the condoms under his arm and grabs the hem of my tee. I stiffen my arms to stop him from peeling off my shirt. Sorry, I release a nervous laugh. Instinct. I suppose you saw them earlier. He dips his head and brushes his lips over mine. I did. I relax my arms, letting him work my soaked shirt up my torso. It lands on the deck with a slap. He kisses me.
I remind myself he's not mine. His patient hands work my shorts down my legs, leaving me naked and incredibly vulnerable. He kisses me. I remind myself he's not mine. My shaky hands pull off his shorts and briefs. He kisses me. I remind myself he's not mine. With a box of condoms in one hand and mine in his other hand, he guides me into the house, up the stairs, and to his bedroom. Maybe my own insecurities obscure my ability to see him as anything short of perfect, but he touches me with steady hands, confident lips, and a strength that tips my world on its side. A breathless anticipation settles into my chest when he pulls away, leaving me naked in the center of his bed as he rolls on a condom. How is he not shaking? I'm certain the only sound in the room is my body quivering right down to my bones. "You're so sexy." He grins, pressing his hands to my knees. I smile. "And beautiful." He's not mine. He's not mine. He's not mine. I pretend he's a foster puppy. Cute, playful, irresistible, but temporary. The cuteness will wear off. The playfulness will turn into destruction, and the irresistible part will turn into responsibility. I don't want to be responsible for anyone's happiness, not even Gabe's. I'm just trying to keep him safe, fed, and educated for the next 8 years. He can go find his own happiness after that.
What if you don't remember?
I smirk as he parts my bent knees and glides his hands along my thighs. What if I don't remember how to have sex? It's too dark to clearly see the expression on his face. He's nothing more than a silhouette, but I imagine the bend of his lips conveys complete confidence. Well, I can't hide the break in my voice, my nerves cracking my words.
I'm sure you can remember where things go, but there's an art to this.
He settles between my legs, propped up on his arms, hovering above me like an animal trapping its prey. With every dip of his head to kiss along my hip bone, my stomach, my breasts, he taunts me. My breaths quicken, and my hips lift from the bed, searching for him. "I'll let you decide later," he whispers along my neck as a finger slides between my legs. My breath catches, and I release it with a soft moan just before his mouth captures mine. It's slow, like my fingers threading through his hair, like his body lowering to mine, like the way he fills me. I don't expect such patience. He wasn't patient earlier when we couldn't find the condoms. It's been a decade. I expect things to move along rather quickly. They don't. Now that we're here, in the moment, he takes his time. 2 tangled bodies. The glow of the moon and the stars filtering through the thin curtains, just enough that I can see the glint in his eyes when he rolls us over, me straddling him. His hands slide to my breasts. I cover them with mine, closing my eyes as we move slowly together.
Chapter 18. Can I ask you a question?
He hums in my ear with his chest to my back, our legs scissored and his arms enveloping me. Reality remains shrouded in darkness. I'm not sure what time it is, but he seems fine with me staying here, so I don't think about my wet clothes on the porch or anyone holding me accountable in the morning. Are you still mad that she's gone? Jenna, I mean. Grief is automatic. It's the normal emotion that fades over time, but the anger lasts. At least it does for me. Well, it hasn't been that long since your brother and his wife died. I've had a lot longer to deal with the loss of my wife. I should drop it. It's pretty weird that I brought up his dead wife after having sex with him for the first time. Does she talk to him like Brandon talks to me? Well, he hasn't in a while, but I know it's only a matter of time before he weighs in on this bad idea.
What do you think happens after we die? I mean, no one knows for sure, so it's okay to have an opinion, a guess. Nate doesn't say anything, doesn't move. Maybe he's asleep. I twist my neck to glance back at him. He's not asleep. Is this conversation too heavy? My nose scrunches. His head inches side to side, eyes slightly narrowed. No, it's interesting. I maneuver to face him, resting my head on the pillow. I think so too. Most people don't want to talk about death. Heaven, hell, ghosts. I throw that out there. Why not? It doesn't have to mean that I believe in them, that I hear my dead boyfriend's voice, that I sometimes wonder if he's watching me, shaking his head and rolling his eyes that I'm 41 and single. Or reincarnation. He feathers his fingers down my arm, following it with his gaze. I smile. I like the idea of reincarnation. I like when I see someone I know I've never met, but something just feels familiar, like déjà vu. Moments that have no explanation in your brain, but something, your heart, your soul, just knows. Nate presses his lips together. I press my palm to his cheek, tracing his bottom lip with my thumb. He kisses it, bringing his gaze back up to meet mine. Nothing. The words don't hold back and just tell me, die on the tip of my tongue. I'm holding back. I'm not telling him things. If we were in a different place in our lives, at a different time, with 1,000,000 miles of open road in front of us, I would tell him. I would want him, need him, to know everything. I should go. I share a sad smile. He slides his hands over my hip, resting it on my bare ass. Why? Curling my lips together, I shrug. I don't know. It just seemed like the right thing to say. I chuckle. He leans in and presses his lips to my forehead. You should go, he whispers. I have to be up early in the morning. Oh, I stiffen, suddenly feeling like I've overstayed my welcome. You do? Sorry. I start to pull away. He tightens his grip on my ass and laughs with his lips still pressed to my forehead. No, I don't. It just seemed like the right thing to say. Jerk. I shove his chest. He chuckles, grabbing my arms and pinning them above my head as he rolls on top of me, ravaging my mouth until I surrender the fight. As I relax, he eases his hold on me and works his lips down my body, kissing, biting, laving every inch of skin. I keep my arms outstretched above my head, close my eyes and bite my bottom lip as he drapes my legs over his shoulders and proves he's an expert who needs no practice. God, Nate. I grab his hair and keep him there for roughly eternity. A half-empty bed greets me in the morning. No note, no fresh-picked flowers, no coffee and toast. I'm glad. Really, I am. Notes, flowers, and food fall under the realm of courting and wooing. We are neighbors having sex. No need to wrap the situation in Christmas lights and adorn it with a glittery star. A grin slides up my face as I climb out of bed and stretch. I pad into the bathroom. Oh my God. I cringe. Is that salt on my face or just excessive eye crusties? And my hair. Note to self. A dip in the ocean followed by lots of sex equals a hair catastrophe. I wish this were just a little bedhead. It's been many years since I've gone to sleep with wet hair that's not at least had a comb run through it. I wonder when it got bad. Did it look a little less hideous with my head on the pillow? Gah, I doubt it. Nate saw this. Even if we were able to be more than neighbors having sex, there's no way he'd leave flowers, breakfast, or a love note to this situation. I try to comb my fingers through it, but it's way too tangled and matted. I'll probably have to shave it down like Nate's. As panic sets in, my mind goes in many directions. Where is he? Probably downstairs. What do I have to wear? Nothing. Can I fix my hair here? Unlikely. Am I willing to let him see me like this? On purpose? I'd rather not. Preservation mode takes over. I tug open dresser drawers until I find a shirt. Any shirt. I slip it on. Luckily, it hangs below my ass. It doesn't fix the hair situation. I could tip my chin up and face him, or I could sneak out. The balcony. I'm not sure why Mr. Hans didn't build steps down from Nate's balcony. Thankfully, the air conditioning unit is right below. I climb over the railing and inch my hands down the spindles. Then I let one leg start to hang down before dropping my other leg. Shit! The weight of my body jerks my arms, but I keep a firm grip, dangling from the balcony. Not gonna lie, I thought my feet would touch the air conditioning unit. I thought this would be easy. No big deal. They don't. Worse than that, with my arms above my head, the shirt has ridden up my body, exposing my bare ass and somewhat neatly trimmed muff. If I let go, I could collide with the unit instead of landing on it. My bare feet could get torn up if I land in the patch of rocks, or I could just die. Death might be preferable if I don't get this figured out before someone sees me. My hands start to slip. No, no, no. All the muscles and tendons in my wrists and arms start to burn. Good morning. I whip my head around, trying to see over my shoulder, but my outstretched arm obscures my view. Nate. I take it you're not a fan of stairs. Help, I'm slipping. He chuckles. Oh, Elvis, I'm going to help you. Then you're going to explain this. Kill me now. Let go. He slides his hands almost to my waist. I'm heavy, you might not. My hold gives out. Help! My body literally slides down his. His arms wrap around me, bringing me to a stop a few inches before my feet touch the ground. Why aren't you wearing a shirt? I ask. Maybe I can shift the focus. He gives me a grin that makes me angry and kind of turned on at the same time. Well, I'd say because you're wearing it. But truthfully, I just got back from a jog. I think it's interesting that, given the current situation, the question that's being asked is why I'm not wearing a shirt. I don't care about my ass that's still hanging out in the breeze, or the fact that he caught me hanging from his balcony. It's my hair. Vain? Probably. If we were an old married couple, committed and legally bound for better or worse, I wouldn't be so vain. We're not that couple. We're neighbors having sex. That requires a certain level of attraction and a certain level of hygienic effort. I am a fucking mess. He's not even looking at my hair. No shit's given. Why the hell did I panic? You have some sleepy bugs on your face. Rolling my lips together, I nod slowly. Thanks for noticing. Could you just put me down? I wriggle out of his hold as he sniggers. After shoving the shirt down to cover myself, I take quick strides toward my balcony stairs, leaving a handful of my dignity in the wind. You're really not going to tell me why you were hanging from the balcony? Shit! I rattle the stupid handle that won't open because the door is locked. I slowly walk down the stairs, chin tipped toward my chest, desperate to find the nearest rock to crawl under. He's tailing me, but I don't care at this point as I skulk to the deck door. Are you kidding me? I whisper to myself, encountering yet another locked door. I didn't lock it when I left. I know I didn't. The handle must have been locked from when I went to bed, and I didn't check it when I decided to deliver the condoms. Still holding the handle, I press my forehead against the door and roll it back and forth. I have some cut-up fruit, toast, eggs, coffee. Want to join me for breakfast? Keeping my head glued to the door, I mumble, I want a shower, shampoo, and conditioner. Lots of conditioner, my own clothes, and to rethink the decisions I've made in the past 10 minutes. Did you try to escape because of your hair? I don't answer. There's a huge bottle of conditioner in Morgan's shower. No response. If I keep my eyes closed long enough, this moment will disappear, right? Well,
You know where to find me.
After a few minutes of wallowing in self-pity, I hear voices down the way. The moment has not disappeared. I guess erasing time is not my superpower after all. I'm still wearing a tee, disastrous hair, crusty face. It's time to take shelter. Easing to the edge of the deck, I glance in both directions. There's a group of kids headed this way. I have to go now. My desperation lands me at Nate's door in under 5 seconds. I don't knock. I sulk inside and straight up the stairs to Morgan's bathroom and the big bottle of conditioner. After a long shower of working my fingers through each tangle and matted area, I dry off and use one of Morgan's elastics to pull it back into a small ponytail. Still, I have nothing to wear except Nate's tea. The aroma of coffee and something sweet leads me downstairs into the kitchen. Nate glances up from his phone, cup of coffee and cinnamon roll.
Feel better?
He grins. I'm locked out. No, I don't feel better.
Have a seat.
He nods to the chair beside him, where he's poured me a cup of coffee too and set a cinnamon roll and fruit on a small plate. I glance past him into the living room and fetch a throw blanket from the sofa to wrap around my waist before sitting next to him. He smirks from behind his mug of coffee. You bake, huh? I eye the roll as I bring the coffee to my lips.
Technically, yes. I baked these. Now, if you ask if I mix ingredients, roll out dough, and whatever else is involved in making cinnamon rolls, then no. These came from one of those tubes where all you have to do is bake and frost them.
That works, I shrug.
Do you bake?
I pull apart the roll and pinch off a bite. I don't, but I can. My family was pretty old-fashioned. Mom has always stayed at home. She still wears aprons that belonged to my grandma. You know, the ones with white shoulder straps and deep pockets. Nate's grin mirrors mine as he nods several times. She'd putter around the house in a dress and one of her mini white eyelet aprons or linen pinafores doing shit all day. Laundry, baking, sewing, ironing, cleaning, you name it. If we scraped a knee, she had ointments and Band-Aids in one of her apron pockets. Lose a button? No problem. She had a mini sewing kit in her apron. Stain sticks, tissues, pacifiers, aspirin, and antibiotic ointment for the dog's ears. All in her apron. It was like her tool belt for the day. My dad says she's an old soul, born a generation too late. When Kyle and I would bring friends home for the first time, they all assumed she was our grandma, not our mom. Of course, not because she looked old, it was the apron. And she didn't work outside of the home.
That's awesome.
Delight overtakes Nate's face.
So she taught you to bake?
Sorry, that long story went nowhere. Yes, she taught me to bake, iron, fold fitted sheets, sew, and kiss boo-boos. Dad taught Kyle how to mow the lawn, change a tire, fix a leaky faucet, and hang a picture. Ironically, I never married or had kids, so all those domestic skills were lost on me. And Kyle went into a very white-collar profession where he chose to hire everything out, including simple things like mowing the lawn and fixing a leaky faucet. I'm sure our parents' motto for years has been, "Where did we go wrong?"
Conventionalism isn't reality,
Nate says while staring at me rubbing my hands.
Did you hurt yourself, hanging from the balcony?
I pause my movements and reach for my coffee. No.
You have to tell me why. It's flat out cruel to keep it a secret at this point.
I roll my eyes. My hair. Are you happy now? I didn't want you to see my hair. I'm not sure my hair has ever looked so hideous. I couldn't look at it without cringing and feeling the need to look away. And we're not together. What we have is based on physical attraction. Or it was. My nose wrinkles. That's no doubt over now.
First,
he wipes his mouth with a napkin after taking the last bite of cinnamon roll.
I'm not that shallow. And if I were, we could still enjoy each other's company for the rest of the summer. A paper sack over your head works just fine.
It's not funny. Not even a little. Okay, my lips betraying me by sneaking out a smile might mean it's a tiny bit funny. So you just want me for everything below my neck?
No, I think we'd cut a hole where your mouth is.
I shake my head and laugh. How did we go from aprons to paper sacks? So I can breathe?
Sure. That too.
That too? Okay, so the main reason for the hole is so that you can kiss me. I see where your priorities are. His lips curl together, and he rubs his fingers over them, hiding a look. Not to kiss me. Realization settles into my cheeks in the form of a huge blush. Could I be any more naive? The hole is for something else, for something that didn't happen last night. Nate is a lot of things, but at his core, he's still a guy with normal guy desires. Once my mind accepts his original meaning, my thoughts conjure the craziest images of what it might look like. Giving a guy a blowjob with a bag over my head and a hole cut out at my mouth is not sexy. It's so weird, really weird, and now I can't get the image out of my head.
You're imagining it, aren't you? He chuckles.
I cover my face with my hands. Yes, and it's awful. Why did you have to say that? I giggle because it is awful, but it's oddly funny in my messed up mind. Oh my gosh. I drop my hands from my face. I need to get into my house. I need clothes, and I want to brush my teeth. Surely Mr. Hans has a key hidden somewhere. Can I use your phone to call him? Nate wets his lips and rubs them together, his brow wrinkling a little.
He asked me to keep an eye on things, so he gave me a key. I can let you in if you need in.
Slowly, I push back in my chair and stand, leaning forward to plant my hands on the table. You have a key? My teeth gnash. I live there, yet he asked you to look after things? Look after what, me? My voice escalates with each word. Nate gives me a tight-lipped expression, eyes wide.
I think he's like your parents, a little old-fashioned.
That doesn't explain why you're just now telling me you have a key. His lips twist to the side as he lifts one shoulder in a half shrug.
I wanted...
You wanted? I lean in more, getting in his face.
You... His gaze slides down my body. In my shirt. In my house. I wanted more... you. He grins like that's the golden answer, like I'm going to fall for his charm. I want to fuck you on my kitchen table before real life returns in 2 days.
What the... what? That came out of his mouth. Nice guy Nate, widower Nate, single dad Nate. There's no way I heard him correctly, even if my nipples have jumped to attention, volunteering for duty. The number of rational comebacks is endless. My brain doesn't do rational well. I need to brush my teeth. Clearly the obvious answer to someone wanting to fuck me on a kitchen table. Nate grins.
I need to take a shower.
Like the ultimate sign, the blanket around my waist loosens and falls to the floor. Nate scoots his chair back.
Come here,
he demands with an eerie calmness as he spreads his legs. Shirtless Nate. I'm like a fly, willingly tangling myself in his web, knowing I won't be able to escape before he completely consumes me. I step into his space. His hands slide up the back of my legs, and he grins when I visibly shiver from his touch.
Yeah, you do things to me, Nathaniel Hunt.
I like Nate's hands. They're large, calloused, and some of his knuckles are knobby, like he's suffered jammed fingers over the years. Capable. They are very capable hands that don't remind me of anyone. Not Brandon, not Andy, who cheated on me, and not Michael. Maybe that's the thing I like most about Nate. He's physically nothing like my 3 previous strikes. I don't spend time comparing him to anyone else. Well, except I'm doing it now because my mind spins out of control when he touches me.
Gracelyn. What? He whispers.
May. I roll my eyes. I was born in May, so Gracelyn May Glock.
Gracelyn May.
He slides his hand along my cheeks and pulls me down to his lips. He just jogged. Where is his appalling odor? Am I immune to it? Am I oddly attracted to his dried sweat? I think so because I find my mouth following a trail down his chest behind my hands, over his sternum, and down his abs. Nate pulls out my ponytail holder, Morgan's, as I kneel on the floor. His fingers ease into my hair and his stomach muscles flex beneath my lips. I grin. Pulling away, I trace a heart-shaped birthmark to the left of his navel. It's really just an absence of pigment. Found it. When I glance up, he drags his teeth along his lower lip, eyes darker and filled with something that makes me feel very powerful at the moment. He draws in a slow breath when I pull down the front of his jogging shorts and briefs. Jesus, he whispers as I take him into my mouth. I'm certain he's no longer thinking about my matted hair or my crazy ass hanging from the balcony. My hands and mouth take turns. He leans back in the chair, his grip on my hair tightening. My gaze lifts to meet his, but his head is back, neck stretched taut.
Surprise! Oh, what the?
When we hear Morgan's voice, Nate jumps, seriously gagging me before yanking his shorts up to cover things. I bolt up with my back to her and wipe the gag tears from my eyes.
Dad?
Pushing the shirt down as far as it will go, I turn slowly. You're back. He clears his throat and races to give her a hug as she drops her bag on the floor. Early? Why are you back early? She pulls away, eyeing me with, well, I'm not sure what that look is on her face. Confusion and something else. Please tell me she didn't see her dad's penis in my mouth. Me stroking and licking it. Please, please, please.
You're wearing my dad's shirt.
I glance down as if it's news to me.
Yeah, I got locked out of my house and fell into the water, so your dad loaned me a shirt.
That about covers it.
Mr. Hans gave my dad a key to your house.
Smart little shit. Oh! Nate dramatically slaps his palm against his forehead. He did. I totally forgot. My mind was all over the place with you leaving so quickly. He glances back at me. Sorry, I had a key all this time. Biting my lips together, my eyes flare as I nod.
Well, I'm just going to run home.
Morgan's untrusting gaze shifts back to Nate. Thank God.
Hunter got sick, food poisoning in the middle of the night. Her parents took her home, so Mr. Hans decided we should head home too.
Well, I'm glad you're home safely. I sneak past her as she narrows her eyes at him. She knows. She's 10, but she knows. She's not blind. And that image will never leave her brain. Me and my stupid need to bring him condoms last night. Not only am I on course to destroy Gabe's childhood, I'm set to ruin Morgan's as well. When I slip in the deck door, I hear Mr. Hans whistling from the office, probably unpacking, so I sprint upstairs. My luck has taken a tiny upswing. Gabe's in his room, unpacking his bag with his back to me, so I make it to my room and ease the door shut without making a sound. When I'm safe in the bathroom and plopped onto the toilet to pee, because Morgan nearly scared it out of me, I can't hide my grin. Closing my eyes, I brush my fingers over my lips. Nate is still on my skin, stuck to my lips and lingering on my tongue. And the image of him stretching his head back and the moan that vibrated from his chest is etched into my brain forever. Sadly, Gabe will never be able to hang out with Morgan again. If she saw and understood what was happening in the kitchen, she will tell him. Secrets are not her strong suit. Chapter 19. Nathaniel. I was quick. I'm fairly certain I covered my junk before Morgan saw it, but she's been quiet all day, knitting from the recliner while I work on my book. It's the looks. When I glance up, I catch her glaring at me. Maybe I should say something, but if she didn't see anything, if she's not sure what was happening when she got home, do I dare spell it out for her? BLOWJOB. I think not.
I'm going over to see Gabe.
She shoves her yarn and needles into her canvas bag. Why? She stands.
Because we're friends?
I play it cool, keeping my eyes on my notebook. You spent 2 days with him. Maybe he needs a break.
No, he doesn't.
Maybe you should tell me more about your time at Disney. You were really excited on the phone, but since you've been home, you haven't said anything. I risk a glance up at her. She frowns and sighs. It's coming. I know it. 8 years of being on my very best behavior won't matter. I kissed the nanny in the hallway when Morgan was a baby sleeping in her crib. That's been my biggest indiscretion up until now.
I need to ask you something.
She turns her back to me and crosses her arms over her chest. This is new. I close my notebook and lean forward, resting my arms on my knees, hands folded. I'm listening.
Can we go to the store?
I wait a few seconds to answer because I'm not sure I heard her correctly. Sure.
Ugh.
She covers her face with her hands.
I started my period on the way home. I'm using a wad of toilet paper right now, but I need other stuff.
Well, shit. I didn't see that coming. No third degree over what she did or didn't see in the kitchen. She got her first period. That's great.
It's not great.
She whips around.
I need a mom.
My head jerks backward. I don't want to make Jenna's non-existent role in Morgan's life seem insignificant, but we've made it this far. I think I can handle a box of sanitary napkins. Listen, Squirt.
Stop calling me that. I'm a woman now. I could have babies.
She turns and runs up the stairs. Holy shit. I try to keep from laughing, but it's hard. My baby went to Disneyland and came home a little woman with all the raging hormones. In my delusional mind, we had a few more years. I'm in trouble. After I let her news settle, I head next door via Graceland's private entrance. Something tells me she's hiding in her room, possibly for eternity. Knock, knock, knock. She peeks through her curtains before unlocking the door. Hey. I close the door behind me. Big eyes stare me down. I need a favor. This elicits a few blinks from her.
A favor? Your daughter caught us doing really inappropriate things and you need a favor? I need an update. What did she say? What did you say? Do you think she's going to say anything to Gabe? Should I say something to him first and get ahead of the situation?
I shake my head. No, it's not about that. She hasn't said anything about that. I don't think she saw anything. Or if she did, it wasn't clear enough to pique her curiosity and ask me about it. Blowing out a slow breath of relief, Graceland nods several times. That's good. Thank God. She slips her hands into the pockets of her capris. So what's the favor? Morgan got her first period. Oh, that's early, I shrug. At least it feels early.
She needs pads?
I nod.
Got it.
Graceland disappears into her bathroom and returns with a box of pads.
They're bigger, well, more absorbent than she'll need.
Her nose wrinkles.
You know what I mean. Just get her something that's regular absorbency.
Actually, I was hoping you could help her out. It's not about the pads. I can get her pads. But she had a little breakdown and needs, in her words, a mom. I think what she needs is a female. Can you be a female? Graceland chuckles.
I think I can manage something close to female.
I'll be forever indebted to you. Her eyebrows slide up her face.
Forever indebted? I like the sound of that.
Okay, not forever. For the next... I glance at my watch. 5 weeks. Her smile fades, and she nibbles her lip while staring at her feet.
I'm sorry I did what I did in the kitchen.
No, please, don't be sorry for that. I lift her chin with my finger. I really, really need you to not be sorry for that. It was... Dark hazel eyes wait for me to finish. Just I duck my head and brush my lips over hers. It was too damn good to ever regret. I nip at her lips and take a step backward before she makes things fuzzy in my head again. You're only saying that because she didn't question anything other than your shirt on me. She didn't give you the 3rd degree. Had she royally embarrassed you and demanded answers to what we were doing when she came into the kitchen, I think you would not have this no regrets attitude. I think we can both agree there are regrets. I made the huge mistake of going for a jog instead of making breakfast before you had a chance to escape. The timing was off. Her lips pause, nose wrinkled. You just explained every tragedy that has ever happened in the world. The timing was off. Nope. Sorry. I shake my head. Your mouth doing what it was doing to me could never be tragic. The only thing tragic about it was the ending. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to move on with your day after getting half a blowjob? She giggles. Sorry, no. I don't really know that feeling because I'm female, which is why I'm going to talk to Morgan about her menstrual cycle. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to devote 7 days of every month to bleeding from one of your orifices? When I realize she's not feeling that sympathetic to my partial blowjob, I open the door and step aside. Thank you for your service. Gracelyn pauses as she walks past me. You're welcome. Her finger traces the length of my cock over my shorts. Not cool. Not cool at all. I frown. She smirks and steps outside, leaving me with a growing problem.
Chapter 20. Gracelyn. My first period arrived at the tender age of 13. All of my friends got theirs around 11. I didn't want to be the first to get it. What young girl wants to pioneer that situation alone? However, being the last to get it also meant I was the last to get boobs, the last to look like a budding woman instead of a boy with long, black beauty hair. That was actually auburn. Yes, my hair has always been my most attractive trait. That's why it was the first to go when I declared my man ban. No need to deal with a swarm of men chasing my mane. I'm only 80% exaggerating. By the time I got my first period, nobody cared. My friends and their big boobs had moved on to grown-up things, like tampons and letting boys in school feel their big boobs. Nobody cared about Gracelyn Glock's official debut into womanhood. No parties were thrown for me. My mom simply curled my long hair behind my ear, smiled, then retrieved a sanitary napkin from one of her apron pockets. Sticky side down, Gracelyn. There's more under the sink, and change it every time you go to the bathroom so you don't smell. I was a straight-A student. Can we talk about how insulting it was that she felt the need to tell me sticky side down? Morgan? I knock on her bedroom door. Can I come in? It's just me. The door creaks open an inch. A big blue eye peers at me. I don't want to talk to him right now. I contain my smile. It's just me. She opens the door. I step inside and close it as she plops onto her bed. I brought you some pads. I hold up the bag. She rolls her eyes. He told you. Has he told everyone? Does Gabe know? No, just me. He thought I might have some pads to get you by until you go to the store. How are you feeling? She hugs her stomach. Prostaglandins are definitely causing my uterus muscles to contract. I'm achy. I stare at her, unblinking. She shrugs. I have a book about girls. My dad thinks it's about making friendship bracelets and stuff like that. It's not. It's about our changing bodies. I grin and nod. Sounds like a good book. If you're not feeling well, you could try a warm compress on your belly. Pain relievers are an option too, but you'd have to discuss that with your dad. I set the pads on the bed beside her. These are really absorbent pads. You shouldn't need more than just regular pads. So when your dad takes you shopping, just look for regular ones. It's up to you if you want wings. They can protect your underwear. I personally don't love them because they stick to everything.
My lips pull into a tight grin.
Like your pubic hair?
Yes, I chuckle. Like that. She folds her hands in her lap, legs dangling from the side of the bed. Listen, I've never been a mom, so I'm not an expert on all mom things. But I am a girl, so if you ever need a girl to talk to about, I shrug, anything, you can talk to me, okay? Morgan's gaze lifts from her hands to meet the sincerity in my eyes. I feel we're having a moment. It's not maternal, it's friendship. I think she views me as her friend, and I really like that.
Anything?
I nod. Yes, we are friends. Nothing is off the table.
Thanks.
You're welcome. You know where to find me if you need anything else. I turn to open the door.
What does a penis taste like?
I freeze. She didn't say penis. No way. I heard her wrong. What's that? I ask without looking back at her.
A penis. Does it taste like any other part of the body?
Fuck. Now would be a good time for an earthquake or a meteor to take out the West Coast, a stroke, a heart attack, a sinkhole to engulf this house.
It's no secret my dad likes you. If you want to have sex with him, that's okay too. I'm not stupid. I know people have sex even when they're not making babies. And I know a little about oral sex from my book, the one my dad thinks is about friendship bracelets, but it only explains what it is, not why people do it. I guess I'm just wondering if you like the taste of penises. I can't imagine they taste good, but my dad also says you have to try something 15 times before you know if you really like it or not. He also said some things are...
She snaps her fingers several times.
What's the word he used?
More finger snapping.
Oh, an acquired taste.
This isn't my normal time of the month to get hot flashes, but every sweat gland in my body just emptied onto my skin, drowning me in embarrassment. It takes me a few seconds to remember I'm 41 and Morgan is 10. Time to act like a grown-up. Turning, I bite my lips together so hard, I'm certain I'll have permanent indentations. Her nose wrinkles when she sees my unavoidable reaction.
I think I saw something in the kitchen I wasn't supposed to see.
I nod slowly, taking a seat beside her so we can stare at the door instead of each other. I think you're quite advanced for 10, but I'm still not sure what is or isn't appropriate to discuss with you. Still, I scratch my forehead. I think you know more than I want to imagine, and definitely more than your dad wants to imagine. So let me just say that I am so very sorry that you saw what you did.
I'm not mad.
I chuckle. Well, that's good. Really. However, you deserve to be 10. Even if you know things that kids older than you don't know, it doesn't mean you should be any other age but 10. You shouldn't see what you saw. And again, I'm incredibly sorry about that. I'm glad you have books that explain things to you, but please don't forget your job is to play frisbee and comb beaches for shells. It's okay to think about what it will feel like the first time a boy kisses you, but no more than you should think about driving a car. It's out there. You'll get there, but it shouldn't be rushed. Morgan draws in a slow breath and blows it out all at once, her body deflating.
You're not going to tell me what a penis tastes like, are you?
I rub my hands over my face and shake my head. No, I mumble before dropping my hands back to my lap.
Do you think you'll marry my dad? Hunter said her mom isn't her real mom but her stepmom. She said her real mom met another man and her dad got married to a different woman last year. Hunter got to be one of the bridesmaids and wear a really pretty dress. I guess I'm just wondering if I'll get to be a bridesmaid if you marry my dad.
Ugh. I scoot to face her, resting my hand on her leg. You said you know people don't always have sex just to have babies? She nods. Well, sometimes when adults like each other, they kiss and do other things. It doesn't always mean they will get married. I like your dad. He's handsome and fun and a great dad to you. But you have a home and family waiting for you in Wisconsin. That's where you belong. And I have Gabe now. His home is here.
His friends are here, so this is where I now belong. I am just one of many friends you and your dad have met over your time traveling the world. We are friends. You and I. Your dad and I. I squeeze her hand and she grins. And I hope we will be friends forever. Pen pals. I wink at her.
I like that. Maybe I can email you.
She smirks. It's funny how she thinks emailing me would be such a coup. The possibilities are endless.
Maybe you and Gabe could come visit us in Madison.
Maybe. Now, I pat her leg and stand again. I'm going to see what Gabe's up to. If you need any help with your period, don't feel embarrassed to ask your dad. He's a doctor, you know.
No way. I'm not talking to him about this. He'll make it weird,
says the girl who just asked me what a penis tastes like. Okay, then I'm your person.
Thanks, Gracelyn. I bet my mom was cool like you.
I don't know why this brings tears to my eyes, but it does. Thank you, Morgan, I whisper before leaving her room. Chapter 21. Nathaniel. Everything okay? I ask as soon as Gracelyn comes down the stairs after being up there for a long time. She gives me nothing but a look. Maybe a weird look. It's definitely a hard stare, like I'm supposed to read her mind or something. I'm not sure. She brushes past me and out the door to the deck. I follow her. She turns, hands clasped behind her back. "Shut the door," she whispers. Narrowing my eyes for a brief moment, I shut the exterior door and the screen door. What happened? First, I just want to say that whatever you thought you owed me before, take it times 10 now. Her lips curl inward as she gives me a toothy, kind of scary grin. Okay, can you elaborate? Where to begin? Her lips twist and she rubs her chin, eyes rolled to the side. Do I start with the fact that she did see what we were doing in the kitchen, or do I tell you how I know this, which is... Her gaze returns to mine, eyes slightly narrowed. She said, and I quote, "What does a penis taste like?" Oh, God. Her lips part. Yeah. Oh, God. Jesus, Lord, and Mother Mary, I wanted to die. Legit die. I cringe. I'm sorry. I can't believe she... Closing my eyes, I pinch the bridge of my nose. I shouldn't be surprised. Dropping my hand, I sigh. I've taught her, encouraged her to be curious, to always ask lots of questions. I've never sheltered her from the truth. Good job, Dad of the Year. Now bend down, lick your dick, and go tell your daughter how it tastes. She turns and heads for the steps. Stop. I grab her arm and turn her back toward me. I'm serious. What did you say? Gracelyn rolls her eyes, a clear sign that she spent too much time with my eye-rolling daughter. The truth? I said it tastes briny with a hint of copper and rust like an oyster. I told her it's the most succulent, mouth-watering thing she will ever experience. I release her arm and have a mini stroke right here on the deck. Don't collapse, Daddy-o. She gently slaps my cheek several times. I didn't answer her question. I stressed the importance of letting herself be 10 and innocent. I apologized more than once for letting her see what she saw, and that's about it. Still in shock from the briny and succulent remarks, I blink several times. What did she say? She said you're an overprotective, neurotic freak of a dad and begged me to show her the ropes of being a true woman before you guys go home in August. I frown, not finding her humor too funny in light of my recent mini-stroke. I live next door to Satan. She grins. Don't be so hard on Mr. Hans. He's not evil all the time. She pivots and saunters home. I tell myself it's not the appropriate time to watch the sway of her ass. Then I do it anyway.
I'm ready.
Morgan opens the door. I turn. Ready? Yes. Let's go to the store. Maybe we can go out to dinner. How does that sound?
Whatevs.
She breezes past me.
I just have to watch my salt intake because it's my bloated time.
Gone. My little girl is gone. Stifling my chuckle, I close the door and follow her to the car.
Hey, want to go rollerblading with me and Gracelyn?
Gabe asks, sitting in their driveway and shoving his feet into skates.
Sorry.
Morgan flips her hair over her shoulder before opening the car door.
I have some personal and grown-up things to do. Maybe in 3 to 5 days.
Gabe squints against the sun and shrugs. Whatever. I cough to hide my amusement while sliding into the vehicle. On the way to the store, I contemplate discussing the blowjob intrusion with her. Of course, I'd find a better way to phrase it. Her lack of conversation, which is odd for her, keeps me silent as well. Maybe the best thing is time. This aisle. I nod to the aisle with personal hygiene products. Morgan turns and presses her palm to my stomach.
I've got this. Please wait here.
I hold up my hands. Fine, I'll wait here. Thankfully, there is no one else in the aisle as my little girl-turned-woman overnight scuffs her flip-flop-clad feet down the aisle. She stops and faces right, leaning forward a bit to study the products. After a minute or so, she grabs a package and walks toward me with her chin held high.
Got it. Let's go.
I pluck the package from her hands.
Dad!
She whisper yells like I've embarrassed her. These are underwear for urinary incontinence. I hand them back to her with a smirk glued to my face. Want to try again, or would you like my help? She scowls.
I've got it.
Again, I hold up my hands in surrender. She stomps her feet back down the aisle and takes a good 5 minutes to locate the right products, pick one out, and return to me with them hugged to her chest. Think I should take a look and make sure you got the right product? Another evil look gets slung in my direction.
No, it's the right thing this time.
Okay, let's go. We stop for pizza. Morgan asks me how much salt is in everything we order. I assure her it's all low sodium. Some lies are okay. Right now, I want to have a fun dinner with my daughter and talk about her trip to Disneyland, instead of feeding her concerns of menstrual cycles and water retention. As it approaches bedtime, I get the nerve to broach the subject I've been dreading all day. Shutting off the TV after back-to-back documentaries, I angle my body on the sofa to face Morgan. About earlier, when you got home,
I talked with Gracelyn. She already apologized.
I nod slowly. Okay, but I didn't apologize because I honestly didn't know what you did or didn't see, so I'm sorry. I know you're very smart, and you know more than most kids your age, but reading about something and seeing it are two different things.
I've seen your penis before. It's no big deal.
I cringe. Yes, my daughter, who has never prioritized privacy until the past 6 months, has walked into many bathrooms to brush her teeth while I've showered. She's seen me. I've seen her. We're family. It's just anatomy. However, seeing someone else suck said penis is not the kind of openness I've ever wanted to display to her. I fear that she's not making a big deal of it now, but years from now she will think back and her mind will scream, "Gross, I saw the neighbor lady giving my dad head." Still, I'm sorry. I feel like a terrible dad, and I learned an embarrassing and hard lesson. You know, I think it's important to never act like I don't make mistakes. It's important to acknowledge when I mess up. I messed up.
I forgive you.
She's amazing, but I'm not stupid. That will haunt her someday. I'd better put some money away for future therapy. Thank you. Now, it's time for the tuck, young lady.
Dad, we're done with that, remember?
Why must she keep reminding me of her premature independence? Fine. I grab her and sling her onto my lap, tickling her. Then just a kiss and tickle goodnight.
Stop!
She giggles while trying to wriggle out of my hold. After I shower her with kisses all over her face and neck, I let her go. She steps back, out of breath while peeling hair from her face and cringing.
You made my pad get all wrinkled and shoved up into my area.
She tugs at the crotch of her shorts.
You can't do that to me when I'm having my period.
My eyes grow wide and I nod once. Very sorry. She frowns.
You're forgiven this time, just don't do it again, please.
Again, I find myself holding my hands up in surrender. Letting go. I'm constantly having to remind myself to let go. Let her be her. The butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. She blows me one more kiss.
Night, Daddy. I love you.
I love you too. Sweet dreams. After picking up our popcorn mess and movie blanket fort, I grab a beer and escape to the porch. Nice night,